Brighter than a shooting star!
Do your worst, or I will.
Hello! Feeling better yet?
We'll show them a trick or two.
Let the Kitsune guide you!
Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings!
Come closer. I won't bite.
I'm feeling it!
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove!
Be uplifted. Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit! Nice try!
F it up!
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
Yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat? I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived.
I have landed among the stars!
Whatever it takes,
Whatever it takes
victory.
will be ours.
Blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on. war.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are.
Welcome back to Seoul in South Korea for our final day of OWCS Bootcamp, the start of the year in 2026 for the Overwatch Esports program. I'm Avril here with Avast to close things out. We're officially in the top 4. Our best team still here.
And I mean, for the final day, we're getting a classic, Avril. Obviously, we got, I mean, one of the best matchups ever in OWCS history that we've seen over and over again. And it might be potentially the first time, which we'll talk more, that they could even lose on land versus the team Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon, and obviously after that Twisted Mind versus Team Liquid. Both these teams looking really, really strong. Twisted Mind's obviously winning it all for the last season, and I do think that we're kind of blessed to be seeing both, all 4 of these squads here at Bootcamp for these new heroes, for this new meta, just taking a look for the 2026 season as sort of the preview of it moving forward.
It's been an incredible month for Overwatch, incredible last couple of weeks as well, the incredible weekend, given the gameplay that we have seen and how the new heroes in the new season look in the hands of the best players in the world. And we still have, right now, standing the best 4 teams currently at this event. Best 4 teams you could maybe argue in the world. Certainly the ones from their regions. Our 2 best teams from Korea, Silky and Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. Number 1 team from North American Team Liquid, and defending world champions from EMEA and Twisted Minds. So very excited to see how that's going to pan out, particularly because it's Korea, North America versus EMEA, and then you get a guaranteed cross-region grand final.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something that we are always looking forward to, is that having the cross-region grand final, because at the end of the day, the whole point of any event internationally is so everyone can get their bragging points and be like, oh, actually, we're better. And, in EMEA, everyone likes to be who's on top, that sort of situation. So we're going to have that ability, once again, to make the judgment call so everyone can go back to their respective fan bases and be like, actually, we're better. Like, we're better for sure. And I do think this is a great opportunity to kind of get that started early. The narrative's going, because what we're all about is narratives here.
Yeah. My favorite narrative is the fact that if you watch for a certain amount of time, you will get some drops here, particularly because this is the last day of drops, and we have a brand new suite of drops. You see down here below, new esports loot boxes, Reinhardt skins, and also the title all the way at the end. And Avast, I know you're a bit of an esports enthusiast, so, you just get that title just because.
It's true. And you can see here the bracket in front of us. Like we were talking about, Crazy Raccoon Falcons, first match of the day today, followed up by Twisted Minds, Team Liquid, and then obviously we're going to have the grand finals. And of course, a little bit of a fun little match coming up as well, Avril, during the day.
I'll save that one as a bit of a surprise, but for now, just looking over the entire weekend so far, we started things out with 12 teams, 4 of them seeded into our second day, and now the top 4 remain, as we sort of mentioned, 2 Korean squads, Crazy Raccoon Team Falcons in was the OWCS El Clasico, then Twisted Minds Team Liquid. Following that will be our cat match, a little show match, before we head into the grand finals for the best 2 teams here. We'll fight it out for our very first title in 2026 and our very first title in the new Overwatch Season 1 as well.
Yeah, and I think this is really just going to set the pace for the year. Obviously, this is a bit of an exhibition series, right? everyone's getting their hands on these new heroes very early. There hasn't been a lot of time on it. So, you can't really form a complete opinion entirely. But like I was talking about earlier, I do think this is the perfect time to begin the narrative building, to begin the slander posts, to begin whatever you want to do to, uplift your fandom, perhaps tear down another, though I would recommend the positive route. I do think that this is a very good opportunity to kind of get these early eyes on these teams and really see, like, okay, how are these new heroes in particular going to shake up the matchups a bit?
I mean, we've already seen how a lot of these new heroes, particularly in certain players' hands, I should say, really take to the stage. I mean, standouts to me so far have been Chio on the Jetpack Cat already, but then you're looking over towards the Crazy Raccoon side, waiting to see what Max will start to deliver. Junbin was playing that dominant yesterday. Max took over the rest of the game. Lip solid as ever, and Crazy Raccoon looking to take down today if possible their old nemesis in Falcons.
And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, this team has consistently beaten Falcons at LAN, but this might be, I mean, just watch the caster cursor. This might be the weakest they've looked at an event in a while. You saw their matches earlier. You saw the scrims leading up to this, obviously, because it was streamed. And I do feel like right now, Crazy Raccoon is in a very interesting exploratory part, meta-wise for them, of like, where are they going to land in this meta? Where are they going to play? Obviously, they still have their classic tank rotation between Junbin and Max. But with, the rise of some of this off-tank sort of centric meta we've had, Junbin potentially going by the wayside a little bit in terms of what we've been seeing results-wise for the squad, which does shake up, obviously, how they're going to be playing. And with the introduction of Vigilante and the subtraction of Shu, Vigilante a very good player, but still, many would argue that could be potentially a downgrade.
Yeah, no Shu at this event as well, so look out for where Shu drops in for the rest of the 2026 season. He's definitely got a team. Junbin, not in his seat just yet, but we do know that he will be on the starting lineup for our map number 1. And of course, yesterday we talked about the fact that there was some swaps between Junbin and Max. Max largely playing the remainder of the maps after number 1, because in our first map, the teams do have to play all 5 of the new Season 1 heroes, and that will include the other team on the other side of the stage. Walking up right now, it's Team Falcons, your 2024 World Champions, 2025 Mid-Season Champions. This time, it's Checkmate in the starting lineup.
And really just a interesting squad still, overall, when you look at them and just how they play. Even here, they were busting out Symmetra, right? Busting out a lot of Symmetra when it made sense for them. Checkmate, obviously, on the Alcazia run, looked really, really good in EMEA, playing those compositions, and Falcons have been someone that have adopted a lot. But this team's still a force to be reckoned with, especially when Hanbin is kind of this central driving, just player for them, and how they play around Hanbin. And with Jetpack Cat coming in, you can move Hanbin around the map like a chess piece, and Merit obviously still very consistent. And what we describe as one of the adamantium backlines of OWCS and Overwatch history in general. So this team is looking really confident, really good, I'd say, overall, from what we've seen for them.
And the only team that seems to so far want to really lean into some of that Symmetra gameplay that we saw last year that dominated the second half of the year. And that's including the fact that you have Twisted Minds, but UB hasn't played yet, so TM aren't really looking towards a sim at the moment, which leaves Checkmate and Falcons as that sole sim team, which Crazy Raccoon need to be a little bit considerate of. Won't be applied or applicable on our opening map, though, as a reminder here. First map must be played with all of the Season 1 new heroes, and then after that, loser chooses map, bans start to come on in again, and you can choose any of the heroes you like that are not banned, and you cannot ban any of the Season 1 heroes either for maps 2 onwards.
And these obviously going to be this mirror matchup between all these new heroes for the first map. And as a reminder, we are getting our 1v1s back for today as well. There were some slight issues yesterday that have been resolved, so we should be able to have our 1v1s starting after each of our series here of just determining the map pick as well, so we get to see a little bit of extra flair, a little bit of extra style to begin the series for today. And these new heroes, I think overall, a really great addition when you get a ton of new heroes being added, obviously. But in particular, I feel like we've really enjoyed the kits that we've seen so far.
It's Field versus Vigilante. Battle of the Flex supports here, which means, it might be Mizuki, wouldn't it? You would think so anyway.
Could be, yeah.
But we've seen something different. We saw in, it would have been on the first day now, but a sort of situation where I think it was Zest versus Lucamino, and it was a Domino 1v1. So neither player actually plays tank, but they both played a tank 1v1, so you never know. However, let's find out in our opening 1v1 to decide who chooses the first map.
And it is going to be Mizuki. Come out here, battle the Flex supports. And Mizuki obviously recently receiving that hotfix, some of the buffs that come through, in particular for the primary fire, making him just more consistent damage-wise. And that's, you know, just the style of the kid. And when you're in a 1v1 situation, it's just going to be, I feel like, revolving around that Kadoshiro return and just trying to get the movement speed buff, you know, get an angle.
Chain's going to be super important here as well. The first player that gets chained up is going to receive a ton of damage. So dodging out that skill shot's going to be important. Part of how a previous Mizuki duel I've seen in these opening 1v1s has gone is largely the fact that one player kind of got caught in a weird spot and Fielder's getting caught by a lot of damage. She's 35 HP.
Vigilante gonna win it. There we go. Neither chain being hit at any point. So no chains were landed. It was a pure primary fire, left click duel only. And honestly, very honorable, I'd say. Not because it was honorable in the fact that they didn't attempt to hit the chain, but the chain wasn't hit, so by default, it just became some classic aim dueling going down.
And most of the aim coming through from Vigilante. This Fielder didn't seem to have hit too many of those left clicks. Of course, Mizuki's going to get played in our first map. We'll see where Crazy Raccoon wants to take us for map number 1 on Control. And beyond that as well, see how they want to fare with their lineup in terms of their style, because I do think Crazy Raccoon and Falcons are bringing very different styles into this meta, into this matchup today.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, because if you look at their previous matchups, I mean, they were playing stuff like bringing out Pharah. They were doing double, you know, Pharah like Ashe. They were having really long-range poke comps at times. It felt like they were still kind of experimenting how they wanted to play, especially with Vendetta being so strong right now, and with this off-tank, very off-tank centric style meta that's being driven, I think, across the board, and kind of a remnant of our 2025 season heading here into 2026. And so I do think for Crazy Raccoon, they're very much an experimental phase for them in Bootcamp.
Head-to-head record between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon all time currently stands at 9-18, with Crazy Raccoon being on the 18 side. So pretty one-sided in terms of that sort of head-to-head. I mean, it's the El Clasico for a reason, given that there have been some incredibly close games. Falcons in the past have been one of the only teams that have actually ever taken down Crazy Raccoon, but also notably, Crazy Raccoon have not been able to win a World Finals yet. Falcons have. So a very contentious rivalry where overall Crazy Raccoon have won more. However, Falcons, when it really counts, have kind of taken away some of those big titles. And only one of these two teams can take away our first title of the year at OWCS Bootcamp here, starting up map number 1, Crazy Raccoon picking Busan.
In Busan, I mean, a map where you get, and like most control maps, but if you're in particular for Busan, you have a lot of opportunity to play some of these longer angles, right? So given the opportunity for your EMEA to just kind of make some space, let your Mizuki duel just a tad. And really, you saw obviously the Mizuki 1v1 went, but Mizuki much more of a, I would say, less of a dueling hero at times, and much more of just finding the opportunity, especially with some of the buffs that have come through with the primary fire, and you can also allow for the bounces to keep going until it bounces to hit someone. So definitely more of an opportunity to worry about Mizuki in the hands of Fielder in, you know, a less 1v1 centric situation here. And you see the match results, the match preds, I should say, coming in. Crazy Raccoon pretty favored right now. And I mean, historically, you would be very correct in putting this pred out.
I mean, recency bias in a couple of different ways could come through here. If you're looking through more recent results between the two teams over 2025, in the last 7 matches they played against each other, Falcons won 1 of them. That was the Korea Road to World Finals, the opening game of that one. Then in the actual World Finals, before either of them even reached Grand Finals, I believe this was in the lower bracket, eliminating each other, Crazy Raccoon narrowly getting themselves over Falcons 3-2. And a lot of these games between these two teams, when you look at their histories, multiple 3-2s, 4 3s in there as well. Some 3-0s did occur, mind you, but typically between these two teams, it is very competitive. I don't see how that would be any different today. You and I, we went for Falcons, and I think personally for me, I'll speak for myself here, they look better this event.
I think, I mean, the problem here is I'm worried I'm going to fall into the trap, but I feel very confident because I'm just looking at the meta here, and I think we both agree on this. Falcons look really strong. Now, at times, when we've seen like the rush comps that were so strong for 2025 season, you would say, oh, Falcons were definitely coming out on top, but Crazy Raccoon's often sometimes just pulling ahead, and I think historically pulling ahead, even when the meta looked very advantageous for Falcons. So you could feel confident voting for them. But overall, I just think Falcons look amazing currently. But we're going to go ahead into map 1. Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. Final day here. OWCS Bootcamp.
Welcome one and all to Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons number 28. Our third year of these two teams facing off against each other. The rivalry continues. And definitely in the OWCS era, this is the most played match between two teams of any two teams. Number 28. Crazy Raccoon currently leading that scoreline. 18-9 for only Falcons, who look to get one back this time around in our first event of the year. Map number 1. Mirror match, of course, given our new heroes. And our tanks being airlifted straight into the middle.
Those early shifts, those repulsors going on out. That's okay. Checkmate. Fielder. Both finding picks very, very early. So 2 down already here. Crazy Raccoon on the back foot, trying to return, trying to get anything. But now they just play slow for Falcons, just win this fight. And yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. Just play slow, play their heals. Should be able to clean up.
Fielder might have lost the 1v1, but he's certainly winning the battle in terms of the damage coming from supports today. In our opening fight, Fielder responsible for at least a couple of those final blows. Merritt still trying to hold on to what he can. A little bit of damage, buying space for Armor to get back into play. Jumbin taking so much damage that Crazy Raccoon have to back on out.
And Jumbin, though, I mean, just surviving there, playing the shield dance already is big. As Lip goes down to Merritt. They're on the flank. Merritt walking forward here with the pressure. As Falcon's going to clean up this second fight. 20% on the board already. And you just see here for Falcons when you're playing around, you know, Hanbin here on the Domina, they're just so good at playing around the shields, around the aggression. Crazy Raccoon looking here for the recontest. They are going to have that cat after that Jetpack Cat ult up available pretty quickly.
Certainly a lot of healing coming through from Chorong. Might have been some damage in play as well, but Chio's been more focused on trying to be the damage dealing cat player of all the cat players that we've seen so far. Here comes Checkmate for a little bit of damage, but he's taking a ton of damage at the stage himself and doesn't have a resurrective because it's a little too early. Two cat players trying to get something done here, but Chorong cannot get the drag away. Chio dies anyway, though. He's dragged Chio just into the death zone to allow his team to get the kill, and with that, Crazy Raccoon will be able to find everyone in Falcons and get the flip.
Honestly, a bit of a misplay there for Falcons because I feel like they had Checkmate be the one to go contest the point, which, I mean, Onron sort of fall into this Genji Tracer category like we talked about previously, but Checkmate just took an incredible amount of damage early, and you're just not able to escape nearly as fast and effectively as someone like a Tracer, as a hero like a Tracer. So Checkmate goes down so early there in that fight. It's okay, Cat Duel here on the flank. You see them fighting out here. Chio, Chorong. No one's going down just yet.
On-run certainly is no trace, no recall to get yourself out of that nasty situation as we saw a little bit early on, but Isang's in a bit of a nasty situation himself now. 1 HP, looking to maybe back on out of this current fight. Ultimate's online, but Hanbin, no survivability, no heals. Feel a little bit too late on the Kekai Sanctuary, and well, that stun to the wall just allows Jumbin off the back of his Panopticon as well to clean up an extra member. Falcons falling apart as Crazy Raccoon will equalize and overtake in percentage points.
And only 1 ult used there, and getting the Sanctuary out from Fielder too, right? That KK Sanctuary being gone, very powerful support ult overall. I mean, you get some burst healing, you get a ton of, you know, essentially invulnerability from while you're inside and everyone's outside. Obviously, once you get inside the barrier, you can go down, but Team Falcons now looking for an option to finally break this hold, get into the point itself. They just had no success.
Coming in really hot and fast. It's going to be both of our unrun players dragged away though. Chio trying to look for something on the sidelines. Not too sure if he actually caught any plays. Checkmate eventually gets Hisang down. Vigilante drops Sanctuary in the middle of all of that as well. Now Lip goes hunting for his counterpart and Merritt finds his kill. Falcon's down a couple of members. Hanbin only just respawning, but Jumbin's still in the fight currently. As Lip just dueling his way through all of the Falcons, clipping their wings, pushing it to 90% plus as Crazy Raccoon look to seal the deal in round 1.
I mean, Lip just playing that beautifully. I don't know if there's going to be a test. It may be possible here with Hanbin going from lower, but I mean, there's boobs. Okay, Chio going to be the one to get the Jetpack Cat maneuverability, but I mean, at this point, it's likely just a slow, steady stagger. Yeah, I mean, just a little ult from Chorong to guarantee the non-touch. And Lip really being the dominant factor in that final fight, the determining factor, using, just overall using the override protocol, that ult there from Imra to get some extra mobility, stay out of the LOS, some of those heroes are for Falcons, and just get picks from the backline. And that's really the power of Imra, and something that's, it's tough in the current meta to see at times, but Imra has a good amount of maneuverability and survivability on top of that with the lifesteal.
Saw that in that first clip there as well. That's kind of where, to me at least, the map started to change in the favor of Crazy Raccoon. You see Checkmate going down early as discussed. Choring making the play onto Chio. You're not really going to drag the other cat off the map, but you are going to drag them out of the sight lines of his friendly teammates. So Chio, no help from anyone else on his team. Crazy Raccoon will be able to secure that secondary kill and then start to swing things around. Then Jumpin getting the kill onto Fielder after that, after Sentry was used. Now in the early stages of this next fight, Harmon looks a little exposed. He looked very solo. He still managed to get a kill though on his way out. Regroups the rest of his team. Very even trades going through until Crazy Raccoon start to lose just a little bit more than they can afford.
See the duel there. Finally, Hanbin going to take it out, and really just that full commit to try to punish Hanbin there. Vigilante goes down so early. And then they're down the support. They're down those heals, down that extra damage, and it just kind of snowballs from there. And that's kind of the power of Domina, right, Avril, is that you have that passive that allows you to deal ability damage and get health back, and you just have a ton of ability to shield dance and survive. And sometimes you're just going to commit onto a Domina and be like, oh man, we can't finish that character fast enough.
Ends up being baited into the rest of the Falcons, and the Falcons with the cleanup. But this time around, though, Merit Hombre is certainly no dominant. And Chio not going to be staying around too long to overstay his welcome. Ooh. Bit of a scuffle on the sidelines of the coast side, but there's going to be the supports trading each other out. He's saying falls as well, and Fielder comes out on top.
Now they are going to get Cap here. They are going to, oh wait, not denied just in time there from Chio. But the problem is, I mean, they don't have a very sturdy front line here when Jumpin is still on the point. Fighting really well on the flanks right now for Falcons. I mean, Fielder just supporting Checkmate there on that flank. Still fighting, in fact. Going to go down a little late. Crazy Raccoon's going to start building up some of that cap for themselves. But you see Falcons really playing, I think, what is the win condition at times for this composition, is trying to win on the flanks. The issue is that Hanbin's kind of getting run over a bit right now.
And Hanbin's getting run all the way into the enemy team, but Lips so far gets to tell the tale for at least a few more seconds before Lips takes his life away. The Falcons down their tank player, happy to just back on out for the time being. The point itself will equalize 35-35 in a short moment. Lip wants to try and get some staggered kills using the ultimate. This is going to get a little bit expensive. At least Fielder does, in fact, go down, but I don't know if that was worth the cost of an entire override protocol. Time will tell.
I mean, realistically, so far from what we've seen, the Override Protocol, it's a tough ult to get value out of because you're just so slow, so ponderous. You're ponderous. You know, you're very easy to get caught early, as you see the Jetpack Cat bringing back that Recon assist. Okay, again. Checkmate goes down to Lip again. Neutral. And also Checkmate. I mean, did he try to, did he try to pop ult? I feel like he did. I feel like he did try to pop ult for that fight, try to just get it picked, because look, all gone, so using that Vermilion Ascent as the rest of the engage happens here.
Yeah, Checkmate popped ult on very low HP, gets sniped out of the skies, and Chio will take down 2 plays on Crazy Raccoon. This might be the turnaround that Falcons have been waiting for. Fielder pops their Sanctuary down. Few members alive still for Crazy Raccoon. Jumbin one of them, but maybe not for too much longer, as Merit sky high overriding his protocol all the way into the Crazy Raccoon backline, and that will surely allow now Falcons the opportunity to reach 71% themselves as Crazy Raccoon a response there in that fight.
So a little bit of a stabilization here for Falcons. They are going to be worried about the Sanctuary coming up from Vigilante along with the Catnapper there for Chorong. So they have some options. They could try just go early with the Panopticon here, but probably the best result they could get. It's a very, very strong ult to just set up the engage, deny a lot of the value from the ults. Especially if you don't have a support ult, but you have to be worried about where Vigilante is going to place that Kekai Sanctuary.
Aggressive onto Jimbin. Battle of the tanks once again in the front lines. Jimbin wants to walk forward off the back of that Sanctuary. And well played by Crazy Raccoon. Hanbin might have just been baited into committing. Lip says, give me a couple more. Siphoning Blast will take down Checkmate. Falcons retreating as quickly as they can. And as fast as the last fight ended, Crazy Raccoon instantly flipped the point.
Now, getting the support ult there out of Vigilante, I mean, sure, you're going to lose the point for it, but you have time for the recontest. You don't have to worry about it now for the Panopticon. So they have some options. They have some opportunity here for Falcon. You see Jetpack Cat shenanigans happening here with the lifeline with that tether just on the flank, trying to position Hanbin. 90% the touch needs to be happening pretty soon here for Falcons. Chio, though. Ooh, the bind comes out. Beautiful chain.
Chain in response to Hanbin's locked up. He needs some healing. He doesn't look like he's getting too much of it. Lip got none of that one. Fielder trying to stay alive as well. Will force a 1-to-1. So far in this fight, 4 alive on both sides until he's saying falls. Falcons looking to desperately turn this one around. Chorong still alive but on low HP. His final fight, 99% by the way. Chio also looking very die in terms of HP as well. Respawns might be key for both of these teams, trying to get their way onto the point as fast as possible as these 2 tanks looking to survive. Here comes an ultimate though, Catnap away, but not
really too successful from Chorong. And now finally the override protocol. Lips been waiting to build this one back up again. And it looks like it'll do enough. That damage on top of Chorong getting the final blows is going to deliver the first map to Crazy Raccoon.
And beautifully played in particular. I mean, maybe the 1v1 actually is the determining factor here when we look at the Mizuki gameplay, because Vigilante, I just felt like had an incredible game there on the Mizuki in particular. Was getting a ton of value, hitting the chains when necessary, finding picks on the flank too, using the return. And right now, I mean, Crazy Raccoon, I'm impressed because they didn't look super strong coming into this series, honestly, and it feels like maybe getting a hold of the meta a bit more. Falcons stumbling a bit, and sometimes also, I mean, Lip is just going to be Lip. You know, he's just going to make things happen there in the server, and we saw it a lot on the EMEA. And maybe an overcommittal for the flank fights and less, just ability to sustain Hanbin there on Domina.
Some questions to be asked about Falcons, but they will get to play the comp they want to in our next map, which comes up right after this.
도민아 나 봐줘 나 볼필 알란 고양이 머리니 고양이 머리
아 내가 계절 내가 계절
와 고양이 진짜 개지
한 번만 들려
Crazy Raccoon taking the early lead in our opening series of the final day of OWCS Bootcamp here. As our OWCS El Clasico takes quite a dominant turn for Crazy Raccoon early on, but that is still only map number 1, where you did have to play all the Season 1 new heroes from map 2 onwards, of course, which will be Falcons' map choice as they lost the first map. The hero pool starts to open up, and as does the substitutions.
Max coming on in, which is to be expected, I think, for Crazy Raccoon, especially after we get out these stipulations and we have to play these 5 new heroes. This is really where the opportunities for Falcons start to open up a bit, because what we've seen from them so far is they feel really confident in the new meta. They still have a sim in their back pocket. They have Vendetta, possibly. They have options to, even though, to be fair, Checkmate didn't look extremely comfortable with that at times, but they feel really, really good, I think, comparatively across the board. Crazy Raccoon, though, obviously, they're not a team to be underestimated. They looked very good in the first map of the series here. We are heading to Blizzard World, which is a pretty strong hit-scan map. Likely going to see heroes like Sojourn, maybe even Cass, Freya. All those things are possible here. And with Max coming in, I mean, Avril, I imagine D.Va Zarya obviously on the board.
Blizzard World was played by Crazy Raccoon yesterday, but was not played by Falcons. Part of me actually thought that Falcons might have been wanting to take us to an early Shambali Monastery. That's been one of their most dominant maps so far in Bootcamp, at least from my perspective. It's a map that they certainly look most comfortable on when you see how good they have been versus teams like Weibo, absolutely smashing them, using the Symmetra composition, using the Cassidy as well. Symmetra is going to be banned out first. Initial respect target ban sent towards Checkmate. Harman's going to send one back towards Max on the Zarya. Of course, Harman himself, an exceptional Zarya at one stage. Probably, I would say, 2022 season early on would have been considered easily the best Zarya in the world at that time. Might still be, we'll have to see, but not in this particular map. It's going to be sticking over towards probably D.Va, or maybe even the Sigma on the first point.
Yeah, very likely picks here, and obviously going to be a hard hit scan here for both Merit and Lip getting played more than likely. The question mark now becomes, what is Checkmate going to play? With Symmetra off the field, and we saw Checkmate didn't look necessarily exceptionally comfortable on Vendetta at times. What's the options here for Checkmate moving forward? You know, what's the hero pools? I mean, obviously Tracer still a viable option. You can even play Mei again, right? Checkmate has obviously a relatively deep hero pool at times, so he has something in the bank. It's just more so, do we think it's going to be effective potentially?
Barring anything strange from Falcons in terms of them bringing out something exceptionally wild, to me this reads like a Checkmate Tracer / Vendetta. I think Vendetta could be a good call here generally. Is incredible all-in type of hero where they want to play more of a D.Va style. That would make sense. Tracer, exceptional utility just to flank around the map and make sure that Crazy Raccoon's backline will be checked, pun intended, as we head into map 2 Blizzard World. Questions will be answered. Let's find out.
There's the chance coming on through here for both these squads. Very popular, and their fans always extremely loud, ready to support them here in the arena. So we're getting ready to set up for Blizzard World, and here on the defense, quite have as much ability to control the off angles here. You're much more broadly. You're just trying to get in there, and Checkmate is on that Vendetta.
And with the cat as well for Chio. So, of course, we've seen plenty of exceptional plays out of Chio so far. First opening moves coming through for Crazy Raccoon, splitting the map up. Full rotation around the back, similar to what we saw Peps do against Crazy Raccoon just a day or so ago. The Falcons, they're prepared. Already locked down that angle. Cap is being capped. That's one tick gone. He's the one pressuring that.
Oh, this is so good for Falcons. Falcons, they saved the shield there from Hanbin for Domina, and additionally, they knew that Lip was so far behind, so like, let's walk forward, let's get some pressure. Checkmate here. A lot of damage. A huge stun, too, from the Repulsors.
Should have been rather Hanbin is still trying to get a little bit more damage done. Merit, though, he's got his mark. He found Heason. That's going to prevent any further capture progress. You see Crazy Raccoon's team plan was to flank 4 members around in the alternate pathway, flip the entire map, and then just have Heason solo pressure the cap to turn Falcons around. Checkmate putting a ton of damage to the Lip and other members, though.
And Falcons looking very comfortable.
Here he goes.
Checkmate over the top, trying to get to the back. Very big damage here onto the backline. His fielder gonna find Lip. Merit just standing tall here on the high ground. Has to get walked out by Max. Max trying to keep Merit down. Is gonna find him, but during that time, the rest of Crazy Raccoon getting found.
You see that Falcons, they're saying, okay, we're going to have to give up Merit. His life is forfeit, but we will trade your back line, and now we'll trade everything else as well. We're going to take everything for Crazy Raccoon. He can't really afford this. Merit will get picked up by Chio, so not going to be too delayed in terms of respawning and regrouping with the team. Crazy Raccoon still just sitting on that initial 1 tick and 49.5% they've had.
And right now, Checkmate Vendetta putting a ton of pressure. You see why she's so meta currently. She's just so good at dueling. She has an incredible amount of mobility. She has the stick as well. They have to use the cleanse. Rush is going to come out, broken squad.
Another big stun. Huge. Getting 3 players, getting the Panopticon out there as well. Checkmate with the follow-up cleanup. Hanbin turning the corner around. Crazy Raccoon thought they had Hanbin's number. They thought they had him dead to the right. And Hanbin says absolutely not. Here comes the Suzus from Fielder. Let me turn the corner. Crazy Raccoon are not ready for that play. And he basically solos the entire team. Crazy Raccoon caught lacking.
And you see that as soon as that repulsor comes out along with the Panopticon, Checkmate was in. Checkmate immediately uses that mobility for the Vendetta, just the Soaring Slice to run on in there, get in, do the AoE damage they need. So Falcons continuing to follow up here in these wonderful comps, especially with Hanbin just playing this brawl tank, getting into the middle of Crazy Raccoon. There's going to be the overclock from Lip, trying to find someone. Jetpack Cat, though, with the high noon with 2 from Merit.
This composition just looks so unbeatable in the hands of Falcons. Merit and Chio playing this combo together, but still he's saying, and the rest of Crazy Raccoon trying to make something of this fight. There's still 1 minute left to play through. Merit not even going to allow Chorong the hint of escapability. This is looking like an ironclad defense, still the same 49.5% that Crazy Raccoon have had for the longest time now, and they cannot increase that number. Still 1 more ultimate on the Crazy Raccoon side to play through in terms of big ticket items, the sound barrier.
That sound barrier here for Chorong is definitely going to be the difference maker right now. Checkmate holding on to the Sundering Blade. But Merit already taking out Heesing, but look, equalizing here. There is a chance. Sundering Blade going to be out. Doesn't find anyone.
Needed to get something more out of that one because Max has got Checkmate down. Lip converts further on the Chio, and Crazy Raccoon have finally broken the foothold of Falcons. Just Hanbin left to play through. Initially looking very good. I mean, Falcons getting that early pick, but Crazy Raccoon not to be dismayed. Lip, when it counts, the Sky will step up and allow Crazy Raccoon another lease on life.
Lip is just, I mean, there's a reason Lip, it feels like an ever-present force. Just the star in the sky at times for Crazy Raccoon, and just throughout his whole career as an Overwatch player, opening up. So now Falcons looking to hold second. Crazy Raccoon trying to be really aggressively here with these charge rails for Lip. Gonna back on off here a little bit, maybe take a bit of an off angle.
There's coming up to ultimate again. Again, watch out for the combo. Cat City in play. Chio tether ready to play. Hanbin down is a problem. Falcons can still turn this one around if they want to go for the combo. However, gotta be concerned that Max can eat a lot of that damage as well. He'll fly into your face. Crazy Raccoon happy to just push a little bit further forward. Max resetting his Baby Diva with the Baby Diva and Diva in general gone. Merit's feeling himself, but look how fast Crazy Raccoon back on out.
I mean, they get the space they need after Max, goes for the reset, losing the mech. Maybe not totally necessary there, considering that, there was 1v1, both down 1, but gives them a little bit of space here. Hanbin controlling the high ground now. Crazy Raccoon still trying to take this off angle. Lip peeking here with these rails. Now going for this rotation here to the flank. Falcons, they need to be aware of this. FB watching this Panopticon coming out onto Max, actually. It's a solo Panopticon there to Max.
Okay, a little bit early, perhaps. Doesn't really do too much to Max, but a bit of a warning shot over towards Crazy Raccoon, who sends their own warning back. It's Trader Katsunia rushes, but Hanbin, the only member down so far among all 10 players. Seems like Crazy Raccoon have the edge so far in this fight. Unless Checkmate or somebody else can turn things around. The Falcons' HP pools are just a little bit too low. Merit, the only one really getting anything in return for Falcons. Lip will clean this one up, you think, and with that kill, right towards the couple of end players. Hanbin now swapping over towards the Diva. Crazy Raccoon threatening the camp. Hanbin is close enough, though, to touch.
Crazy Raccoon's just thriving in the chaos right now. I mean, they're just playing the flanks of Blizzard World so well. Lip constantly pressuring here. The backline for Crazy Raccoon just staying up and against all odds. For Chorong, okay, dropping a bit of a long beat. Almost dropping Lip there, but gets it out. However, Jetpack finds one. Not going to take Lip, though, but he's going to go down.
Chio kind of messes up that rare mistake out of Chio on his catnap, and while Crazy Raccoon happily take advantage of that, but can they keep the rest of the team alive? Because Hanbin and Checkmate are still managing to get these kills in time, preventing the payload and the last few meters available from actually getting the cap. Now there's only 20 seconds, and 20 seconds, Crazy Raccoon need to go the entire distance just to touch and then play and fight.
And Hanbin there with the crucial swap on a Diva, just able to isolate Lip. And And Merit, of course, still anchoring for Falcons right now, getting these very early picks. Here comes the touch.
He's saying
coming
touch.
out for Crazy Raccoon. He's saying, gonna be there. There's gonna be touch available. OT. Gonna be triggered. Another touch available as Merit. Up on the high ground. Does have a high noon.
Okay.
Chio.
Get ready for the combo once again. Here we go. He's going in, but he's going a little bit low this time around, trying to avoid Max, trying to find any sort of damage. Matrix can't last forever, but Deadeye goes for a very long time. He's saying somehow goes off the map. That cannot happen. Crazy Raccoon down one due to a potential mistake here, and the Sundering Blade is going to maybe seal the deal, looking to demec Max successfully. Merit does go down in response, but Crazy Raccoon just have no members left. This defense has held. It could have been an A full hole for Falcons, but they'll have to settle for B.
And Merit really just being a staple, holding it down here for Falcons a bit. And I like the Diva swap for Hamina there. And I think he's saying actually not even going off the map there, Avril. He drops a pulse. The pulse gets Suzu'd, or maybe I think it maybe it Hanbin, and it unfortunately it limbs himself with the damage. So I don't even think he went off the map. He just went for the pulse and took himself out with it.
That makes sense,
so
given that. Thank you to Scott Custer Kennedy for giving us the falling off the map icon again. I didn't notice that was back in the game, so yeah. It would have been the pulse.
But even
swap.
still, I mean, the result is the same, right? They lost Ising early.
Yeah.
They didn't have Ising for the fight. He tried to go for the hero play, didn't work out.
You do see in a lot of these clips, though, as we take a look at some of these stats here as well, definitely more even after we got through the ACAT. But ACAT was where a lot of that trouble was for Crazy Raccoon. Struggled to get past. Really took until the final fight. Lip having some heroic plays to get a couple of key players down to enable Crazy Raccoon to finally get past Falcons. But B, the troubles ended up continuing. Quick swap by Hanbin on towards the Diva. Obviously, I think that's standard. You don't want to remain on Domina for too long, or any sort of ground-based tank. You don't want to remain on something like a Sigma either for too long on point B. Even with a jetpack cat, ideally you have your own mobility to go up and down from that high ground. It's exactly what Hanbin does, and you see him just fly into Lip and shut him down. So game on now for Crazy Raccoon, who lead in the series, but this map is looking a lot more difficult.
Those swaps really for Crazy Raccoon. Falcons keeping Hanbin here on the Diva. Not trying to use the Domina for the first.
No, there's no cat anymore, but the cast is retained.
That is true. No cat here for Chio. Just rather go for this Lucio Kiriko, the ever dependable backline. We would say perhaps the eternal backline in many ways. What we've seen for the past year or so. So you see Lip just looking for these off angles. Has a relatively charged rail here, looking for the head. Not gonna find it.
Really an interesting choice by Merit, given the lack of mobility for our opening first point and speed involved in the Lucio Kiriko Diva type of composition. Crazy Raccoon are running a far more standard type of comp, and Harmon's kind of feeling the effects of that right now. Merit, he can close the gap, can take the shots from the Lip as he has done here. There's 1-for-1 trade though. Strong looking to fall down next, and that gives Falcons an advantage here to maybe get a few players to get the cap going. Harmon falling is going to be a bit of a problem. Crazy Raccoon desperately trying to hold on. Numbers look so competitive for both sides, but Harmon is demexed.
I mean, they're probably going to get the demech here on Max. Max pretty low. No, he's in there to find that damage there. And Max just hunting throughout this fight. Playing around the edges, gets an early pick. Make sure to get to the backline to force those cooldowns out from Fielder as well. So Max being so crucial here to just keep the pressure onto Merit, onto the backline for Falcons. Gonna have that bomb up already. No Chio, relatively close to the beat, so opportunity for Falcons, maybe if they know they built that ult, which I think they do, considering that showing way down, to just go for an early beating game potentially.
No flip of the map here. Falcons, oh no, actually will flip the map, just trying to maybe trick Crazy Raccoon, and it's successfully done so. The Crazy Raccoon have no idea where Falcons went. They wanted to try and assess the situation indoors, but by that time Falcons had already managed to break into the backline, claim the high ground, set Merit up, by the way, in the perfect position that you want your Cassidy to be in. Tempo beat available. Chio might just want to rip this one through. He's probably thinking Vigilante has something in the pocket, so is holding it, but realizes eventually I'm in the lead here. Go for it.
Oh, they're trying to chase down Chorong. They're gonna find Chorong. Merit goes down, but finds Max for it. And here's Vigilante. Trap. Gonna have to TP on out, but still no cooldowns now for Vigilante. Vigilante pretty out of the fight. No cooldowns here for Heesing either. They need to touch point. They need to contest, but Falcons here with this long rotation, with the beat coming out from Chio to just make sure they can get to the backline. Really well played, and Hanbin looking for the reset. Gonna get it pretty much.
Much support ultimates for Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately. I mean, Vigilante, even at this stage, only has 95%, so Team Falcons correctly identified what the situation was. First of all, brilliant rotation, catches Crazy Raccoon out, who were not in position to try and break off that rotation and meet them at the choke point behind the cap of A. But beyond that, after they put Merit into position,
Tempo beat, no response for Crazy Raccoon. They just get ran over. Time looking pretty good. Kitsunes will be thrown out now. Churong still waiting to receive a sound barrier. That could be the game-changing ultimate this time around. He knows he's got a free beat because Chio won't have one just yet, although Chio is rapidly catching
70%. 70% of the beat already there off the trade, so there's going to be the beat. Max taking down Checkmate already means a lot of damage down, and I mean, they're just going to catch them on the stairs. There's a really good point flip there, Apple. You see they essentially just get that flip. They're, if anything, attacking almost for Crazy Raccoon. Playing on the other side of the choke, and Falcons were just stuck on the stairs there, taking a lot of damage. So Churong used the beat pretty effectively, but with Chio building his beat so quickly, the tempo's not bad here for Falcons at all. The problem more so is, can they get out of spawn without losing here? Because Crazy Raccoon, they don't have any space.
That's why Crazy Raccoon want to play forward. They want to force resources out of Falcons. They want to say, if you want to get out of spawn, you're going to have to spend some ultimates to do so. Crazy Raccoon happy to play this game, happy to shut down Merit if possible, and Lip has just got to deliver that rail straight into him as he's saying delivers the pulse into Checkmate. So we're talking about spending ultimates here, but it's actually Crazy Raccoon spending more ults currently. Falcons, okay, they'll take the loss, but it's a positive ult trade in favor of Falcons.
And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, playing this so well because they're using this aggression to try to keep the pressure on support ult-wise for Falcons, while also they know they have to play aggro because they don't have a lot of time per second, right? There's not a lot of advantages. Chio popping the beat essentially in spawn to get them out here. Max probably going to get D-Mech, going to be forced to bomb. Yep, there's the bomb going to go out.
Maybe Diva gone in this case. The rest of Crazy Raccoon falling now as well. Falcons, yep, they had to spend an ult to get out of spawn, but I think once you consider that Pulse and Overclock was spent by Crazy Raccoon, a 1-for-2 ult trade in that kind of case, even if Sound Barrier, and it is much higher value, pretty positive. Falcons will now claim this momentum, push further on forward. Crazy Raccoon forced to reset. Remember, they have to push to the end of the map, but not necessarily finish the map yet in terms of the B point. Merit going down is going to cost Falcons. We might just have to look for a quick reset.
Crazy Raccoon just so scrappy with it here. They get that headshot from Lip, but looking like they want to commit. Thundering Blade goes on out. A lot of damage on to Max. Gets D-Max, so that's going to be the trade here. Knowing that Merit coming back pretty quickly with the slide. Checkmate going to chase, knowing that there's no front line here.
This is capable. Chio has the ability to speed his team in alongside Fielder, speeding everyone in on the Kitsune Rush and Vigilante, the only one that can respond. Crazy Raccoon have to very rapidly consolidate their team for one final retake here, and Checkmate is not allowing that to happen. Checkmate wants Lip right now. Hanben's on Lip here as well. If they get another kill this deep into the fight, it could be truly problematic. Cost them a self-destruct. Watch what happens on the actual cap though. Hanben is not here. Max is backed up by a couple of other members from Crazy Raccoon. It's Max getting a couple of kills. Can he slow things down enough? Kitsune Rush from Vigilante, and it seems like Falcons chasing Lip into spawn might have been a huge mistake because the rest of Falcons capping have been cleaned up.
I mean, actual greed, actual point of view, you are greedy. You are insanely greedy. When you watch Falcons, they had two players chasing all the way to third point, all the way to last Blizzard World. The spawn doors are still for second, Avril. They're still spawning on the point, and they're not even in the fight there. So Falcons, I mean, getting a little greedy there for the chase. I think losing the forest for the trees, and now Crazy Raccoon, we're in a last fight situation. They're going to have beat pretty soon. I mean, Pulse, there's the Pulse.
Oh, Suzu this time, Fielder not on the money. Chio not fast off the beat. He's going to have to try and save Members. It's only a 3-man beat, and this could be the last fight. Crazy Raccoon off the back of Lip might have just rescued this game, and Falcons, no, reeling for anything. A super late death on the Fielder. Falcons got to go for the touch. There's like no time left.
Hanben there on the point, gonna get D-Mac very quickly. I don't even get the touch there.
I think it's over.
They do get the OT triggered. OT does get triggered, but I mean, look at this. How do they get in? I mean, unless Merit gets here right now with the overclock, they have to touch again. They can't. That's map. I mean, Falcons. I mean, you have to just look at that and be like, this. That might be the greediest play I've seen in a while. An Overwatch land of it.
Yep, and then the follow-up from Crazy Raccoon afterwards sealed the deal. Lip once again popping off when required. Falcons going a little bit too far, flying a little bit too close to the sun. And this time around, Crazy Raccoon say, you want to make mistakes, we are happy to capitalize. Falcons look like they should have had that map in the bag, but they let it slip away. And Lip says, any opportunity you give me to carry the game and win, I will take it. And that will take Crazy Raccoon into match point 2-0. Falcons a little sloppy there. Had a lot of great plays, set themselves up for a good second map on Blizzard World, but not good enough, I'm afraid.
Yeah, just really... I mean, also Lip continuing to just bring out hero moments, right? But really, Crazy Raccoon, they look... they just have to have Falcons. Maybe they have like a voodoo doll or something where they're putting pins with cursed energy into it or something, because right now, like, they just crumble sometimes, Falcons, in the face of Crazy Raccoon when they were looking so solid before. And Crazy Raccoon playing just an amazing style here where they're using the rotations they're known for, they're playing the flanks, and they're just punishing Falcons off of any mistake they make currently. And Falcons just seemingly losing the composure of it.
Remember, even without the Master chasing the spawn, the final fight begins with Heesang getting a stick onto Merit. No Suzu there, unfortunately. A little too slow. Chio only just barely gets the beat, so he couldn't react beat that one either. There's still 24 seconds remaining on the clock. There's barely enough time, maybe for Falcons just to wait for a final respawn, or at least not go for a full commit. Instead, they do go for the full commit. Chio thinks, okay, 4v5 doesn't matter. Always winnable, right? Plays for the beat. They lose checkmate before the beat comes out, and it's a 3-man beat. At that stage, Falcons, they're pot committed. I mean, they were pot committed on the chase as well, but unfortunately they go bust here as it's 2-0. Crazy Raccoon looking for the win. We'll see what happens after this.
오케이. 잡아. 빨리 올라봐. 먼저 루시오. 나 루시오 밖에 먼저 루시오 얘들아. 메가.
나 2층선 메인전.
루시오 막아놨거든? 루시오 보다. 오, 다행이다. 이걸 이겨?
Starting to look troublesome here for Team Falcons in this semi-final match as Crazy Raccoon
getting stronger and stronger, going from strength to strength, 2-0 now. In this current series, requiring a reverse sweep from Falcons to continue their journey in Bootcamp.
I mean, and Falcons, you know, typically a bird of prey, but looking like the prey themselves. Going a little too deep there for Blizzard World. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, I was worried. I said at the beginning of the series, Avril, I said, oh, surely I won't be gotten again. My Falcons looking really good in the meta, and Crazy Raccoon's looking very weak at the start of the event. And then they beat it land and do the same thing they've done historically, and it's looking like it might be the case here, where Crazy Raccoon just has their number. And Falcons now are looking for a potential reverse sweep scenario and looking to bring it all back, despite, you know, Blizzard World looking pretty good for them.
Seems a little self-inflicted sometimes, right? When you watch Falcons and they may be in the lead, and then, well, the crucial mistakes here or there is all it takes for a team like Crazy Raccoon to get the job done. This is interesting because we're back onto Esperanca. Look at the lineup for Crazy Raccoon. They've subbed out Max, put Jumbin back in for this map, clearly signaling that they maybe want to play a dive hero, a Winston on Esperanca. However, I remind everyone, Crazy Raccoon played this map versus Peps with Jumbin on Winston, and they lost. Peps beat them on this map. Falcons are actually banning away the Winston out of respect, but I actually think they could have left it up. They could have baited Jumbin into playing the Winston and said, if it wasn't good enough to beat Peps, it won't be good enough to beat us.
Yeah, I mean, potentially... I mean, it remains to be seen, right? Because Jumbin obviously has been playing the Domina for them. Jumbin obviously has Ball in the back pocket, so there are other options here for Jumbin. But like you said, Peps beating the Winston here on this map. And Falcons, you would think, would feel pretty confident potentially not having to worry about the Winston as a team that's historically, even with the Han Binston, been playing other compositions and playing into that.
You said the ball. Like I would have rather they banned the ball. I think the ball is genuinely a bigger threat. Saw what TV&T did with the ball yesterday. Maybe a sneaky threat in this current meta that only players that are quite proficient on the ball, and particularly guys like Jumbin who have traded places with players like Dongak in the past for best ball in the world. You don't want to really fight against that in this current meta. So Winston, to me, not that threatening. Ball, maybe sneaky threatening. You might have been much better off getting rid of something like that.
Definitely a real threat, especially like you talked about with TV&T there yesterday. Now, it was a bit of a clutch pick at times. It wasn't the plan going into there for that map, to be fair. But with someone like Jumbin on the team who's so proficient at ball, it's something you have to consider.
I don't read Korean, but that sign definitely said Jumbin knows ball.
Yeah? What if it says... What if it said something else? You wouldn't know. I mean, it could be Jumbin. Like, look at this amazing sign that I made of Hammond. Could say that. You don't read. Well, you do read.
That's true. You do. No, I didn't. I'm illiterate, actually.
Oh, you're illiterate as well? I mean, to be fair, I mean, you know, that's in many ways, if you think about it, devoting your life to the esports casting and commentary at the expense of literacy is kind of noble in a respect.
I don't. It's difficult when I read the names. I'm just sort of guessing through the players. I can't actually read the names properly. It's a bit of a problem. Maybe I'll have to tilt my monitor the way Harbin does to be able to see things properly. In either case, the opponent ban coming through from Crazy Raccoon was Cassidy, so some respect being given to Merit. No issues just playing the Sojin on this particular map, and I'm pretty sure when we look at the previous performance by Falcons on Esperanca, I do believe it was Soj anyway, so maybe not the most impactful bans at the end of the day, but very respectful. Let's see if the respect ends up ending here as it's map 3, match point, all to play for.
There's the chance coming on out. Pure versus Crazy Raccoon, which would be, when you talk about the El Clasico, this would be a very El Clasico moment. Am I seeing a Reinhardt?
Okay.
Am I seeing a Reinhardt? Is this a Jumbin Reinhardt in 2026 on Esperanca?
So fun fact, this happened before. This is a throwback. One of the key
key games played last year in 2025 that Team Falcons lost against Crazy Kun. Crazy Kun were looking to lose the 7-map series, the best of 7 series, until this map where Junbin brought out the Rhine. Falcons had no clue how to counter it, and Falcons lost the map, setting the stage for Crazy Raccoon comeback in that 7-map. I believe it might have even been the finals as well. So Junbin looked to rerun that now. He's saying also playing the Symmetra, however, far less experience and checkmate on the Sim.
I mean, also on top of that, just the Reinhardt pick in general into this composition. Like, yes, you're playing around the TPs here, but you already saw so much pressure to jump and shield early. As Falcons, they can just play it slow here because, I mean, they have no options really to put the pressure outside of this TP right now.
I mean, how do you land on a play?
I mean, look at Hanbin is just pushing the point right now, and they're going to go pressure Hanbin here off the point, but Hanbin can leave. Hanbin can just leave. Who do they find? Yeah, who do they find? Exactly.
Who's Junbin supposed to get here? Because you have an extremely mobile backline. You have 2 DPSs with also mobility. I suppose if Checkmate makes a mistake, you catch him, but he's a smart enough, a good enough Symmetra play. That's probably not going to happen. Hanbin's on a Diva. This is going to be tough for Crazy Raccoon to land on a play. Their best shot is to get point presence, try and not get poked out too heavily, and brawl on the cap itself, on the robot. Hanbin low.
Hanbin, though, getting very pressured, but right now Checkmate just popping some of these CPs, making them turn around a bit, taking that pressure off here. So Crazy Raccoon's still not finding anything. They are going to be soon to have the rush, and they have a little bit of a beat ad. But I mean, Falcons, they're not that far behind here. They're not that far behind towards this portal.
Falcons don't want to all in. Crazy Raccoon do want to all in. It's going to come down to the ultimates. Double Kitsune rushes. Feel that lacking by a couple of percentage points, but he'll get there eventually. Falcons trying their best just to rotate around the side, and Merit punishes Heesang first, takes his own life for it. Unfortunately, as Junbin finally catches on to Phil, who never used a Kitsune rush, mind you. Might be a critical mistake for Falcons, as the last 3 members have to get out of the fight.
I mean, also, just look at Junbin at 50% ult charge here after this, what was it, like a 2-3 minute fight here. First down, to be fair, Hanbin not that far ahead, considerably, but maybe a bit of a mistake, but considering how fast Falcons get back to contest this bot, and now they have the rush advantage here too, so they're going to have double support ult. I think realistically, pretty reasonable call for Falcons.
Crazy Raccoon want to get out. They're beaten first, fully respecting the fact that Checkmate has the first photon barrier. Feel that this time he's going to drop the Kitsune Rush. Last time barely got it in time, but didn't have a chance to use it. He's saying response. Photon barrier on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Sound barrier coming through from Chia. This time Falcons looking for those kills. Merit in the driver's seat, just trying to get this last kill to Junbin if possible. Hanbin will get from behind with those boosters, and Crazy Raccoon falls apart. The superior ultimates from Falcons this time around, giving them the edge.
Yeah, I think Falcons, whether inadvertently or on purpose, definitely ended up with a better result there of not popping that rush for that fight previously, getting to have double support ult for that fight there. And now, I mean, Jumping still 75% to a shatter, just kind of walking around the rectangle currently. He's just walking around the rectangle right now. He's trying to find some sort of value.
It will be a free shatter if you landed on somebody, but the problem is, are you going to catch somebody? Checkpoint has, you're right, the checkpoint has been found. Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately, doesn't quite get there in time for a contest. Still waiting to use his own overclock, however, more difficult in some cases, given the fact that's a great boot, given the fact that you also have Hanbin that can matrix the whole thing, and that's exactly what's happening. Lip just can't get any shots in. Hanbin marking him down, preventing the overclock from finding success. Merit got low there for a second, but largely surviving here as Crazy Raccoon got nothing out of that ultimate. Lip, though, doesn't need the ult. Traded.
Still very charged beam here for Heesang. Heesang has a lot of energy here. The primary fire. Has to be careful, though. Bit of a messy fight as it's broken down. I can't believe Blip got any value here. Symmetra fight here. TP's going on. A bit of the wizard portals being used. As he's saying, looking to chase down Checkmate. Checkmate getting pretty low. Jumpin is going to get found. Hanbin just looking for the hunt. The hunt is succeeding. They're going to get these finish up the limbs here. And it started out a bit messy there off that boot from Chio. Crazy Raccoon almost able to bring it back again with Lip making some heroics, but Falcons once again cleaned up. And look at Jumpin still doesn't have shatter.
And that's the thing.
He's about to have it.
Because he doesn't have a chance to swing. He can only 5-strike so many times against a mobile team with a defensive matrix, right? It's not going to do enough. So he really is a rectangle man for the time being. He's saying, I think he potentially could have made a mistake there. Hanbin finds that melee kill, and once again, Crazy Raccoon have to give up space. 80 meters found now. Junbin finally has a shatter available. He only needs one.
This could be it.
You have a situation where Fielder can come in with a save. A Suzu, once Junbin goes for the kill with the pin, might still end up saving members.
Even if they win this fight here, Apple, I mean, we're at Apple theory, almost. Just about. We're pretty close. I think I'm saying we're almost there. There's the shatter.
Okay, he got
Finds one, but they have Matrix. Can they pin it? No, Hanbin gonna take that, and Jumpin goes down. The body block of Hanbin so good there as well. Oh, shatter.
Cheers on one, he goes down the lip, no sound barrier for this fight. Harvin kills 2 on the self-destruct, excuse me. That allows Checkmate to get the cleanup now. Jumbin, the only one alive, they can squeeze it a few more meters here. Not going to be able to get the theorem activated because you would have to get 134, you have to get 100 more
But I mean,
in terms of the gap than the other
there.
team. And
I mean, look at this. They are almost there.
You might be right, Jumbin barely prevents it, but 149 is pretty devastating. At what point, though, I have to ask this question, is Harman's going to throw his life away potentially? At what point does Jumbin and Crazy Raccoon give up on this composition? Chio now getting some cleanup kills. This is costly. It does cost them a sound barrier, but in response, Vigilante has to ult as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is fine for Falcons. It's messy, right? This is very, very messy. A stagger would be pretty unfortunate as well. And it is going to happen. There's going to be a couple staggers. But I mean, you got the rush out of Vigilante here, and you have so much cap time. I mean, they haven't even got a second checkpoint here, Admiral.
And he's still on Ryan. Like, again, at what point does he have to face the music here? See the writing on the wall and just be like, this isn't working. This comp is not working. Talk about Falcons being pot committed on Blizzard World. Crazy Raccoon are pot committed now on Esperanca.
TP gonna happen, but Merit immediately finding Sharon, so they're not gonna have the boops, they're not gonna have the rush. Jumpin is gonna find 1, but look at this. Jumpin actually gonna find 2 there, so Jumpin manages to get 2 there. But unfortunately, the problem is lost too many picks. Even with Chio go down the back line, they need the bot to need to be moving. They have to be getting some cap time right now. I mean, they're about to reach
the bot's moving in the wrong direction.
In the bank.
Bot's moving in the wrong direction for Crazy Raccoon. As Jumbin, really the sole surviving member there, slowly once again trying to charge up that Shatter. And as we saw, Shatter not necessarily even going to be enough to win these fights, given how mobile and how much defenses Falcons can come up with when required. Lip even taking a decent amount of damage here. This fight is going to largely come down to Lip having that overclock.
Lip looking for the opportunity right now, but Falcons using this TP from Checkmate to just keep the contest on high ground right now. As Jumpin here just trying to anchor the point, but his shield constantly getting peppered here by Hanbin. Is Merit going to take down Lip, and now there's no overclock. A lot of hope potentially gone here for Crazy Raccoons. I mean, sure, they're getting some bot pressure, but they're down a huge source of damage. They're stuck on the low ground. How do they turn this around? It's going to be maybe the wall for Heesang.
Okay, we're going to bisect the walls together here. Hanbin on low HP. He's getting cooked by Heesang's lasers earlier on. Beat comes through from Churong. Nothing from Chio so far. He's still lacking in that ult department, but Merit waiting for the wall to dissipate so he can finally use this overclock to great effect. Jumbin's shield should be fairly low at this point as well, but as Crazy Raccoon kind of give up on this fight, Falcons steal the bot away, and Crazy Raccoon now have to rotate from the wrong side of the map.
I mean, there's the overclock from Merit just being like, hey, don't approach. I mean, they have the bot. They've taken it. They've taken the bot entirely. They've just completely flipped this here. As Crazy Raccoon, they're trying to get back in. Lip's still holding on to his overclock. Jumpin gonna have the Shatter available, but there's 2 minutes in the bank here, Ab.
Go, Lip,
2 minutes
he's flanking.
in the bank.
He's flanking, but Chio's already got the sound barrier in. Jumbin's going to start waiting for the green HP to go away before he tries to go for a Shatter. Lip's already down. Jumbin, you better make a hero play right now. Might just need a solo melee Shatter into Hanbin or somebody, because his team needs him. His team is dependent on this line to actually work, but time is running out and they don't have meterage. Crazy Raccoon, desperate to find something. Merit's got one on Churong, but Crazy Raccoon is just losing members.
Look at the bot. Chio's on the bot. Chio's just on the bot, taking it too. In this madness, Falcons are just playing for the bot entirely. Okay, 2-man Shatter. That is big. That's great. That's awesome, but doesn't even finish. Both
Does he get the
still
kills?
Gonna go down. No, he didn't get them both. He only got one of them.
Merit goes down. Checkmate survives. By the way, the Fire Strike got eaten by Hanbin's defensive matrix, so that part was gone. Jumbin trying to swing his hammer as fast as possible to at least get some kills, but one more time, the Shatters are not necessarily even game winning. It looks kind of okay on camera, but the result
a little too crazy
is not there. So you're going to bring a Ryan combo to Esperanca. There's very few things crazier than that.
Maybe for a raccoon like Crazy Raccoon, they're a sane raccoon. They're a non-crazy raccoon for a comp like this, but Falcons here still sub 1 minute in the bank, Avril. I mean, right now it's all looking the way of Falcons. Sure, the old bank isn't amazing for them, but they do have some ad, and they still just have a gigantic bank and push lead.
Merit once again has been so good on these opening picks. Lips struggled in that regard compared to Merit so far in this particular matchup, and now he's saying just going to get deleted by the rockets of Hanbin. Bad goes the worst here for Crazy Raccoon. 20 seconds left to play through. They can't even really afford to back on out. I think they're going to have to commit.
I mean, if they get staggered here, if they lose one more right now in this fight when they're down, he's saying it's over. It's over right now. They're playing it slow. They're trying to play around the shield. And you see Lip in the backline trying to get a little bit of pressure. Using the slide. The slide saved it there to try to get out, but he might still go down, and they're going to be down.
Oh my god, he does.
Fight.
That's 4v5 now. Lip, your carry is gone. Heesang still got an ultimate, but what else do we have? Vigilante, 11 away from Kitsune Rush. Field has already got it. Merit rips through on the overclock. Heesang's going to slow it down with the photon barrier as much as possible. Merit's not finding much success due to that shield, but once that shield is gone, and what about the members that are not there? Now Merit's going to find some real big value on that ult, and Team Falcons just have the major player advantage, and I think Chorong Ajax, just the cherry on top. You thought Falcons might be out of it. You thought Blizzard World ended up being a pretty poor look at the end of Falcons despite being a reasonable map. Crazy Raccoon cooked a little too hard on this Esperanca map 3. I think they left the gas on, the stove on, the house may have just been burnt down.
I mean, the Reinhardt is just... It's interesting because I think it's fine when you want to roll out with it, try to make it work, but the full commit to the Reinhardt for this map is rather interesting for Crazy Raccoon, and trying to play this sim composition, which is something that historically, I mean, you're playing into one of the best teams in the world in Special with Falcons. Especially now they've, I mean, added
to Checkmate.
And they've also Checkmate on Sim, who is someone that without Katsuya just looked incredible on it. So really interesting plays, as you would say from yesterday, peculiar plays for Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, again, this is Crazy Raccoon trying to repeat history a little bit. They wanted to get this incredible win on Esperanca. It's an attempt to repeat the OWCS Korea Road to World Finals grand final between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, a 7-map gigabanger that looked like a Falcon sweep was going to happen. And then you get to Esperanca, and suddenly Crazy Raccoon have the most insane turnaround that mentally booms Falcons for the rest of that final due to that Ryan. But guess what? It's 2026, it's new Overwatch and a new Falcons. Let's get to a new map after this.
루시오 심해 나이스 가보자.
Overwatch Season 1 back again with Bootcamp in 2026, a suite of new heroes, and I'll tell you what, Reinhardt is not one of them. An old, tried and true hero, but not quite up to standard in the current pro meta. Rectangle Man might need to be shelved for Crazy Raccoon moving forward in the series.
Yeah, more of a tried and false, perhaps, in this situation, because it did not work out there for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, maybe playing a little bit dangerously loose on the edge, trying to bring something maybe unique to the table for them there on Esperanca. But now, Falcons on the board with a map. 2-1 so far for Crazy Raccoon. And moving forward, you look at that and you wonder, okay, was this a one-off? Is this just a choice tactically? And also for Falcons, this gives them a bit of momentum moving forward as well.
Falcons will certainly feel much better about that. I think if you're Falcons, you're not too upset about Blizzard World. You are upset about the fact that you were down 0-2 and required a reverse sweep, but you know Blizzard World was winnable, so you didn't exactly lack confidence for losing Blizzard World. More so, you knew that you had to sort of clean up those mistakes into the future maps, and if the opponents start making some mistakes, allow them to do so. And Crazy Raccoon, they never pivoted away from the Rhine comp, despite it not having really worked the entire way through. It took something like 4.5 minutes for Junman to even get a single shatter, and the shatters, like I sort of said there, not particularly impactful against the mobile composition that Falcons were playing. Aside for Crazy Raccoon, who will have the next map choice to look towards going back to their own strengths. Maybe we'll see Pisang on a flyer again. He's one of the few players in this tournament and in the region and maybe in the world that still really likes to bring out the fire in particular, playing some of that echo. Maybe lean more into some of the Vendetta type of compositions. Put your hands into Lip. Play a good Sojourn composition that isn't built around some sort of Reinhardt to allow Lip to carry and put him in position to carry over someone like Merit on the other team.
And so I think the map's going to be Gibraltar. And you think of a map for Crazy Raccoon, I mean, Gibraltar, this is a map where you can get, you know, a lot of different options in terms of just playing the flanks, playing some dive center compositions if you choose to do so. So for Crazy Raccoon, I think this makes a lot of sense. But once again, I mean, you're playing into Falcons here, a team that has Merit on the squad, that feels very, very comfortable on his skin matchups. And they have, obviously, backline players that are going to be abusing those angles. As Crazy Raccoon immediately banning the Diva there.
That's a big ban. So here's what my read on this situation is. Obviously, Junman, you can see on the left side, is still in Max, has not been subbed into play here. It does mean that we are on a dive map with Max. He's likely, sorry, with Junman, he's likely to want to lean into either the Winston or the Ball. The Winston's already been banned on out. The Ball can't be banned because Crazy Raccoon have the first ban. And in these sort of asymmetric situations, you have a main tank player in Junman on one side. Harbin is an off-tank player on the other side. Junman doesn't really want to play the Diva anyway. Harbin does want to play the Diva. You get rid of the Diva. Harbin's in a little bit of trouble now, while Junman gets to still lean into his favorite Winston/Ball picks. The Falcons response Ash to remove away some of that long-range capability from Lip. We're going to drag this one back over towards the Sojourn battles, which is more comfortable Merit up against Lip. The real question here would be, what does Hanbin play now? Likely you're going to have to end up seeing some Cat play come back through. This is going to be Chio locking the jetpack Cap, so that if Hanbin does want to play something like a Domino, something slower, ground focused, he will have the mobility because of Chio.
I think Domino would be a great pick, honestly. You have the ability, she has very strong mid-range dueling, she does a lot of damage, she's got the repulsors to just take some space as well, deal with the dive a bit. So I do think Domino would be a very strong pick, especially with Cat. But we are getting into next map in the series, Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcon.
One thing that hasn't been banned yet so far in the series, actually I lie, it was banned quite a bit earlier on, but certainly couldn't be banned here, is the Symmetra. It was banned all the way on map 2, and we're on 4 now, so it seems like a while ago. It does allow Checkmate to also allow Harbin a little bit of extra mobility. Merit defensively will play over towards the cast, so no Sojourn here. A little bit of risk given that sight lines are very long on the opening parts of Gibraltar A. So Merit's going to have to end up relying on playing more of an anti-dive situation against Junman. Vigilante going to the Ana to help support Junman, giving that nano boost over, and also nano boost be good on the Vendetta as well.
I think also the reason here on top of the anti-dive is you have, you know, especially if you might potentially see a Cat, you could see the option to shoot that Cat outside, you know, out of the sky a little bit more effectively at times. But
okay,
instead,
swapping.
no Cat currently. Yeah, getting the swaps immediately. And I think also this double so backline for Crazy Raccoon instead of the Cat gives them a lot of space because they know that Hanbin probably not going to be playing anything that's going to get up in their face, it's going to pressure them at all for Team Falcons.
It's a lot more difficult to move Hanbin around. Yes, you do have a symmetric teleporter, but the cooldown is far longer. Could be destroyed as well. Cat would have been easier, but Chio doesn't want to risk it. To be fair, Lucio Kiriko, far more stable backline, far better ultimate as well on that Lucio checkmate. He's just trying to get his team out of dodge right now. Back in the server room as Merit was the one taking tons of damage. Crazy Raccoon taking all the high ground. This is not good positioning for Falcons. They need to be able to hold the server room as best as possible.
Yeah, I mean, also they can't give up all the space on high ground either, because sure, you can hold server room and just cycle contest Hanbin, but it's really easy to lose an off angle. Yeah, jump in, gets on in, gets boop. I think it's gonna go down. Yeah, it's gonna go down. So very early find here.
Jimin quite quickly with no real support. He's saying, I don't know if he had the follow-up there at all, but Falcons happy to just put the shield up in the front lines. Jimin might be able to leap past the shield, but Falcons can get the punish off. There's flashbang, there's repulses, many a tool to stop Jimin from finding success, and no nano support either, because Vigilante didn't quite have it yet. Jimin might have pulled the trigger too early.
I think maybe a bit of a mystery, but definitely with the nano available now, they can full commit here for the next aggression. But Fielder and Chio both relatively close to ults themselves. I mean, they're just getting tons of damage from it in the server room as they're trying to bunker around, play near their point, so they can just keep the contest up here.
Look at the payload, it's sneaking away from them. The server room hold has been busted just due to the fact that you have to contest now. Look at Hanbin, he's out in the open. He's no longer able to hold the choke, and it's because payload is about to get capped 3 meters away. If Falcons want to hard commit this one, they have to be careful with back cap. They have to be careful with the fact that Chio, unfortunately, doesn't save Hanbin. Fielder now, despite the Katsuna rush, goes down as well. It's 3 versus 3, but Crazy Crew having no supports there. Lip wants to carry the game by himself. 2 versus 2, checkmate down, and Lip just might be the GOAT, unless Merit still manages to get a kill. It's just a 1v1 left. He's saying versus Merit, and he's saying gets it done.
I mean, all that while it's happening, he's saying with the clutch up, and Falcons, good rotations, but the problem there is Hanbin goes down so early, isolated by that Winston bubble and the nano, and then, sure, they go to commit to fight the backline, but they have no one to anchor the point. Merit was on the long flank there. And so Falcons struggling to keep that point presence up versus Crazy Raccoon, who are just constantly touching the point back and forth, moving it forward just a little bit, getting it away from that server room. So really well played for Crazy Raccoon.
Aggressive TP, they want somebody in here, Lip ideally, but Lip's going to find checkmate first, says you're not going to catch me when I have the rail available. However, Jimbin, Primal Rage, inside a small room, Merit very tanky, gets 1 kill here. Lip still collects a couple more. Jimbin will finally slap Merit out of the server for the time being as Crazy Raccoon looks to try and consolidate further kills with the backline. Hanbin is isolated on towards the side, no help from the rest of the team so far, but I think Crazy Raccoon have understood that there are respawners coming back from Falcons, so they don't want to overcommit.
But even so, Falcons still struggling to maintain control of the map right now. Jumping on this Winston just putting so much pressure here as the Penop gun not going to hit. The repulsors are going to hit, but I don't think they can finish them. I don't think they're going to be able to finish them. Lip still stuck down here on the low ground. Can't get healed, but out of the LOS.
Could have been low HP. If he goes down, this push might just be over right then and there. Fielder purple, but still alive for now. It's Vigilante, couldn't hit the sleep dart. He gets the Mega Pack, but unfortunately just delays his own life because the supportal power of Chio does come in to help checkmate out. With that, Crazy Raccoon backing on out. Jimbin resetting off the map. Unlikely for him to swap just yet, but keep an eye on his hero anyway. Let's see what the rest of Falcons are doing. It looks like it might be Hanbin. Alrighty, I mean, to be fair, B point, you want a little bit more ability to go high ground, low ground. As Merit will just force Heesang back. Hanbin, not a traditional Winston player, and he's up against one of the best Winston players.
Now the Hanbin has seen some rapid improvements, but
We've seen a lot of death.
Nano overclock, very in deep, trying to put the pressure here because they know they don't have Hanbin. They can't really anchor the point.
Oh! And it's got one back over onto left. Chio's trying to save the day here. Hanbin might be dead. He's coming back very soon. It's checkmate freshly onto a swap tracer which can test Heesang. He's trying to keep the rest of the team going in this fight, but they're not going good enough, far enough. Fielder 1 HP, pops a Katsuna. It's only Hanbin and checkmate that can do anything about the situation. Crazy Crew do have some low HP members, but Vigi still able to not only get the sleep, but get the huge punish as well onto checkmate.
I mean, that is just nasty there for Vigilante. I mean, what a talented player here. We talked about them a little bit replacing Shu for this roster. Still a very, very mechanically gifted flex support. And Vigilante getting tons of value there with the nano onto Lip and then getting that sleep to deny the pressure. Because maybe checkmate gets that a limb a little bit earlier. They can maybe stop that cap. So second point going the way of Crazy Raccoon there. This Falcons looking to hold last.
Hanbin will start things out with Lip getting his revenge. Died to Lip's nano clock just a fight ago before the last beat. Hanbin, however, is still going to go down. Crazy Raccoon now free time on the payload. These Falcons will have to go for reset. No big ultimates outside the pulse bomb, which is going to get Suzu's. Not a particularly impactful ultimate at this stage in the fight.
And no support ults here for Falcons at all. No support ults here coming into a nano and the rush. And with Jumpin about to have the primal as well, there's a lot of opportunity to just get in deep here for Crazy Raccoons. Yeah, nano in on to Merit. They're gonna have to use the Suzu early. That's a lot of damage. There's a lot of cleave.
It's a lot of kills coming through as well. Finally, it's going to be Fielder trying to get out alive, but he'll get zapped in the distance as Crazy Raccoon send this payload home. Team Falcons are going to end up losing this point, apparently, without Hanbin even getting to use his primal rage. The Diva ban for Crazy Raccoon working wonders, preventing Hanbin from playing his favorite dive hero on this very dive favorite map. No Diva means once you move away from the Domina, his options are so limited, he's thinking, I got to go to the Winston as well. But just doesn't quite have the experience or the talent on this hero that Jumbin does.
Yeah, really, you can see the tank issue in particular coming into play here of just not having a comp that they feel really comfortable playing around. The Domina had its moments there for first, but the Han Vincent definitely struggling a bit for second and last. And when you're considering the ult advantage that was available at that point. So now the question is, I mean, it was a pretty fast cap for Gibraltar, right? Capping Jib at all is always a victory. It's a win. But with like nearly 2 minutes in the bank for Crazy Raccoon, that's a relatively fast cap time as well for this map. And for Falcons, the question is, do they want to keep playing the Han Winston? Do they want to try to swap?
I mean, Cat is available if they want to use a more ground-focused tank. You can see what this game plan was from Falcons on that A point, right? You can hold server for a very long time as long as you keep the payload contested. It's very hard for Crazy Raccoon as a dive team to break that server room hold up against so many good defensive anti-dive characters. However, once Heesang snuck the payload too far forward, Falcons were exposed, forced into the open. Hanbin dies immediately, and now it's looking like he'll be remaining on the Winston. There's just not enough other good options for him to play through on the dive tank side to be able to really contest Crazy Raccoon, so they're going to have to do this. More interesting, though, is Merit still on the cast. He's going to get outranged in this opening battle against Lip.
So I think they're just very much committing to empowering these flanking DPS into pocketing Merit a bit. The Suzu does get forced from that anti, I should say, from Vigilante. And showing here on the Lijiang as well means it's a very similar idea, right? Where you're just putting a lot of empowering heals, some options, some duels here for the flank.
There's some good moments for the potential break. I mean, you get to the last fight on the actual cap of A rally is going to be quite powerful. They're denying some of the leads from Jimbin via the whip shot is going to be quite powerful. Usually better on the defensive side than the offensive side, as Merit will drop down on top of Lip. Welcome to Flashbang Town. Falcons, though, they still don't quite have enough here, as Heesang will clean up the rest of the members. Nice sleeve dart from Vigi onto Hanbin as well.
Yeah, and you see a bit of the problem is Jumpin has to be careful not to get taken down. But you see a bit of the problem as well of the cast into the Sojourn, where it's a bit difficult to catch these rotations. You know, you don't have a slide. You do have obviously the roll for cast, but Lip able to just get out of dodge a bit faster here. And with Shield being on the Brigida, yeah, you have the Shield Master to make a little bit more space, but you don't have, you know, quite as much survivability as you might here for the Lijiang potentially.
And by the way, you have a much clearer win condition for Crazy Raccoon because they have the Nano. There's no Ana on Team Falcons. They're playing Brig Kiriko, waiting to put yourself in a good position where you can use the Kitsune rush into the rally for the final push. So a nano boost here is just so easy for Crazy Raccoon to make any play off the back of Jimbin. He's quite low now. He might have to get nano if he's not careful.
I mean, just look at the pressure here from Crazy Raccoon. So far, just keeping this constant pressure on them on the rotation. There's the nano. We're trying to catch them there on the stairs with the anti as well. The rally's going to go on up, but already Fielder down, and they should just get cleaned up here lower.
Rally is still running through, but I think Chio's HP is just a little bit too low at this stage, and Chio didn't get an opportunity to use the rally in a better spot, use it defensively to try and defend against this nano boost coming through from Crazy Raccoon. And there's also, by the way, a tidal blast online for Churong. This is looking like the potential of a full hold because Crazy Raccoon's Winston dive is just that much better than Falcons. No Diva for Hanbin has been a massive problem on this map and continues to be so, as Chio now finally gives up on the Brig, goes towards Jetpack Cat. It's still a weird composition, except for the fact that you do have the combo Merit Jedi available. Look out now. Cat City time.
Yeah, they could clear some space. Yeah, they could clear some space here as Vigilante up on the high ground, still looking for that anti. Overclock there for Lip. Merit down, so there's no high noon. They see here there's rushing the point for the rest of the Falcons, trying to get some cap time. Maybe trying to pick. Nope, getting primal, but they have to. There it is, the tidal blast, which makes this Fuyong so strong. But okay,
hang on
Vinston coming into
Chio
play
as well. Chio as well, getting on top of Vigilante. We saw how deadly Chio's been on the cat so far, but Hanbin, primal at least, has been well practiced by this guy. Managed to get himself a kill as Junbin goes for the spawn camp onto a couple of players, spirit down. Chio there as well. Churong now over towards the Juno to get back quicker for his team. Last minute of the fight left remaining available. Fielder finally drops in the Kitsune Rush, the only support ultimate available. Junbin, once he gets back, can primal this, but Fielder's got himself a double kill at this stage. He's now solo carrying. If the rest of his team isn't dealing the damage, he certainly is. Junbin, final primal race to try and slow things down here, buying time. 2 meters left to play through. Mare, by the way, in perfect high ground position as Fielder cleans up the final tank play. With that, the cap is gone.
Vigilante committing off the ante as well. Gotta get one, gotta get two. The rest of Crazy Raccoon just falling off there, off of Vigilante, getting all those picks as well. So Vigilante here on the Ana just continuing to bring so much value. But really the story of that fight is Hanbin Fielder getting to the cart, getting to the point, getting it moving a bit there on that payload, and just committing the rush. Fielder believing in himself there, believing in his mechanics, and gets those 2 picks, opening up the fight. So Falcons now, they have a new lease on life. They're moving here on to second. They're going to have the jetpack cat ult. They're going to have that catnap. But really, the question is really, you can't take them off to an environmental angle, more than likely. You're going to probably just lose someone out of position if you do use it.
Yeah, you probably want one of the supports, right? Or maybe Lip as well. We're finally going to be flying that high noon around and does a little bit of damage, but not enough at all because Lip's doing all the damage from the Crazy Raccoon side. He's been nanoed up. Doesn't even need the overclock. Just going to be putting in those rails dry and walk for Falcons. A big reset here. 2 minutes remain. Remember, they have to finish the map. They don't have to finish with time for the sake of draw signs because we're an escort. That can't happen. But considering the Crazy Raccoon at 151, Falcons want as much time as possible.
The Primal going to be up here for Hanbin. Along with that cat ult here is Jumpin, looking to get a little pressure into the back. Now they know there's no lead. This is the opportunity here for Falcons to get forward a bit. The Colt's going to be used for checkmate, not connecting. It's Hanbin here, doing a lot of cleave.
A lot of support coming through from Fielder as well. Hanbin will get himself the double support line. That's going to be free time on the payload once they get rid of Jumbin as well. Lip's going to be the next target. Zap him away from spawn. Easy money for Hanbin there. But Jumbin's trading on the opposite backline. Jumbin needs to go down if they want to move this payload forward.
Jumpin here just being such a menace. I mean, you see the power of the Winston. Hanbin going to have to primal as well because that pulse. Not able to use it too effectively here, but still getting a bit of damage.
Hold off the map. Looking for it.
He got him.
Vigilante gone, and Chio is trying to fire away Hanbin with the save on the teammate. Chio, punch to the face. Lip is out of the map. With that, maybe they can cap as well. Just a few meters remaining. Only he's saying with a potential touch, and he doesn't go for it because his team is not there. Falcons unlikely to match the 151, but Falcons have at least given themselves the opportunity to finish at all, which is important.
And that cart getting far enough to where Chio could get the value there out of the ult, and you just see how strong that mobility is for the jetpack cat. Chio just dodging all those shots. As Lip, like you said, onto the cast. Rush is available here. No support ults up for Crazy Raccoon, and despite the primal, they should have the sustain to stay alive. Falcons moving this point here a little bit forward and trying to fight here for this high ground on this mega pack. Ooh,
taking a lot of damage. Crazy Raccoon waiting for ultimates to come online. First one is going to be the Primal Rage, and it might have to be used sooner rather than later considering how fight is moving so rapidly in Falcon's favor. Reaching towards the end now. Jumbin low HP. He'll be forced to pop if he's not careful here, but would really want to save it if possible. Pressure's on though because Hanbin is in his face. Crazy Raccoon potentially one last reconsolidation here, fighting now into the Kitsune Rush. Vigilante still 20 away from the Nano Boost, needs it to save the rest of his team. Carried into the sky, high noon, Deadeye looking for targets. Everyone is shielded or inside spawn, but you're right, touch needs to be contested as well. 4 seconds left, pulled off the map. That's Jumpin. I think he's gonna fly. Chio's killed himself. Jumpin saves his own life. Nano available.
Nano's up. The spawns here pretty good here for Crazy Raccoon. They still have the anchor point right now. Hanbin being the anchor on the point. Tron gets the nano as well. Just trying to keep the fight alive. The Primal gonna be invested. They're hoping they can clean up. They're hoping they know they can keep the pressure here on the point, Avril.
Checkmate, it's Chio. Jumpin is out of the map. He's out of bounds. Hanbin with the Primal pushes Jumpin away. And Lip dead-eyeing out of spawn. He's not going to see anybody. And Falcons, they will get the cap. Chio even just trying his best to drag Jumpin away. Eventually forcing the Primal at the cost of Chio's own life. Even with Chio down, the rest of Falcons able to rally together on for a final push. Getting rid of what seems like at times raid boss Junbin. When they finally do, they get the cap, and Hanbin redeeming himself a little bit here as well. See some of the highlights involving him getting those kills, diving on inside the shuttle. Merit, of course, getting these 2 picks towards the end. Really important for Falcons' journey to getting the capture.
And the Han Vincent here starting to pay a few more dividends as well. And I really love, I mean, there's one thing to say about Han Bin. Even if at times maybe his mechanics on, you know, for example, Winston compared to Jumpin might not be the greatest, but pressuring the point so effectively there, constantly put himself in a position where they know they have to have someone anchoring. And Falcons just using that win condition there to force someone to be there all the time, whether it be typically it was a support player, Chorong. So Falcons playing the positioning, playing the push so well for that final fight. And now it's an extremely winnable spot here for Falcons. Sure, only they have less time bank, but this is a payload map. This is a map where you have one good fight, you can keep it rolling for a while.
Starting on the cat now. I think Chio, again, he understands what to do here. Even if all he does is carry Merit around, well, he needs to do a little bit more of that. Then maybe Merit can carry the day for Falcons. There's not a lot of time here, remember. Just the 1 minute on the clock for Falcons and an instant reset. Mind you, Heesang is also on Torb for extra defensive power. Crazy Raccoon is just fully locked into a full hold on A. With 30 seconds remaining, Hanbin even deciding to go for the Zarya.
I love the swap. I think the swap is good. I think the swap is really good here. Yes, Torb very strong than Winston, but you have some options here to duel now. Lip without being on the Sojourn means he's much easier to find, in particular because with the Illari, which are being on Illari, they just don't have as much mobility. So I like the swaps here for Falcons. It's very heads up.
He took too much damage. Wasn't enough healing. There's no Ana to bionate or put in the clutch healing in time. It's Vigilante and Chorong playing this Illari BAP, and it just wasn't enough. I don't know where the Immortality Field might have already been used earlier. But Junbin having his life taken away means Falcons get to walk up for free now for the time being. Final fight. Junbin is looking to have the Primal available. But Hanbin slowly charging up his energy. Chio gone is a big problem for Falcons. 4v5. They'll have to wait for respawns, but there's not going to be time for that Lip. He's got the cleanup involved, and the payload will stop around the middle, I believe, of the point. Did it even get out of the car wash? I don't think so.
No,
it's in the middle of the car wash.
And Falcons, I mean, they, again, got a little greedy, Admiral, where they saw, they're like, okay, we have a TP opportunity to get to that blue box to go fight.
Okay, they did get out of the car wash.
Okay, just barely. So that is a win, but I mean, with 2 minutes on the bank here, there's plenty of time for Crazy Raccoon. But I really feel like the crux of the problem there for Falcons that the swaps were good. They just overcommitted again for the blue box, got caught by the turrets, got caught by the damage, Jumpin makes it back. And so they just mistimed that approach because they had a really good position there. So now Falcons are going to be searching for Ansos here to just hold fully. It's doable, 2 minutes. I mean, it's a lot of time, but you see just to get the cart that far often, even if you're winning the fight pretty decisively, it's going to be about a minute or so. As long as you put up a bit of a defense.
Even Checkmate's going for the Torb here. I mean, he's a solid hero specialist for sure, but you can go for another server hold. Here's the real genius thing, is the fact that they've even pushed as far as just outside the server room means as long as they can hold that position, it is possible for them to win just on that room alone. Because the payload has reached that spot, they can contest that as long as they keep their eye on it, unlike what happened in regulation time where Heesang kind of stole it away from them. Turret spot on the wall at the beginning. The Falcons have one shot here because Crazy Raccoon have more than double the amount of time. Crazy Raccoon can afford 1 or 2 extra resets. Falcons can afford no mistakes.
You see this Torb just doing a bit of poke. They have to keep an eye on Jumpin and Lip. Looking to set up the engage here. Lip playing these long angles, which is a bit of the advantage here for the Sojourn compared to the cast. And they're going to give up a bit of space now, just trying to respect this Ana, Winston, Merit. Up on the high ground, getting pressure. Very low.
They're nearly going down there. That would have been pivotal. Payload is moving, and by the way, once again, Crazy Raccoon, they're just so effective at taking the high ground. Falcons, they can't hold the space, and Vigilante continuing to hit these headshots, just putting the damage, and even if he's not getting the kills, he's getting damage to charge up his ult for the nano boost is in major win condition.
Oh, and Chio there follows up off the damage. Chio on the jetpack hat. Just using that mobility. Gonna go try to pocket Checkmate here as well. Chio gonna go down for it, but Checkmate needs to find some more value. Needs to get more, but they're also gonna have the Suzu, the cleanse there from Chorong. Still, Merit.
Fielder again!
Oh my goodness. Fielder.
Double kill from Fielder has saved the day. Merit gets the last shot of the Junbin. That could have gone disastrously. Few numbers alive for both teams, I believe. It went down to about a 3v3. As Check will come back on a sim now, just for a little bit of speed. Putting up those turrets. around the exit of the car wash as well. Waiting on that nano
the
still.
rush advantage here. The rush advantage here is so crucial right now. It's going to be a nano versus a rush situation for Falcons where maybe they can find Vigilante a bit early here using that rush because Vigilante, once the nano's up, I mean, they're going to have to look for the spread, jump in to get a bit of damage.
20 seconds, this is final fight. All the ultimates here is going to count. Chorong being 31% behind might be the difference maker if he doesn't survive here as well. By the way, the combo is ready to play through. Tether onto Merit, fly him into the sky. Fly, Falcons, fly. Let's see what the High Noon delivers. Nothing so far because Crazy Crew simply hide away. And now Jumbo, it's his turn to strike. Suzu possibly a little bit early there. Katsune Rush Hughes. Chorong left one thing, still 16 away. Chio trying to drag somebody off the map. Unsuccessful. Vigilante Nano onto left, putting the carry power into him. Takes Fielder down. Overclock available, he's 1 HP. If Lip dies here, it could be problematic. Lip is really low, and Harvin wants him. He wants him extremely bad. Finds the Mega Pack. Harvin returns. Checkmate gets Jumpin down though. Crazy Crew, only 2 players left. Heesang and Lip, and they gotta get the carry done. They can't. Checkmate gets Heesang. Harvin gets Lip, and Falcons get map 4.
The Han Binston is here. It's Stain. And again, another story of this tournament too. Chio on the jetpack pad, making full use of the mobility of this new hero. Able to find some extremely crucial limbs there. Keeping pressure where they need, putting Merit in positions where they have to commit resources to just remove him from that blue box there, from that high ground before the fight even began. And really Falcons showing the mettle again of this team. Back against the wall and just some very smart comp swaps.
It feels like the opposite of what we saw on Blizzard World, right? A very similar story. One team looking far more comfortable, the other team looking lost at times. But then when it really counts, you get to the end of the map, and crucially, the tables turn on Blizzard World. Mistakes made by Falcons, capitalized on by Crazy Raccoon to win that map, and now on Blizzard World, you start things out. A far better general game coming through from Crazy Raccoon. Better composition as well. Harmon looking a little bit lost, being forced to go to Winston, something he's not fully confident on, fully comfortable on. Diva ban away, a brilliant ban coming through from the coaching staff of Crazy Raccoon. What should have been a perfect map for Crazy Raccoon to secure the series 3-1 has now been turned into a 2-2 tied up series. And that man on your screen that you saw just several seconds ago, Fielder, did more than enough work to deliver that one for Falcons. And we'll see how map 5 goes right after this.
거점 볼게. 무시할게. 트레 건져 트레. 아, 안 좋아. 트레 땅피. 오! 예, 가보자. 윈스턴 가보자.
Crazy Raccoon Falcons number 28 delivering once again with a map 5 giga banger going the entire distance, and I wouldn't have it any other way. You are watching your OWCS Bootcamp. This is the first match of our final day of proceedings here. Semi-finals time. Someone subbed in. Junbin looking like he's still in the current lineup. Map 5, Domina required, and no hero bans.
Now this is very risky. This is a risky move here, Avril. I mean, bringing in a player in a map 5, potential reverse sweep, has had no warm-up. You know, no other maps played so far in the series, wasn't even played at all yesterday. And, I mean, looking at this, I mean, you're expecting, obviously, to see some dive tanks played in particular. And remember,
it has to be Domina.
Don't we have it has to be Domina, right? So, I mean, that's even more interesting, too, considering the fact that Hanbin's been playing Domina for this team. So the more I think about it, I'm like, what is this?
Hanbin's looked insane on Domina as well. It's not even just he's played it. Remember what he did on Blizzard World on that first point was beautiful stuff. So, you're right. I mean, look, someone who's been a staple on this roster since last year, a former 2023 world champion in his own right. Of course, I said everybody on Falcons is a former world champion of some kind. But bringing in a player cold for map 5 to clutch out and win the final map, I mean, that is a lot of pressure for any substitute to handle.
And it is going to be Lijiang Tower here. And remember, as we were talking about earlier, final stipulation rule set here. We have a rule for the first and the final map / decider map of the series if we get there, which is, you know, first map we have to play all 5 of the new heroes that were added. The final map you must play Domina. And that's the current head scratcher with someone coming in, is that someone's going to be playing the Domina here for Falcons with no warm-up and really no other time seen in the tournament here in Bootcamp. So a bit of an unknown factor, and someone is a player that we've seen show a lot of flexibility. It was very crucial to the 2023 championship for Mayhem, having that extra flexibility in his back pocket, but has been struggling to kind of find his footing a bit at times, reach those highs recently in the OWCS.
You look over the other side as well. I mean, Max has barely played this entire series. It's a different look for Crazy Raccoon, who up until this point looked like they were heavily dependent on Max to take them through an off-tank dominated meta. We're going to end this one out the old-fashioned way. Both your main tanks, and I suppose the hero pools don't matter anymore because you have to play Domina both sides. We have seen Junbin play Domina. We haven't seen someone like a Ham on the Falcon side play it just yet. Now you have 3 of the former Florida Mayhem core all lined up. Left to right, Merit, Checkmate, and someone. The 2023 Dallas Field Championship backline and Field It and Chio trying to make their way into this map 5 reverse sweep, by the way, if it does come true.
Really, this team, I mean, everything on the line here. Final map of the series. Someone in a bit of a mystery substitute. And here in the El Clasico, Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. And I mean, just about anything can happen at this point with someone coming in, because this is something that I definitely did not expect here for this final map.
Lijiang Tower is where it all ends for our 2 teams in the semi-finals. Winner moves on to grand finals. Loser goes home. They won't have to go far because we are here in Seoul for Seoul OWCS Bootcamp. Let's get into it.
Passion's there. Passion's there. Also, just a quick fun stat, by the way. The Junbin Earth Shatter in our first map, or rather in the Esperanca, 59 seconds to build that first shatter. And then the AKM Blade, the famous AKM Blade. So very funny little stat line. 59 seconds exactly. Longer.
Oh, longer than the AKM. Yeah, I think longer, it was like over 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Nearly half the map. By the way, look at these team compositions right now. As someone takes on Junbin. There you go. Welcome into Bootcamp, someone. Notice that both players are on Cat. Cat is not required here. Only the Domina is required. So both teams opting to play Jetpack Cat, and Chio, of course, has been the better looking one so far. Compared to Chorong, who hasn't had as much time in these officials that we've seen. He's mostly favored the Lucio or maybe the Wuyang.
First cap going away for Falcons.
Notice that Merit's also staying on the Cass here as well. Like, he's not opting to go into the Sojin here.
No, I mean, Merit really favors that cast, loves having just the ability to crawl it out, I think, at times, and have those, not worried about the rails, just taking those consistent headshot taps here at times. And I like the cat pick as well. Yeah, I like the cat pick as well, because you have environmental hazards. You have a lot of environmental hazards for a map like Lijiang as well. So cat can put a lot of value.
The combo is nearly online now. Merit's just about there. Chio's in fact just going to go for pull-off straight away. Chorong's already marking him. In fact, Chorong's done more than mark him. Chorong's taking down Chio in the middle of that entire play. But guess what? While Jinbin was gone, Falcons were trying to take down the rest of the Crazy Raccoon line. However, with someone falling, numbers in favor of Crazy Raccoon. Chio thought he had a play onto Crazy Raccoon and may have just gone a little bit too deep onto that one, because he could have just played it safe, offered up into Merit Deadeye instead for the Cat City combo, but decides to try and go for a drag off, knowing that Chorong could just save Jinbin anyway.
And so many, the top teams now in particular are so aware of the jetpack. Oh, wait, what is this? You see Chorong harassing Chio here, going for this lifeline, going for the tether on the angle. Chio already pretty low, but Chio instead going to take down Chorong, just saying, actually, never mind. That's not going to work out for you.
Yeah, let me deliver this package off of the doorstep and then shake the dog, aka cat, off my leg. As Jinbin is going to come on in, despite all of Chio's heroics. It will still be Crazy Raccoon, looking like they largely have control here, but no Falcons. All plays alive. It's actually someone, rather. It wasn't sure, it was someone. Now using Panopticon. Falcons staying alive, and Cat will be going over very shortly, you'd imagine.
Some last-minute heroics there from Crazy Raccoon, forcing the Panopticon to come out from someone. Really, that fight was looking relatively won off that early pick, but Heesing was keeping a lot of pressure there on the point. As now Crazy Raccoon looking to get back in. Team Falcons 50% on the bank already.
Someone low. Be careful with that one. No support opens for Falcons, and Jumbo will claim someone's life very quickly. Falcons, yep, nothing else to talk about here. Chorong dragging Fielder off the map, dragging himself off the map, but it doesn't matter. You'll get the full cleanup here. And a fast flip. Crazy Raccoon do trail in percentage, but they're catching up.
Very funny idea of that catnap, or that ult there for the jetpack cat to be almost like a Reinhardt pin off the map, just to guarantee the elim in this situation, which is one of the few ways you can guarantee it against someone that has a lot of mobility like a fellow jetpack cat. As now Falcons looking to recontest. Chio just poking around, and Chio and Chorong just having a lot of aerial battles right now. No one wants to give the free space, the free angles here as they get into this entry, and the Sundering Blade going to be up for checkmate.
Some around, there's not exactly any shields trying to counter here, although just typically quite good. Lip and Merit, the hit scans, both teams going down, but checkmate has got to slice through Jinbin. That'll give a big advantage over. Both the cats are going to end up going off the map. There's only Heesang available now, and it won't be enough. Falcons, just as quickly as Crazy Raccoon got that first with Falcons strike back.
And you see this multi-pronged pressure happening in the backline too, where they're sending Chio, they're sending checkmate, or potentially even one of the other DPS into this back just to force Crazy Raccoon to turn around. And now they have those picks. Chio even taking Chorong off the map there, obviously, as the off angle here from Lip. Overclock gonna be available, just trying to play off to the side around the shield. Someone goes down.
Early big damage. Remember, despite the shielding coming through from the Dominant, you can break the pieces, and once those pieces are broken, small parts of the shield is available for Lip to just get these kills and get the damage in there. You talk about the stagger also. Merit caught out, nowhere to run. 98%, and I think the point is gone. Crazy Raccoon off the back of Lip overclocked and allowing Crazy Raccoon to push into Falcon spawn. Means Falcons are not even going to get the chance to contest. 100 to 98, a close scoreline and percentage points for our opening round.
And you can really see the value of both these backlines, just how mobile they are. I mean, you had Lucio Kiriko, you want to talk about a mobile backline. Then you had Cat Kiriko. It's just almost infinite mobility in terms of the off angles being taken, the now vertical angles being taken as well from the jetpack cats. And you just look at these teams and you see across the board a relatively equal matchup. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon taking the first round. Heesing having a pretty good performance so far.
Yeah, 10-1.
Falcons maybe going to play the sim. Yeah, 10-1. Very, very good stat line.
I think the sim is just going to be for TP purposes. Checkmate going back over towards nothing. He has got to stay on the sim. I thought maybe he would maybe think about the Vendetta or perhaps the Tracer, but tried and true. Checkmate, he is the sim player. Opening stun from Jinbin is going to catch a double. He's saying going to go for the fire. This is what we're talking about. He's a specialist as well. Sometimes bringing out those flyers. So we're playing the coastline. Watch out for that.
And I think Falcons acknowledging this comp choice already and trying to play super aggressively here in the White Room, because they know that they're playing Lucio Kiriko. They don't have any flyers. with the sim. They want to just take a very aggressive fight since Heesang's going to have to play the off angles. But Heesang here coming in, putting a lot of damage.
Oh, big damage. Rocket connecting. Someone gone. Falcons down to 4. Very low HP as well, and this is looking done. Crazy Raccoon, no one even dropping their lives here as Falcons are routed on fight number 1. It's map 5, match point here with Crazy Raccoon already taking round 1 and now taking the first fight of round 2.
Chio here making the swap over to Jetpack Cat, and Checkmate goes Tracer. So they're going to have a little bit more options here to potentially pepper. He's saying here, pepper Chorong. And you see someone being taken along the map, but Chorong's there. Chorong's going to be watching for this. Going to have a little bit of support. They want to take this Mega Pack and start pressuring the point.
Chorong's going to go ult here as well. Chio hasn't done a lot of damage or healing this time around, and Chorong's just getting away with it. Speaking of getting away with it, another rocket flying true. Checkmate finds out, especially swapping onto Tracer. The low HP. Someone is actually going to find the Magnum shot that he sent us. Look at the first couple of kills coming through for Falcons so far. They need a couple more as Jimin wants to Panopticon save this fight and might just be able to do so. Looking like a bit of a clutch move from Jimin.
And really good finds there from Crazy Raccoon, where Team Falcons, they were pressuring the point so heavily here. They need to get out now. And I love the off angles. It was a really good use of the E there from Chio as well. Does a bit of the damage, also gets the knockback, but 50% already for Crazy Raccoon. What is
Merritt swapped off at 99%. He gave up the Deadeye entirely. They're not even going to go for the combo anymore because I think he realizes he's just getting completely pressured out. Needs some of the slice and needs some of the rail burst shots to take down Crazy Raccoon members.
Especially because the off angles are just so incredibly strong here. So, okay, Chio chasing out Vigilante, gonna get taken down in return here. Rush used on point.
And that Chio's not there for the save. Chorong, the Fielder again. My goodness, Fielder has been so magical these last few maps. Chio might not have been there for the save, but certainly Fielder will be, and now someone empowered taking Jimin down. Fielder for his trouble is going to go down to Lip. However, Falcons have finally flipped the point.
Lip here, or rather he's saying just playing off on the flanks, trying to pressure. Chio wants to bring it back, Fielder, bring it back. Someone that's been so consistent for this team, getting an incredible amount of limbs. Checkmate here. Trying to do a little duel Chorong.
Lip wants action. He wants to go for Merritt, and Merritt's down to Chorong. A little bit of an alley-oop play. The setup is perfect, but Chio gets a bit of revenge. Still 3 versus 4. The Vigilante pops the ult. The Falcons can't do much about it, which means Crazy Raccoon will win the fight, get the flip, and now force us into final fight territory. Crazy Raccoon on the warpath for a victory here, and Falcons, they need something desperate now.
Pulse is up for Checkmate, not too far away from the overclock, but they have to be worried about the knockdown. Oh, beautiful Suzu from Fielder, but now no Suzu here coming into this fight. Panopticon for Junbin, and so much of this on someone to try to mitigate the value of the Panopticon. Just have the shield. It's only going to catch one. It's only going to be someone the best possible pick there.
Merritt, he goes down, 97%, he needed that. Merritt goes down, Falcons are falling apart, 3 dead. Someone to follow through, only Checkmate 1 versus 5, and he's not going to be able to do it. Crazy Raccoon, Jumbin coming in, massive Panopticon, huge kill onto Merritt, and despite all of the shenanigans that happened on this map and the last, the Reinhardt and Esperanca, Crazy Raccoon end up delivering on map 5 when it counts.
Crazy Raccoon showing just the flexibility of this squad. Seeming like they brought back, they've learned a lot from the first day. And Falcons put up an incredible fight there, but I mean, you just can't count this team out. And again, we're here at the El Clasico. The meta looks strong for Falcons. Falcons even had a heroic effort to bring back, and Crazy Raccoon again triumphing at the LAN event, at the international event. I mean, it's just insane how much Crazy Raccoon has this team's number. And really just the amount of talent on the squad across the board.
With that victory, Crazy Raccoon extend their head-to-head record from 9 to 18 to now 19 wins in favor of Crazy Raccoon to 9 for Falcons. As Crazy Raccoon Falcons number 28 goes the way of Crazy Raccoons, sending them into the grand finals. Ignore those predictions, please. Of the OWCS Bootcamp. And honestly, Falcons, I'll be real with you, they look like they have the momentum going to the final map, but an interesting late map 5 substitution, questionable. I'm not going to say it's someone's fault. However, at that point in time, I don't know if it was the right choice to substitute Harbin out of the lineup when he was doing so well. Speaking of players doing well, Avast, Lip, solid as ever.
Lip, I mean,
a dominant playmaker for this team, dominant in his career. You put him on the hit scan and he makes things happen, and he did for this series. Lip just opened up the fights over and over and over again. Even when there were moments where it looked potentially lost for Pazer Raccoon, he just brings it back. And he's just such a star player in general, such a piece of star power for this team that brings Pazer Raccoon back to the brink so often.
The winningest player of all time, when you look at his Wikipedia record and all the W's in there, all the gold medals, all the first places. No other active Overwatch professional with this length of career has had as many wins and as many titles as Lip has, and now he's looking for one more title to add to the list, or Bootcamp.
OWCS 부트캠프 마지막 날, 안녕하세요. 아나운서 이시훈입니다. 오늘 준비된 첫 번째 경기부터 쉽지 않았죠. 크레이지 라쿤이 승리를 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 네, 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM은 립선수가 차지하게 되었는데요. 25번째 매치라고 들었습니다. 하지만 시즌 1호 나팔전 당당히 승리를 거머쥐는 크레이지 라쿤인데요. 오늘 경기 좀 오랜만에 나팔전이었잖아요. 소감 한마디 들어볼까요?
And this first question is, you have confidently won the 25th Falcon match in this matchup against each other. Please tell us how you feel about beating Falcons here again in the matchup.
25th because as Crazy Raccoon, but I also included when they were whack as well, because it's the same team typically, but
they've never been whack, okay? They've always been cool. They've always been cool. But the answer to that question is, it's been a while, but we've met so many people. And by this view, I think he's referring to Falcons as a team. We played against them so often that we always have fun playing them. And, you know, they know they get challenged, and it's great to meet them here in a matchup. And then follow-up question there for Lip. How did you end up playing the Reinhardt for Esperanca? So referring to when Junbin played Reinhardt and charged his first shatter within 4 minutes and 44 seconds on that map, which was longer than the AKM blade. And Lip says, I just remembered during that match, we remembered as a team that we weren't feeling that well, so we wanted to practice a bit more. We wanted to so I guess lately admitting, or perhaps outright admitting that perhaps it was a bit of a throw from him, tongue in cheek. But that with the Esperanca pick there with Junbin on Reinhardt. The next question, what are your thoughts on Domina? How she's affected the Lip saying the gun. Bit of a tricky one to use, a bit of an interesting mechanic, but I think that we started to master it and get the hang of it. Time going on.
저는 리퀴드 3대2로 하겠습니다.
역배리.
And then final question, Twisted Minds versus Liquid, who do you think will win? He's saying Team Liquid, Team Liquid winning 3-2, Map 5 versus Twisted Minds.
Might be a little bit of hopefulness coming through here. They want Liquid to win because they don't necessarily want to fight TM again, or do they? First of all, TM and Liquid have to fight out next match. Find out who wins after this.
도미나 쳐줘. 템포 딜라인 노래 템포 무시할게. 고양이 피크 템포 보면 이겨. 에이야. 트레 온다. 일부러 이거 재밌게 하려고 일부러 오는 거야.
존나 몰칸데 재밌지.
몰칸데.
shooting star!
Do your worst, or I will.
Hello! Feeling better yet?
We'll show them a trick or two.
Let the kitsune guide you! Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings!
Come closer. I won't bite.
Boom! I'm feeling it!
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove!
Be uplifted!
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit! Nice try!
F it up!
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
Yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars!
Whatever it takes,
Whatever it takes,
victory
will be ours!
blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it! Oh!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on.
Feeling warm yet? bowl.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are.
Semifinals number 2 heating up now for the preseason boot camp of the 2026 OWCS season. I'm Avril here with a vast coming through for match number 2. Twisted Minds versus Team Liquid, defending world champions from EMEA versus the best of North America in Team Liquid.
And this is the long-awaited NA versus EMEA matchup that everyone wants to see at every event for Overwatch. We've had the El Clasico. Now it is time for perhaps El Clasico 2 in terms of the fact that NA versus EMEA, which everyone loves to see.
These two teams have never played.
No, but I'm calling it I'm gonna anoint it El Clasico in spirit just because it's North America versus EMEA. But maybe we can start tradition now.
It's regional, because the two regions have this rivalry always, which is quite fun.
It is. It is extremely fun. I mean, Twisted Minds obviously coming off a world championship in 2025, and Team Liquid looking to have a bit of a better, I think, run deep in the tournaments comparatively, especially at the end of last year. And this team has a lot of potential. We saw them play, both these squads play earlier, and they've looked great. And Avril, I mean, it's going to be likely a banger, I hope. I mean, we went into Falcons Crazy Raccoon thinking like, oh, Falcons got the clear advantage here. Now look at this. It's like, well, this should be a bit more contested. And I'm hoping we don't get surprised.
Wait, T1, they got crushed by Twisted Minds yesterday. Virtus Pro started to put up a little bit of a fight versus Liquid. But Liquid strike back so hard. As you just see the preparation on Liquid in their powerful Vendetta play was amazing. However, we've also seen incredible Vendetta play out of players like Zest on T1, and Twisted Minds were able to handle that. So Zera on Team Liquid has his work cut out for him. You have the best of both regions coming into this matchup where really no excuses here. EMEA have their number 1 team, NA have their number 1 team. You're not fighting against any 2, 3, 4s or whatever in the ranking. This is the best of NA versus the best of EMEA, and no excuses left to play through.
And certainly no 6 or 7s. Certainly none of those. None of those rosters are going to make it either to this event.
On the phone to Achilles, I'm getting him back in. I'm making the call.
Good luck, Seth. Good luck. Good luck, buddy. Good luck following up that piece of amazing commentary.
Voss is very in tune with the commentary on the internet with the young crowd, I think.
This caster absolutely commentary mugs Achilles cast, spiking his cortisol. But more on today's matchup here, obviously. Twisted Minds, Team Liquid. And this team, I mean, both these squads, I mean, we kind of talked to death already, but they're just both extremely talented in the region. They have champions on both these rosters, either previously from Overwatch League or from OWCS. And really, it's exciting to see how they continue to develop since yesterday, as they've got more hands, more time on the new heroes. Because remember, we are going to be playing, some maps dedicated to just playing those new heroes, along with allowing them to get played throughout the rest of the series and just develop as the meta develops. And it was a bit of a quieter day yesterday from Quartz, honestly, versus T1, though TVNT picked up that slack heavily and simple. Just really doing some incredible things. So I'm wondering today, maybe Quartz going to come back, surge back here for Twisted Minds a bit more, and we're going to see a little bit more of the Quartz dominance that we're expecting.
Of course, the winner goes on to play Crazy Raccoon in the grand finals. Both these two teams from NA and EMEA have experience against Crazy Raccoon, but reasonably one-sided in terms of results because Liquid haven't beaten Crazy Raccoon. To be fair, they only played them one time. It was the mid-season championship group stage of last year, 2-3. Crazy Raccoon scraped by on a map 5, and I think Team Liquid would love to get that rematch in. Twisted Minds, though, they've also played Crazy Raccoon 2 times, beat them twice, including at the World Finals to send them into the lower bracket, and now a World Championship team on your screen again, walking up as you might even potentially say Bootcamp favorites.
Yeah, that would not be unreasonable at all. This roster looking incredible here, looking very strong yesterday as well. And that's the thing about a World Championship level team, is that they have players that
and someone's a little bit quieter, someone else steps up. And we saw that performance out of TVNT showing its flexibility, and overall this roster just very well poised for the meta. When you look at their strengths, when you see how strong, you know, still playing kind of a rush style can be at times, and even showing very good proficiency on the newer heroes.
Of course, map number 1, we are required to play through all 5 of the new heroes, and to decide who gets to choose map number 1, we will have a 1v1 subsequently as well. But looking at the starting lineup, no surprises. UB still not in for the time being because On-Run is required to be played. That'll be piloted by Jwoo. Waiting to see if in maps 2 and onwards, if UB is going to bring his captaincy and his Symmetra to bear.
And that is definitely an interesting question, right? Is where does UB fit into this roster? UB's talked a little bit about how they knew that maybe Sim not quite as relevant, so they're spending some more time without UB playing and rather having Jwoo.
It was actually because of the Sim bug. He didn't play because he knew about the bug.
Yeah, I saw that, but I'm hoping that, I mean, it would be very funny if that was the case, and then UB's like, I know about this bug that gave us a giant technical issue yesterday and just never told anyone about it. But I'm gonna take the best faith interpretation and say that he did report it, or perhaps I was misinterpreting.
But there's no bug now.
Because if so, yeah, there's no bug now. They fixed it. But if that is true, UB, I will say you cost us 2 hours yesterday, buddy. Cost us 2 hours. We'd like to know, like a little heads up.
Yeah, we could have charged 1 Jumpin' Earth Shatter in that time. So, UB, we'll see if the Symmetra does come on through. Because I think Sim is playable. We've seen Checkmate pull that through. Team Liquid, though, they're not going to be pulling that hero out. Extremely unlikely. Tree and Zero leading the way. The DPS lane, very flexible, very powerful. Both of them absolutely dominating Virtus Pro for the most part, except for that one map that we had in the middle. Solid backline that have been together for their 3rd year now in a row. And, of course, Infected. I think the best tank in North America, certainly the most flexible tank in North America. Team Liquid are stacked top to bottom. And it's a #1 versus #1 fight regionally that I think both teams have been looking forward to for some time, because, as I mentioned, these two teams have never played against each other.
And that's why we're now calling it, we will all start calling it now the secondary of Classico. We'll start now calling it that.
The Twisted Liquid Bowl.
The Twisted Liquid Bowl here. But really, I mean, the story of yesterday for this squad is that we knew going in they had a lot of talent, but they had such a good grasp, I think, of the meta in general. Such good fundamentals. Zero continuing to be a player that is a humongous difference maker and someone that can make plays for this squad. And you look at just the overall flexibility of this team, they're looking very, very strong heading into it. And as a reminder, for our first map of the series, we are going to be playing the 5 new heroes exclusively here for Season 1 for this first map.
And a 1v1 preceding that to sort of decide what map we're going to get taken to and who gets first map choice between our two teams. Then maps 2 onwards, bans available. The 5 heroes you see on screen, the Season 1 heroes cannot be banned in that ban phase, and then we'll, if necessary, go to a final map. And on that final map, Dominant must be played and bans are turned off. So that's exactly the format that we followed in our first semi-final, where we did go to 5 maps. For Twisted Minds, seeing them make short work of T1 yesterday, seeing VP as well make short work of by Team Liquid. I mean, both teams largely cruising through their quarterfinals to get here.
Yeah, definitely a meeting of giants here at this point, and we're really lucky to be having the caliber of games that we're getting this early in the season here, thanks to Bootcamp with Chris Raccoon Falcons before this, and now this matchup, hopefully. And continue to see just the adaptations they're making, what they're going to use across this new roster, this new cast of heroes, which have added a lot of very interesting gameplay elements, especially with that hotfix that came through with some of these buffs and these changes. And, you know, heading into the series, I'm very interested to see what the 1v1 who those participants are going to be as well. Because honestly, it did. Jwoo Tree. Okay, Jwoo Tree. Do we know the hero?
Probably a DPS, but unsure what the DPS is. And obviously you have a bit of a role mismatch here, where despite both being DPS plays, Tree slightly more favored towards a hit scan. Jwoo definitely a flex DPS projectile player. That being said, though, and we talked about this yesterday as well, Tree, he's flexible enough that he's essentially in the hyperflex category now, where he can swap between hit scan and projectile. So if it is on run, I mean, Tree could probably pilot that here. If it's Omre, I mean, it's very obvious that Tree is going to be favoring that here. I don't know that Joe would be as comfortable. But we could be thrown for a mixer. It could actually be any of the heroes. It could be a support. Could be the Domino. I mean, we've seen some of that yesterday as well. But we'll kick things out, see what they lock in, and see who wins this one.
Thrown into the mixer. What are we, Shroud?
I understood that reference.
Yeah, did you like that one? So the 1v1, the rollout's going to be happening here. It is On, it is Tree and JWoo here for the 1v1 to determine the map pick.
And it's crazy that he thought Ninja was there first, but anyway, I digress. On run 1v1. Of course, in the actual map 1 that we'll see after this, Zero would typically actually be playing the on run, so Tree having the trust the team put into him at this stage in time. It's a lot of this building up of the fire damage and then using the right click fan. Burner rush. It's just going to be a full engage here. This is it. It's all done. Tree comes out on top. Speaking of Ninja, that was a bit of a ninjutsu battle at the end.
It really feels like when you see the on-run 1v1 there, so much of it, like you talked about, is based off the ignition, and then you get that increase in damage with the right click with the fan to flames right after. And when you hit, like, rather, if it's the, the Dancing Blaze, the E, or the Inferno Rush on the left shift, they also just add a set amount of ignition. So it's just a lot of damage that can stack up really quickly. And you see just Tree with the immediate turn just hits a crucial bit of shots there, wins the 1v1, so map pick going the way for Team Liquid. And that's part of what makes On such an interesting hero, and her role in that sort of like flanker class of, okay, we have someone that is able to kind of fit that Tracer Genji role. She struggles a bit to have the utility of those heroes right now, but she has a really cool overall kit and design built around the ignition and the ability to just stack up that damage really quickly and get in very fast.
We started out on Lijiang Tower. We will remain on Lijiang Tower for our opening map. This was our closing map of the 5-map series between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, and offer Twisted Liquid here in this matchup. It's going to be the beginning stages. Of course, as a reminder, again, you have to play all 5 of the new Season 1 heroes. No swaps allowed here. Quartz versus Tree. Going to be a big battle. We saw JWoo versus Tree in the 1v1, but Quartz is the guy to look out for on this team for Twisted Minds. 75% of the audience favoring the defending world champions, particularly in how dominant they look versus T1 yesterday. Of course, in yesterday's game as well, TVNT, the tank player in the middle of your screen there, the player that actually received that award for his amazing diva play and the clutch ball swap as well.
Yeah, and I think, you have to give obviously a lot of respect to Twisted Minds for their being previous world championships. You see the quintessential Quartz spray down there for the mouse pad, getting a little bit of removing that friction, which aim trainers everywhere and people obsessed with the aim community, they're always watching these little quirks like that.
Everyone going for Twisted Minds, by the way. And I think that might just be true across the board. I don't know. But any other casters end up going for Team Liquid? Let's find out. Do get it twisted, of us. Do get it twisted. Everyone went for Twisted Minds.
It wasn't us. We definitely
We've never been wrong before, clearly, so it's fine.
No. We've never been wrong. I think in this case, though, there's beauty and power in numbers of, if we're wrong, everyone's wrong. And realistically, don't get me wrong, I would love to see Liquid win this match, to have North America. I mean, whenever North America beats EMEA, we can walk away and be very happy, especially since, considering the GK situation is, they don't really have, they're not here, and they don't have that mixed European roster where sometimes the cope comes out. It's like, oh, it was a European roster, European players on the squad, non-NA players. But Liquid, I mean, you're looking at a very North American roster.
Yeah.
And, winning here would be a big win for North America overall.
Yeah, I mean, we look at that Team Liquid roster packed to the rafters with talent, representing the red, white, and blue. Speaking of blue, I mean, all their jerseys have that on, actually. Lighter shade and the darker shade. A couple of the top players in the world from Saudi Arabia on that Twisted Minds team, with some very powerful international talent mixed in as well. JWoo, the new addition to this team, bringing in his really powerful flex DPS capabilities. His mechanical ability is very, very strong. Question will just be, has he had enough time to gel with the team? Has he had enough time to work through any potential communication difficulties? As we head into map number 1, Team Liquid up to the test here to dethrone the world champions. OWCS Bootcamp Match 2, Day 3 starts now.
there are the fans again, working together to get the chance going. Love a little bit of cooperation. Some of the non-hometown heroes here at the arena. And as like we were talking about, 5 new heroes on the board, both these squads for the first map. Mandated Season 1 roster, the new roster. You see a bit of a jetpack cat tack scene here for the Dominas to be expected.
Both teams delivering the Dominas straight over towards the dojo. Side map control. The point unlocks. TVNT versus Infected is Infected. A pretty good matchup into Ice Nom yesterday. TVNT, as we talked about, player of the match on that tank position for Twisted Minds against T1.
Doing a little bit of duel right now, a little bit of poke as RuPaul going in. There's the binding chain. Trying to lock down TVNT. He takes a lot of damage, but look at the lifeline there from Funny Astro. Just bringing them out. Saving them from that pressure. And the first cast goes away Twisted Minds. So just prioritize that point.
Especially pulling TVNT towards the point as well, into the loving embrace of the rest of the team members. A couple of low members, Quartz especially, might be under pressure if Zero can reach the back line, but his position on the side flank has been marked. Team Liquid's health looking largely good at the moment as both teams trying to charge up these ultimates. Funny Astro leading the way. Zero still low HP, still needs to be healed. Liquid wanting to enter from the front as Tree just has his sights on the side as RuPaul also testing the boundaries of the map.
Really good flank pressure coming out from Liquid, but still no cap time, no pressure, too much on the point right now. As Astro gonna commit the catnapper, just gonna take Infected into the rest of the team, trying to bring him in. Can they finish him off?
It's Jaewoo though. Jaewoo and Quartz coming out on top of all of this. Team Liquid. Not enough in the tank. Vega, no ultimate here. Probably, I think, chased after TVNT, but smartly Funny Astro, as you sort of noted there, didn't try and drag Infected off the map, but instead just dragging him out of position so that his team can get an early pick. And Jaewoo and Quartz using that advantage, striking on Team Liquid for the first fight win.
Quartz peeking there, getting some of those right-click headshots there, where Imra does bring a bit of that burst damage if you're taking that take aim. Now, Twisted Mind still holding the point. 4 ults going to be on the board. Liquid, though, pretty big ults. They do have that Jetpack Cat ult available, so those use this. Okay, already. Maybe pop the Ember, try to get on in.
Big. Quartz shut down there. You can see as well Vega flying into the sky in Quartz's face to make sure he'll self-damage to himself, and Vega continues that trend into another DPS as Team Liquid strike back with a vengeance, and not too late yet either, because 87%. Twisted Minds were nearly reaching that last fight territory. Team Liquid needed that.
Yeah, Team Liquid just using the pressure from those ults across the board. The Sanctuary from RuPaul making sure that none of Quartz's damage go through, and even if they want to pop the Panopticon, they're not worried about some of the outside pressure there. And they're still holding on here to the catnap here for Vega, means that they can just look for one person to take. As they go for the cross, they try to get this pressure here on the point. There is still a lot of environmental hazard, or they could do what Astro did before, right? Take one player, maybe TVNT, bring him to the rest of the team, finish him off really quickly. The chain not hitting.
Okay, and off the map we go. Vega attempting to make that play happen. Jaewoo, though, has the ult available. With Milligan Ascent indeed, and descending into RuPaul, and Tree finding out about just how hot Twisted Minds can get. TVNT gets stunned up. Jaewoo on 1 HP, but it doesn't seem to matter here as Infected falls next. TVNT gets the better of him, and Team Liquid don't have numbers left. Vega slightly late death, 90% in counting. Liquid need to touch, and Zero looks like the only one that can do it.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be Zero here. There's no one else really available. Vega's still coming back from spawn, but the pressure, the poke, they gotta get in there finally. Gonna get the touch. So OT gonna be triggered, and they are gonna bring Infected back, but there's no ults here on the board. Astro holding on to that catnapper, and likely Twisted Minds coming up.
Oh, the prediction. Nice plays from Funny Astro. Looking to drop him off the map. Infected gone as well. And that will be the map, or rather the round, I should say, going over to Twisted Minds. But man, that second to last fight, brutal. As Vega desperately trying to get Jaewoo off the map, and Jaewoo responds by saying, let me fly into the sky with this ultimate, drop down and get 2 kills on that same ult, and completely pushing Liquid off the map and forcing them to a very unfavorable spot.
Yeah, really, that is I think the crux of this fight, is that they had a decent position there, but just Vega finding Jaewoo, probably the worst possible target there. The Vermilion Synth was up, Jaewoo could just make it back, and then gets 2 off of it, thinking that maybe they had gotten the kill there, gotten the elim. So now first round goes the way of Twisted Minds here. Roll out here for another. And expect potentially, since it doesn't look like they're going to try to commit to take the mega pack here, they're going to instead focus for the white room for Twisted Minds.
And by the way, you see how much more aggressive the cat players are in this opening map as well, because you know there's no Sojin on the other side of the map. It's going to be Ombre the entire way through. not as much burst threat. You can afford to be a little bit greedy. You can afford to play a little bit more aggressive, knowing that the Umbrays aren't just going to one-tap you like a Soj would. So with the respect to damage over time, though, the sustained damage from the Umray can be pretty dangerous, as EMEA is finding out right now.
Oh, good ball. Getting found as well. Jaewoo trying to get the chase, but Vega chased out very low. Zira backed out as well, as already the position here for Twisted Minds. Very good. Effective, looking to anchor the point, but pretty low. Likely going to go down. Let's see Liquid.
Mechanics once again. Showing what he's worth. Quartz and Simple also getting the clean here. Liquid again, not going to be favorable in this opening fight. And that's considering the fact that also you had Tree on the high ground. He had coast control. Doesn't matter. Twisted Minds still find their opening. Quartz chained up. Still healthy. Funny Astro first to ult.
Yeah, and that's also, I mean, just kind of the problem there too, is that Astro already, once again, getting that early jetpack at ult here. This upcoming fight, just to remove one person, could take him off the map and just start a snowball.
It will require Vega to keep tabs on who Funny Astro goes for. RuPaul getting a bit of damage there as well. Tree once again playing on the sidelines here. Wanted to control the flanking angle. Funny Astro ready to go. Looking for the target. He has caught the on-runner Zero, but not the best target unless you just drag him into your team. Again, smart that he's not going for plays off the map. Just wants to get the kills. Quartz has been traded though. Simple as ultimate available. Infected Panopticon has been spent. Infected has managed to get the best of Simple in that environment. It looks like Team Liquid have done enough. A late catnap ultimate from Vega to see if it ends up really providing the utility required, and Vega will just use it to get a solo kill to Funny Astro.
Now it's going to be coming up here on TVNT. It's a long fight, 60% probably. Nearly 60% to Twisted Minds. But the Panopticon from Infected just making sure they couldn't follow up off that early ult from Funny Astro. And they just played around that damage, got those very critical picks, and then Vega popping another smart cat apper. And okay, pause coming down. We'll see what it is. If it's technical related, more than likely. It looks like it's Vega, since they're all pointing and looking at his screen currently. I mean, I'm taking my context clues and assuming it's likely Vega.
Speaking of context, game right now sits at 57-9% in favor of Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, of course, also having that first round victory on Lijiang that we saw. Vega has a mic issue at the moment that we'll sort out for his team. Liquid won the most recent fight with a flip. RuPaul and Tree sitting on ultimate. Zero at 86. Jaewoo at 92. Quartz and TVNT sitting on ultimates as well. So both teams looking poised to have some good approaches on the way through, but I think that Sanctuary from RuPaul will be a difference maker, especially given that Quartz will have all his damage blocked.
Weak that's happening here for Twisted Minds. Ult's going to be pretty strong here for both these squads, but in particular the Panopticon were just so good for just punishing someone, setting up the fight early. It's okay, Override Protocol out for Quartz and Tree, both looking for a bit of a duel here for the Amra.
So again, you can see players trying to get in the faces of these players. Tree! Air-to-air missiles. Fighter jets out here. Top Gun Maverick. Tree is going to take his opponents down, and for Twisted Minds, the rest will soon follow. Team Liquid, another successful fight. Push them forward and take over on that 57%.
Might be one of the most impactful Imra plays we've seen yet in the entire tournament. I mean, Imra, I just feel like his kit is really interesting, really cool. But it's so hard to get value out of particularly ult just because of the speed sometimes. And right there, Tree hitting a nasty shot now. So Twisted Minds having to look for the recontest. They do have the Panopticon, but Infected not too far away. And TVNT only finding Infected here. And they're going to be punished though.
One kill sometimes is all you need in a 5v5 game, and Tree knows it because one kill back can just give his team the advantage as well. 3 versus 3 now. 2 supports alive with Zero on Team Liquid. But TVNT as the tank is still in the mix for Twisted Minds. Note that the cap is still in favor of Liquid, and Zero cleans up and gets these final few kills. This might be a Liquid point.
There's the chain too, making sure they couldn't chase Zero anymore. The double support pocket for Zero. Twisted Minds gonna have to come back for one last contest. It is possible when you have a jetpack hat on the field. You do have some fast heroes, but likely Vega gonna be looking for this. Everyone gonna be hunting for Funny Astro.
Touch has to be initiated here. Tree controlling the flank as usual. Vega there with him. Funny Astro, somebody on Twisted Minds certainly has managed to get that touch indeed. Infected once more has ultimate available. Uses the Vega also ultimate there as well. For the Zero and Vega getting these kills, dragging players off the map as well to follow through. Only Jaewoo in response for TM. It might not be enough. Zero doesn't care about anything else TM has to offer on this control center. Tied up now in Lijiang Tower map 1, 1-1.
And Zero just dropping the Onron ult in return. Comparatively what happened with, with Jwoo earlier in the first round, using that Vermilion Ascent to get on up, take out Funny Astro. And that's just a really tough fight because you're walking in, all that damage, you're walking into those ults. You have to keep one person at least anchored on the point there. And when you have, Jetpack had ults to deal with, you're going to have to be removing someone from that. So tied up 1-1 now. And Tree, putting on a great performance, but Jwoo equaling that currently. But the real name of the game is, once again, look at Vega on the Jetpack Cat. So, that character in general, that hero, so good at finding final blows and getting the limbs, being in the fight with that mobility.
Mobility from Funny Astro here to early drag TVNT into the side rooms as we're going to play opposite sides of the map. Team Liquid have opted to go to point early, Twisted Minds have opted to take side rooms early. And now the approach is Liquid in a defensive position. TM have to push through front.
Port's putting some good poke so far here on the Imra. They're just waiting for the point to unlock here. Poking going back and forth currently. It's Liquid now going for the wraparound here. You see them both, Vega and Tree.
Good grenade damage. Tree with a protection shot in simple. RuPaul falls as well though, so this is still a 2-for-2 trade. 3v3 once again for these two teams. No tank for Twisted Minds. Liquid still has infected. Now this is just going to be opportunity again for Jwoo or somebody to go for that carry. Stunned up into the wall, Tree takes advantage, and Team Liquid off the back of Infected, still being in the tank, repulsors in hand. They will get the first cap, the first time, by the way, in all of the 3 rounds.
And a beautiful flank there from Liquid. Vega, Tree, playing that really long flank, getting a lot of value as Vega's hunting. Looking at a little bit of info here. You got another hidden value here for the cat. You can just see so much of the map. You can get around, take those angles. Now they're going to know where Twisted Minds are at. Looking to approach the point. Bit of an ult advantage here for Team Liquid.
Of course, he's expecting, right, that maybe Funny Astro is dragging TVNT across the sky. But in fact, TM will once again approach from main. Team Liquid has the advantage of defending here. However, aggression being put onto Infected. No save there. No opportunity to keep him alive. As Vega tries to drag a player off the map. Successfully will do so. Jwoo trades 0. 3v3 again. But TVNT is live. Funny Astro still has a can there, but might just deploy it in the middle of this fight. Unless Tree can get some more damage done. Tree might just be able to save the day for his own team. Vega, you talked about how much damage and impact he had. Well, he's displaying once again with a 3K.
I'm loving Tree's movement and the picks in general here. And additionally, that major perk from Imra that Tree picked there, the heatsink, lets him just keep getting more shots for that pistol, that lifesteal pistol that comes on out. So when you pop it, you can keep yourself sustainable in that fight, make sure that it doesn't go down to TVNT. And now another recontest here for Twisted Minds. Panopticon about to be up, but it can be equaled here by Infected. They are going to have the option for Funny Astro's ult, just looking for someone here on the edge.
Funny Astro going in. Infected looking like he's getting dragged right now into the team, and TVNT will take clear advantage of that 1-0. Wanted to get some revenge here. TVNT throwing in the Panopticon. Team Liquid still need more. Twisted Minds, they have good damage, they have good survivability, and they have a good chance now to turn this around, get the flip over. Liquid may be in the lead, but Twisted Minds have found their fight.
Great fight there from Twisted Minds off of really just that displacement that comes out from Funny Astro again, who's just using it as a way, almost like a Roadhog hook, Instead of trying to view it as an environmental kill, let's just use it as displacement entirely. Every time, set up that fight, especially when considering the Dominant just doesn't have any movement abilities to return to her team necessarily. But Team Liquid now holding on to double support for this fight, especially with the Kick Axe Sanctuary, you're going to be so strong here for the point. Twisted Mind's going to ideally want to try to win the fight on flank.
Tree as well. Got that ultimate coming online. Sanctuary being dropped a little early. RuPaul and Infected will use that. Vega as well. Ulting Twisted Minds. They have to reset quickly here. Their team is completely routed. TVNT gets one in the trade, but he's going to die late. Team are going to get 54% here. Liquid are not close enough to force a 1 fight. But by the time that TM comes back, it will be a must-win. Watching the flank angle now is Tree.
Okay, 85 on the board here for Liquid. Override Protocol, gonna be up. Once again here for Tree, who has been getting a lot of use out of it currently. It looks like, once again, the flank pressure coming out from Twisted Minds. This Tree gonna pop the ult here, trying to find anything here on the point.
The kill. Infected's already gone out again. Tree's trying to even things up a little bit, but he's not finding the shots. Zero does, however, instantly traded. Funny Astro, mind you, still has a bit available. Quartz, big shots coming on through, and Tree can't do enough this fight. Infected dying as early as he did, unfortunately, will end up costing Liquid that fight, but they did get the flip. So Twisted Minds still stuck on 54% at the start of that.
And this is actually a pretty good situation for Twisted Minds. RuPaul has to be careful. Very low. I take a bit of damage there from Quartz, but the Panopticon's up. Double DPS ult. Not too far away from the Kekai Sanctuary either for Simple. So a lot of tools in the kit here for Twisted Minds. And for Liquid, they have time to give. They can play it slow, build some ults, look for a pick. As Quartz takes that damage there. I mean, it's just the sticky there for the perk for Tree. Huge.
Speaking of sticking, how about Funny Asher sticks a play in the middle of nowhere, infected, looking to get dragged, but Vega gets the better of Funny Asher. Another double kill. Vega looking like the most impactful play in the lobby. At times a triple here, TVNT off the map, and Liquid, I think they've taken the map.
They definitely have here. That's going to be the map for Team Liquid, taking the first map of the series here in the NA versus EMEA showdown at Bootcamp. And Vega, I mean, we've talked about Jetpack Cat a lot in the hands of these really mechanically solid, fundamentally sound support players, and Vega showing again the value. But for me, honestly, I'm shouting out Tree here just because Tree, that felt like one of the more impactful IMRA performances we've seen so far here at the event. I feel like his mastery of the hero is honestly pretty high already. And it's tough because his kit is strong, but it lags behind some of those other hitscan heroes at times, what we've seen, which is why we haven't seen IMRA pick quite as much once we get off this mandated composition for the first map. But I'm really impressed there by Team Liquid on their usage of the new heroes.
Words being spoken to by the coaching staff, Colosseo and Danny there for Team Liquid, is the work is not yet done. Map 2 and onwards are going to be opening up the hero pool. No more mandated heroes required to be played. This is where Twisted Minds are going to get dangerous. I mean, so will Team Liquid, as Twisted Minds taking their first map loss so far of Bootcamp. They went flawless versus T1 yesterday, but that flawless streak ends now. Team Liquid with map 1. Let's see what happens on map 2 after this.
Missing one. Oh, no. Under one. I'm on one. Heal me. Just I'm right. They can't touch. They can't touch. Yeah, that one fight we just need a better scouting. I didn't.
First blood has officially been drawn here in our second semi-final of the preseason Bootcamp. Twisted Minds versus Team Liquid, and Liquid get map 1 on Lijiang Tower. Now Twisted Minds, their map choice for map number 2.
Loving the sign there. Loving the sign. The UB kiss with the Life Weaver. Loving the sign here, loving the artwork in the crowd. And Liquid already looking very strong here in the series. And I do think that this is a team that has a great grasp and understanding already of this new hero roster, which I have no doubt will pay dividends for them as we head into the rest of the season for OWCS and for the rest of this tournament, hopefully, the Bootcamp. As now we're waiting to see how Twisted Minds are going to respond. And, you know, again, I have to say, Avril, Port's just looking a little quiet.
Seemed that way yesterday and maybe continuing today. However, I will say, hope right now would be that perhaps Omre's just not his hero. What you want to see Quartz on is the Surge. That's his primary. That's his number 1. A1 from day 1. Esperanca the pick from Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds did not get to play this map yesterday versus T1. So perhaps a new look here. Of course, I didn't see a substitution. I believe Jay is still in, so no Symmetra shenanigans to come on through. Vendetta taken away. They saw how good Zero was on that hero yesterday, and they don't want a piece of it, at least not for now. But look at that. A counter target ban. Your strongest player yesterday was Zero on the Vendetta. TVNT's strongest player was TM's strongest player was
TVNT. I mean, he is his strongest player, to be fair. He's also the strongest player for himself. He is piloting, if you could say, his own mech. He's piloting
There's a baby diva piloting all
mech.
of us somewhere.
Yeah, just the little baby diva inside of us all in terms of our flesh mech. And I do think for TVNT, that's a very smart ban coming out for Liquid, just because we've seen the impact he has. And as we get into this next map here, Liquid up 1-0 versus Twisted Minds. And they equalize.
They're giving some props over to Jimin there with the minor Rhine hover, but I think lesson learned. He doesn't want to make the same mistakes as what Crazy Raccoon did on that particular map. An early diva ban from Liquid. Note that this means you're not going to have a sort of situation like Crazy Raccoon and Falcons got to have on Gibraltar, where you can have this asymmetric ban against TVNT. You're removing the diva early, forcing TVNT on towards a Zarya here instead. Infected on the Domina. It's going to be his choice.
Domina Zarya matchup is interesting here, right? Because it functions somewhat similarly to what you see with the Sigma matchup to Zarya. Long flinch tree, Quartz,
well,
Jaywu both down immediately there. Losing to the
taking down the counterparts. Tree, you noted, he's been better than Quartz so far, and he's continuing with that trend right now on map 2. Vega onto Simple, TVNT desperate to find something, and Vega continues his own kill streak from Cat onto Lucio.
I mean, just a dominant fight there for Liquid. I mean, they just look extremely confident here, hunting down DPS players here for Twisted Minds on the flanks, controlling them entirely as Tree, trying to get a little cheeky with the picks. So now Twisted Minds looking to come back in here, stop the bot, get some progress of their own.
What's just trying to find his way into the map. Again, he really needs to be able to step up, particularly against Tree, but everyone on Team Liquid. Best hit scan in the world, just November last year. Now February, needs to prove that he can retain that title against Team Liquid and against Tree. Twisted Minds looking to push forward on this low HP infected.
Jaywu there, making them turn back around here just a bit, trying to get them off their positioning. Tree playing far back, alongside RuPaul, looking for rails. As Twisted Minds just still trying to find the opening, playing slow, looking to go to the portals here. Yeah, the rush coming up for both these squads very soon, but Vega also has that beat advantage, right? So they do have a bit of an opportunity to potentially just lap them.
That's because of the early damage and kills he's managed to get over Funny Astro and just winning the team fight, which means once a Kitsune Rush is dropped down, if this goes loud and fast, Vega has a large support advantage. Funny Astro still lagging behind in that regard. Twisted Minds They know that to be the case. Funny Astro desperately looking to catch up now. Vega speeding in. Instant sound barrier. Tree once again on course, and Tree continuing the rampage against Funny Astro as well. Not even going to give him a chance to find that sound barrier. He's not even close. 92%. Certainly a little too far away. Simple will make his name heard loud and clear as he did yesterday to memory. But it will still be Team Liquid and Vega with 3 in that fight.
Bit unfortunate there for Liquid, because if they had won that cleanly, they probably keep the bot pressure going, but they lose 2 at the very end. So they don't get to take too much presence here, though they are going to be back relatively quickly. Twisted Mind's now holding onto the grab for this upcoming fight, and they're going to have the beat of their own. So you look towards Tree, you look towards Infected. Can they just pop the overclock, commit aggressively, especially considering that they don't have bubbles here for Tree? So maybe they look to Infected just pop out a Panopticon. And he is, he's going to pop it.
Popped. Oh, Funny Astro had to be careful there to get stunned, but DVNT falls crucially before the sound barrier drops, and Zera delivers that pulse from Quartz. Just cannot catch a break here, whether it's from Tree or from Zera. Team Liquid still send their regards, and now we have first point checkpoint capture on board for Team Liquid.
I mean, incredible tempo here for Liquid. Very, very good tempo for Liquid so far. Liquid just playing these fights perfectly. They're using their ults exactly how you need to. Just make one advantage, know your advantage, pop it earlier if you need to. DVNT now holding onto the grab. The overclock still up. And for Twisted Minds, they have to somehow get in here. They don't really have an option to get any verticality.
Needs to be careful about his HP pool to get taken down to 1, but thankfully, in this type of matchup, Twisted Minds can't just aggress onto him. There's no sim to TP them up. TMT is stuck on the ground, and Quartz needs an angle, which he doesn't have. Graviton Surge is available. Tree flies first, so looking for Tree. He misses, but he does grab at least a tank. Tree free to move around and still snipe players. Railing shots all the way from the distance in the window. Clear fire, target-rich environment. Tree and Vega both getting kills here. Twisted Minds still cannot get anything done in this Esperanca map. Vega on the kill feed, ever as present.
Vega, I mean, what is Vega's stats right now? Vega has to have a ridiculous amount of elims and final blows currently on the Lucio, and just the rotation from Liquid in general. Again, knowing, okay, grabs up, overclocks up, we can just rotate around them, pressure from the other side, we can't stand up to the grab. And now they're going to have double support for this fight. They're going to have a pulse. Liquid putting on a masterclass for Twisted Minds right
now. Reaching nearly the 100%, or the 100-meter mark, rather, I should say. Simple dropping his ult, but guess what? Vega Root will have more. Team Liquid just had more. DVNT, he's got none. No HP at all. Simple with the 1 response. Simple seems to be the most stable and consistent player in Twisted Minds so far, because everyone else around him, his entire team, falling to pieces. Team Liquid finally will be slowed down somewhat by Quartz landing some shots, but Liquid are still going to reach that 100-meter mark.
There it is. Avril Theorem, it's there, Avril. Your namesake, it's arrived. And Funny Astro gonna get caught late too, so they can't even really use their spawn advantage here that much at all. They're not gonna be able to chase without the speed. And then we're gonna have the Panopticon available. Astro won't have beat in time because they're going down. I mean, just a brutal
Twisted
situation.
has won the fight. Hang on. Twisted haven't truly won the fight because Infected survived that situation, and now he's got a Panopticon TVNT in the face, allowing Tree to find the shot again. This might be Twisted Mind pushing even further. They're going to go all the way to spawn if they have to. Team Liquid are just destroying Twisted Minds. They don't have anything left in the tank, it seems, as Twisted Minds are back against the wall, stuck in spawn.
I mean, just nothing happening here for Twisted Minds right now. Liquid just having the tempo, having the exact right calls every time, and they're chasing so deep. And even if they lose players here, Astro has to drop a 3-man beat in spawn. I mean, that's in spawn. It is in spawn. It is literally in spawn.
Not figuratively, literally, as the man said. Now Zera, the last one surviving, just going to try and delay things somewhat. Twisted Minds, I have not seen them in this type of state since I guess they play extremely close matches against last year's Colosseo, where Colosseo was maybe getting the better of them, but this is a very, very different looking Twisted Minds in terms of performance to what we're used to.
It's evil. It's evil Twisted Minds, perhaps. Inverse Twisted Minds. We have
minds twisted.
Non-twisted minds. Perhaps non-twisted bodies? I don't know. We'll have to think about that. We'll have to think about that a little bit more. But now Quartz here on the off angle again, close to the overclock. Ult's pretty good for Twisted Minds, despite having to pop the beat in spawn, but 3 minutes in the bank and 130 meters for Team Liquid.
Just a nightmare scenario to be in if you are the losing team here. It's going to require near perfect gameplay, especially as we get closer to the OT here as well. A large amount of ultimates for TM. They can't afford to lose
continued fights. Courts finding his mark. TVNT using that Graviton Surge to start bringing the team fight into favor. Tree will still respond with one, but Tree doesn't have enough teammates alive anymore to continue this fight. He looks stuck at the moment, and Liquid have lost this fight, allowing TM to get their first serious
Tree
amount of
has the
meters on the
Mandate of
board.
Heaven. He's finally gonna go down, but I'm like, I look at this, I see him escaping. He got that pick on Quartz. Tree might have the Mandate of Heaven right now. He might. The Jade Emperor has blessed him. I can't believe what I'm seeing currently for Tree. I mean, he's just moving differently. Twisted Mind's gonna get this first checkpoint finally, like you talked about, Admiral. But I mean, Liquid, just the confidence in their play right now, so high.
And they have the room to take risks as well. They know they're severely ahead. They know this time is running out for TM. All they have to do, if they want to play the rest of this perfectly, is play a strong defensive game, bleed ultimates out of Twisted Minds, and eventually TL, when it comes to the overtime, when the clock goes to 0, they're going to have a major economical advantage on ults, and that will be enough to win the map and take them to match point.
Zero just pressuring here, making Quartz be very, very aware. And they forced that recall for JWoo, so he's not going to be able to go for the pulse push yet. And Opticon available, so they're going to go for the aggressive beat instead of the engage.
Opticon in, Vega responds with his own beat as well. Quartz waiting for the green HP to go before he can use his overclock. And he won't get a chance to infect it, just running him down. Twisted Minds, they needed Quartz alive to be able to continue this fight. TVNT looks to fall next. The simple gone, the healing just won't be enough. Just as team, or rather Twisted Minds, look to get some distance, TL shut it down.
And now they're really, I mean, equalized like half that push advantage they have. There's a rush available for RuPaul in this fight. A minute in the bank. And because of the nature here of push, Liquid, all they have to do is play to win one good fight. And they have the advantage to do so. They can just keep putting the pressure here onto Twisted Minds, who are going to be incentivized to have to pop ults aggressively because they can't afford to lose a fight. They just can't because of the distance advantage.
We need a big moment from Quartz. This is the man on the team with the big name, with the big aim, and the big gun as well, delivering the damage into the back line if he can. But so far, Team Liquid are just not taking any damage. They're taking the bot away, and Team are on the wrong side of the map. They've been completely out-rotated, out-moved. Swift legs from Team Liquid, out-positioning Twisted Minds as the grab will be solo onto Infected. That's good enough for a kill. But where's the cleanup now? They need more.
TVNT now using this energy, just clean up here on the point. But I mean, they're once again, they're close to the spawn. They've used the grab. And Zero also going to take out Astro. But to be fair, Astro on the Lucio going to be able to make it back pretty quickly here.
The problem is the fact that they're having to use ults and spawn, right, just to reset the bot. This isn't progress. This is resetting the bot to mid, where Liquid can now reapproach and end the map here if they play a good fight.
So much pressure here on Twisted Minds to ideally not have to use the rush in this fight. They would love to just get a pick from Quartz or JWoo early. If you can save the rush, there's a chance. You want to have the opportunity to have a double portal fight.
Here we go.
Overclock now.
Tree won't be waiting any longer. He wants to end it right here, right now, and so does RuPaul. Funny Astro gone. Infected trade is simple. The last support alive for Twisted Minds, and TVNT finds the key target, shuts down the overclock. Twisted Minds still have an opportunity, however, they are down 2 members. They still got to get Zero away. They cannot get off the payload. The good news is Quartz and Funny Astro likely be spawning quite close to each other. Funny Astro needs to speed Quartz into battle because otherwise, Twisted Minds are in a 3v5. If Quartz and Funny Astro don't catch up, TM don't have the numbers.
But look at this. No beat for the Panopticon. Vega about to have beat. There's so much pressure here to make sure that only TVNT ideally gets caught. But even if TVNT gets caught, you can just burn him down really quickly. They need to have cooldowns up. They need to have them available. Astro trying to build this beat in time. Panopticon available now. Beat available.
He's going for it. Big Panopticon. TVNT gets caught as well. Funny Astro can't do anything about this because it doesn't have beat. Vega has one of his own, and that means Team Liquid are going to take map number 2. Don't get it twisted. Team Liquid are in the advantage, in the driver's seat, and at match point.
Liquid play. I mean, just playing a masterclass. Playing a masterclass here for Team Liquid. There's no other way around it. A pretty quiet game for the DPS, from normally extremely dominant DPS of Twisted Minds. Where Quartz and, I mean, JWoo coming in has had a very good career receiving this and have great impact. And Liquid playing everything perfectly, executing the ult advantage perfectly, executing the rotates perfectly, hitting the shots they need. Across the board, it has fallen into place for Liquid, while Twisted Minds not having any of the magic that we saw from last year.
It's in and out of game, because credit to the coaching staff here as well. The counter ban coming through from Liquid, getting rid of the D.Va. Perfect response to the Vendetta ban that Twisted Minds initially put in there. No D.Va for TVNT means no essential carry hero for TVNT that you want to play the match on yesterday. But not only that, you want to play the D.Va on that Esperanca map. You want the high ground, low ground control. You want the ability to Lucio Kiriko speed rush into the backline, control Tree. With TVNT not having the D.Va, Tree was out of control. So was Vega. Now Team Liquid staring down a 3-0. They might be able to do it. We'll see after this.
Sorry. Only Jern.
It might be DJ hours for the Liquid fans watching at home, but it's demon time for Liquid on stage here at the preseason bootcamp. 2-0 in the lead in the semi-final. Winner goes on to take on Crazy Kun in the grand finals. And for Twisted Minds on screen right now, discussing what their options will be to move forward, because they are in the trenches. Thesaurus leading the team on the sidelines here. When you're talking to Zero, I think it might be time to bring out the Vendetta. Vendetta no longer able to be banned, but neither is D.Va, which means TVNT will get his carry hero back in play.
And
really just the inversion of our expectations for this series compared to Crazy Raccoon Falcons. We're like, oh, we think that was going to be a blowout. Twisted Minds Team Liquid going to be much closer, and currently we've inverted those score lines for us going into this. And again, just a very quiet showing currently from Quartz, which has been something that we've discussed. And overall, though, Twisted Minds as a whole just feeling not put together and getting kind of feasted on by Vega as well, but often set up by the amount of damage that the rest of Liquid is just putting into the team here. And just the overall macro play for Twisted Minds, just not what we'd expect out of a previous world champion.
Might be one of those times to have a conversation like, is it time to bring UB in? Are they missing the leadership and the captaincy that UB provides onto the team? Sim, a powerful hero, still viable. The only problem is as soon as you put UB into the roster, Liquid know what's up. Symmetra has to be protected as the priority by Twisted Minds if they are first banned. Otherwise, you know for a fact that it's going to get banned out by Liquid in response. You see a Vega jersey out in the crowd there as well as Infected. Vega having a hell of a game right now, and Infected right there next to him. And you mentioned Tree as well. The big battle between Tree and Quartz so far has largely only gone in one direction, and we haven't seen much out of Quartz taking down Tree in response. I think it was only realistically that one kill. That needs to change in future maps. And maybe having TVNT back on D.Va will be the catalyst to allow that change to happen.
It could be, and I love the Tree call-out because I mean, we've talked about him throughout the series, but really he's just been so incredibly clean throughout the series. And I think even the first map, it was obviously a bit of a unique rule stipulation, but getting that much value on the Imbra is just something that we haven't seen a lot of players do yet. And he feels so incredibly just efficient with everything, with all the cooldowns so far even. And for Twisted Minds, like you said, maybe the D.Va here is going to be the solution. Realistically, we just need to see more from everybody. We need to see them pick up the overall pace. It's one of those things where you can just, you can point, you can't really point to one person in particular, though. Obviously some people are like, oh, it's going to be Quartz. He's not playing amazing. It's like, yeah, sure. But you look at the pressure, you look at the ult track and the ult tempo across the board, it just feels like Liquid's lapping them right now. And it's just one of those times where a team feels like they're just, you know, lagging behind. The queen is fading.
Bro is really about to bring out they just need to improve their aim, muscle memory, game sense, positioning, lights on stage, camera angle, position of the monitor, mouse sensitivity. He's about to put the full list out on top of TM. But that's the thing, right? Because TM had all of those and more just November last year when they dominated everyone else at the World Championships. And again, I have to stress, part of that was UB's leadership in game. He's not in roster right now. They were scrimming with Jwoo. They didn't scrim with UB. He decided to sub himself out because they weren't planning to really play Symmetra. And now, Jwoo is mechanically delivering for his team. But the team overall, as you say, are under-delivering as a unit against Team Liquid, who are looking far cleaner across all regard.
But now we wait to see, you know, obviously UB not in, but I have no doubt that UB is pulling the potential strings behind the camera, putting perhaps some coaching, some player coaching behind the scenes here for this squad, and maybe directing them. Because right now, Twisted Minds, they need a little bit of extra direction because they just don't have any. I feel like momentum currently going for them, and hopefully with this chance they have with this time between the next maps, they'll be able to bring it together a bit.
It's looking pretty wild out there, but we've seen crazier things in terms of, if you remember the game yesterday, Virtus Pro versus Team Liquid, there was that extra map in the middle there. Mind is escaping me, but I can very quickly just bring it up. It was New Junk City that VP kind of stomped on. I mean, surprisingly, after getting rolled on Lijiang and Iconval, the Virtus Pro came out and just whooped TL a little bit. It wasn't for long because then we got to map 4 and the opposite happened, and Havana, well, it's actually fairly close, 5-4 in terms of scoreline, but Havana then goes the way of Team Liquid. So maybe there's an opportunity here for Twisted Minds to look at very much the same. Twisted Minds also won that New Junk City against T1. So that ball gameplay came through on TVNT. Of course, that was more of a emergency swap to go touch the point, but end up working out for them. Largely, D.Va will be the choice here, and D.Va sort of needs to be the carry here. And I think if you go to New Junk City, allow TVNT to carry on the D.Va again, you might find success there for TM. That's probably the strategy that they may be considering right now.
And really, though, I mean, you can't put all your hopes here into your tank player just propelling you forward, right? Because it's not like Infected is a pushover. I think really
ideally it's just a better showing across the board. TVNT can be a catalyst for this team, but he's already done enough, and he's having, I think, comparatively to most of the players right now, a very solid performance still. He's doing his best. You can't hope that TVNT just brings you back from the brink here. Ideally, there's an entire shift like we've talked about for Twisted Minds. And I do like the idea, though. I think the idea of putting him onto a comfort hero would potentially just let them kind of reset, get into those lanes, because you can never downplay the ability and the strength for players to just play comfort picks in the style that they are very, very comfortable with, just get back into the game. Because at the end of the day, it is an FPS, right? There's obviously these mobile mechanics and there's abilities, but if you just shoot better than the other team, you will typically just win the game.
Aim forehead.
You will typically just win the game. Just aim forehead, right? And if you're shooting worse than the enemy team, then you're also typically just going to lose. And it sounds really forehead to say, but it is the case here for a shooter like Overwatch. So I hope that Twisted Minds just get into that headspace that they've had in the past.
Even in the most dire of moments with Twisted Minds in the past, because this is a team that has gone through a majority of a large changes, but one of the stable factors in the team that has always been there from day one is Quartz. You talk about just aim forehead. Quartz does just aim forehead, except today, possibly you could argue yesterday, but still was more than enough to get past Proud, more than enough to get past T1. I think today's performance had been a little bit shaky even then compared to yesterday, because it was still a 3-0. Now looking at this, Tree is really running laps around Quartz, which is in parts not super surprising as Tree's a talented player, but surprising in the sense that Quartz had such a high last year, and we talked about him being this incredibly stable player that doesn't really have poor moments. This might be the day where we're finally seeing that armor crack just a little bit for Quartz. I don't want to put it all on him because I think there's other factors in play. I think if you have a D.Va in that matchup, you're shutting down Tree a lot more by being able to have TVNT just get into Tree's face, putting the Matrix onto him, and also have that kill threat, which I don't think the Zarya does. I don't think you really care about the Zarya if you're Tree at all. The Domina's a lot more annoying to play into if you're Quartz because of the shielding, whereas the Zarya just has the bubbles. If you're Tree, you're having a much better game in that sort of matchup, because it's not just a raw 1v1. You have to take into account what the rest of the team is doing utility-wise, and Tree is getting a better matchup because he doesn't have to shoot into a shield, and Quartz does. So moving to future maps where that will likely change up now that D.Va's open could be a deciding factor, but also think about the fact that Zero won't get to play Vendetta again.
Yeah, the Vendetta also in the back pocket for Zero still a really much a threatening factor here, a threatening aura, I think, when you think about how much impact that he has had on the hero. And definitely the call out of Zarya being on the field here for Tree not having to play into those barriers. And Zarya is also not super effective necessarily at running down a Sojourn. When you have the slide available, you have all that extra mobility. So it is definitely something to think about. And for Twisted Minds, it's just really refocusing and coming back to, again, what the answer is for them. Like, how do they refocus? How do they move forward? And we can talk it to death and be like, oh, like this. And I think there are some very clear swaps of like putting them onto these comfort picks, ideally, but really just need to see an overall much better level of execution for this team. Because I think we've talked about it a bit here for Liquid, at least I have, and I know you've agreed with me there so far, is that you watch Liquid's overall gameplay in this style, and also just how much value like Vega is getting, for example. And so much of it is coming down to them just perfectly executing the ult fights, tracking the ults, using their advantages perfectly in every fight, where Twisted Minds just don't have any momentum whatsoever. They don't feel like they're executing on any of the strengths that they have. They're just not getting an advantage in the fights they should even have an advantage for. So the macro gameplay also has to overall just improve for them when it comes to the shot calling. And I think that's where a really big struggle for them, and hopefully they can turn it around for New York City if that is going to be the map they played. We haven't picked a map yet, right? So
no,
I don't
the map has not been
currently
backed.
have decided.
So we're still waiting for confirmation on that, as we have a couple of delays at the moment. It's only been Lijiang Tower and Esperanca. New York City is available, and hang on, let me double check on that. I do believe actually that New York City and Esperanca, in general, the push and the Flashpoint maps have been combined to a single pool, so might just scratch that in terms of what the possible next map could be. I had assumed they were separators that you could pick either in terms of the subsequent maps available, but actually if you go to Esperanca already, you remove Flashpoint from the current available pool until you get to map 5, so it's going to end up having to be we have Hybrid available and Escort available, and then after that you can open up yourself to any map you haven't played on in any game mode, so that could be interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, there's not necessarily an easy call per se, I think, for them on the map pool either, because I
you look to Liquid, and as of right now, you can't necessarily say for sure like what would be a really bad map for them to play, especially with, I think, in a way, they've almost leveled up a bit in terms of the matchup into a team like Twisted Minds, because with Domina being allowed, you have an option to kind of play a sort of an off tank in terms of function, but still have a lot of flexibility and ability to brawl some of those more comfortable heroes for Infected, who is a very flexible player across the board. But you wouldn't necessarily say like, oh, let's put Infected on like a Zarya matchup or D.Va matchup into TVNT traditionally. But maybe with Domina, you'd be like, oh yeah, Infected's actually looked really good on that hero, and you can play some comps that are a little bit more comfortable here for Liquid, or just line up into Twisted Mind a bit better. And I think that's something that's also not able to be overlooked in the matchup now with the addition of Domina for Liquid, is that having a very flexible tank player like Infected, who maybe has some weaknesses comparatively to like TVNT on the Zarya D.Va, just throw them on the Domina. And so those map pool weaknesses shrink down a little bit, especially because Vega has Jetpack Hat in the repertoire now to move Infected around and just mitigate some of those value that is lost between him and TVNT.
The more I think about it, I do consider that Gibraltar might end up being the best available choice coming through now for Twisted Minds, if you want to lean more into D.Va, which I think they should. Forcing Infected into a bit of a weird spot where, as you say, he could play the Dominant and continue that journey, but would require a lot of additional support from Vega, having to go to Jetpack Cat, which of course he's done well on so far. He's performed well over the past, well, the first map, certainly he was doing quite a bit on that hero, but also at the same time, you then sort of have to continue building around that setup, maybe have Tree on the Cassie as well, and move into some of what we saw on that Gibraltar from Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. But even then, consider that eventually Hanbin moved away from the Domina, decided to play his own Winston, because the dive kind of still looks really good on Gibraltar, and I wonder if the D.Va is just a little too good to pass up. Infected is either going to have to match the D.Va or think about his own Winston or Bull. I think Infected would probably end up matching the D.Va in that case. So that's one way that Twisted Minds can sort of move things over towards their sort of favor. I think Jwoo is capable on that Vendetta as well. Maybe not as flashy as some as other players of what we've seen, but more than good enough to allow Twisted Minds to get that win versus T1, when Zest, who was looking like one of the better Vendettas in the tournament, ended up getting taken down, and Jwoo was no slouch in that matchup. Jwoo did not look like he was the worst Vendetta by any margin, certainly, you know, on par on that sort of competitive level. Beyond that, map 5 could end up being a problem, because there's a real chance this one goes the distance, man. We could get a second map 5 back-to-back in the day for our final day of boot camp here, and on that map 5, mandatory Dominant required. I think that's going to lean into Liquid's favor, because Infected looks far more comfortable in the Dominant.
It's not out of the question at all when you consider just how strong both these teams are historically. But really, I'm not seeing the confidence level for myself to be like, oh, map 5. It's not like how Crazy Raccoon Falcons was when we were watching the rest of the series currently, because I look at them like, oh, I feel like there's a lot more opportunities for Falcons to make their way back in to the series comparatively right now. I do like that we've gotten to the point of the fill where we're doing the here's the 1,000 timelines that could occur, and we're going to map all the 1,000 timelines and alternate universes together to form a potential narrative, because we've been sitting here trying to figure out, like, what do we talk about? We're running out of options just a little bit, but I do think that, for me at least, I'm not feeling extremely confident about a map 5 right now when you compare it to our past series or Falcons Crazy Raccoons, right? Where I just feel like Falcons were on the edge of taking a map a bit more closely, I think, earlier on. Well, right now, Twisted Minds doesn't feel like they've really been competitive in the series at all currently.
And Twisted Minds, I mean, just it really comes down to, I think, the D.Va coming back in is going to make the difference, because you are going to have a tool to shut down Tree. Now, you are going to have a tool to enable Quartz a little bit more. Even then, maybe Quartz just doesn't hit the shots, and that isn't going to be enough for you to win. If Quartz doesn't step up and start hitting shots, nothing else anyone else is doing on the server is going to be enough for Twisted Minds. But certainly a little bit of extra time now as we sort out some issues to have the teams figure out where the next steps are. And ball is in Twisted Minds' court. Twisted Minds, technically, they do and don't have a coach at the same time. UB is both a coach and captain and also player. And as UB is watching from the sidelines, he's getting a bird's eye view of everything that is happening in game and sort of taking it all in and understanding, probably with a better viewpoint than the players are in server, what is happening. Maybe he can deliver some answers to the team. But next map choice and the ban choice is going to be quite impactful, because Twisted Minds getting 3-0'd would be very disastrous for the team. But Team Liquid are feeling good about where they are right now. We'll feel much better, though, after this break when we come back. Hopefully things will get sorted.
better yet?
We'll show them a trick or two.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings!
Come closer. I won't bite.
I'm feeling it.
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove.
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit! Nice try!
F it up.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived.
I have landed among the stars!
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
Will be ours.
Blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
What's up? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on.
Feeling warm yet?
Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's your
pretty kitty. You are.
Brighter than a shooting star!
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh!
Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two.
Let the Kitsune guide you! Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings!
Come closer. I won't bite.
Boom! I'm feeling it!
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove!
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
That will annoy it! Nice try!
F it up!
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived.
I have landed among the stars!
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
Will be ours!
blazing a path.
I am the Inferno!
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it! Oh!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on.
Feeling warm yet?
Such a ball.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are.
Brighter than a shooting star!
Do your worst, or I will.
Hello!
Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two.
Kitsune got you! Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings!
Come closer. I won't bite.
I'm feeling it.
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove.
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit! Nice try!
F it up.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived.
I have landed among the stars!
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
Will be ours.
free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on.
Feeling warm yet?
Such a ball.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are!
Brighter than a shooting star!
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh!
Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two.
Let the kitsune guide you! Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings!
Come closer. I won't bite.
I'm feeling it.
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove.
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit! Nice try!
F it up.
Magnifique.
Thank you for sticking through us through the delays today on our final day of the OWCS Bootcamp, but we are soon to be ready to get into our next map in our second semi-final here between Twisted Minds and Team Liquid Avril here with Avast solving a few problems behind the scenes. There were some issues with the bans that took place, and as we move into future maps Avast, there will be, unfortunately, a couple of, how should we say, I think Twisted Minds will be losing a hero ban into the next map, if I've read this correctly.
Yes, essentially what we've had here is that there is a bit of a dispute apparently around the banning process for Twisted Minds, and because of that and the delays that have caused, they are unfortunately getting a violation from admins. So they're keeping their map select, but they are losing out their hero ban. We're not familiar entirely of the specifics, but because of these delays, there has been a second violation imposed upon them from the admins here, which means they're losing the hero ban for the next upcoming map. The map pick is still available. We're not entirely sure of all the specifics around that, but it seems to be an issue regarding them arguing here with the admin staff regarding just what has happened with the hero bans. So that is, for full transparency, what has occurred. It's mostly been the issues around the hero bans here for Twisted Minds, and because of that, they're losing the hero ban for the next map, their option to hero ban.
Right, and importantly, they do get to keep the map choice alive, and we spent quite a bit of time discussing where the options are to take us into further maps. Importantly, they did get one of their good bans into play already on Esperanca, with the Vendetta already having been used, so they wouldn't have had that ban available in future. May be interesting to think about what they could have banned. Moving to the next map might have been a protect priority, depending on where they really want to focus their attention on. We'll see also if they've made any potential substitutions or if Jay will continue playing forward. But scoreline update, we are still at 2-0 Team Liquid at match point. We're about to head into map number 3. Hybrid or Escort are the options.
Yes, and so for hero, obviously with no hero ban, it does limit their option a little bit. But Twisted Minds is still a relatively flexible team, of course. So still waiting to see
like we were talking about Avril, are there going to be any substitutions? Are they going to make any changes? Where are we going to for the next map? In general, for this team, there is a bit of a break and a pause that's happened here. Luckily, we haven't reached, Weibo level 1s just yet. We haven't gotten to that point. But I do think that overall it does change up the momentum of the game in the series a little bit, right? Having that break, it always is going to be a bit of a mental reset for players, whether you're winning or losing coming into the next map in the series. So it could honestly be potentially a positive thing, despite, the ruling that was put in place because of this time violation regarding the admin. So it could still be a potentially positive mental aspect for Twisted Minds, but also could be a buff for Liquid, right? We really don't know yet until we get into the server, but it does give a little bit of breathing room between, these back-to-back map losses for Twisted Minds heading into the next map. And it is going to be Ike involved.
So we're heading over towards Hybrid. I had speculated that maybe Gibraltar could have been a good choice. I'm thinking about maps where TVNT can make full use of the D.Va to shut down Tree in particular, who is seeming to be the hit scan menace. Absolutely outplaying Quartz in the previous couple of maps, particularly at Esperanca. Really wanted to see more out of the Sojourn. Of course, I think he will still continue playing that. Although Cassidy pretty good on this map. Have to consider the fact that the Cat City combo between Jibbacat and Cass is one that has been played several times here. Dominant also quite powerful here, but importantly, I think TVNT will be looking to lock the D.Va at least on the offensive side. They might not have a ban, but they get to play, I would say, the majority of the heroes they really want to play.
For sure, and Team Liquid going to be dropping their ban, and as a reminder, Twisted Minds not getting a ban on this map because they were not able to comply with the choice there, with the time limit to choose a hero and a map going into this. So they will not be getting to follow an initial ban here. Just Liquid getting the Tracer ban they want, which, at face value is an advantage.
Tracer means we're going to be enabling the Vendetta here, given that, typically speaking, they play in the same spot from the same player, Zera and Jwoo, piloting those heroes. The Tracer gone, all but guarantee that we are absolutely going to see Vendetta on this map. Jwoo probably doesn't really have any choice but to lock it in. I haven't seen him pull out the sim. That wasn't really a hero he's been known for, even back when he was on Virtus Pro. And of course, no substitutions for Twisted Minds either. I'm not too sure if there was a ban that would have severely helped out Twisted Minds here anyway, but they're going to have to make do with what they got, and what they got is a reverse sweep required. Let's head into map 3.
And we're back, Avril. We've made it into the map. We're here. RuPaul doing a little bit of skating around. We're finally getting ready, and as a reminder, only going to be the Tracer ban because of that admin penalty imposed upon Twisted Minds for just not able to comply within the ban time limit earlier.
I suppose a ban that would have potentially have helped out Team Liquid would have been a Zarya ban to remove it from Infected and make sure that the bubble combo onto the Vendetta is not available to allow Zera to just get away with everything he wants to. Twisted Minds, as expected, will be putting TVNT back on the D.Va. The D.Va he recently played the match on yesterday, he was able to carry the game with, and now possibly use this to shut down Tree a little bit. So we're in the backline. He's really flanked.
However, Tree already finding the pick onto Astro. There's going to be the dive, though. Simple TVNT committing into the back. Going to find Tree in return. And now TVNT on the point, looking for the next move, looking to find someone that can catch out ideally here.
You lose one, but your players will regroup a little bit quicker. You have a respawn advantage here, and Tree's going to have to spin his slides just to try and get back on towards the point. Quartz low HP, but still alive for now. Looking for more targets as Jwoo in the backline. TVNT to follow through. Infected gone. Tree finally returns, but maybe a little too late because his team is folded around him. Team Liquid likely here to lose the first point. Twisted Minds with a cap.
And TVNT on the D.Va, a difference maker there. Just going for the flank, having Simple join him for that as well, using the Kiriko TP and that mobility, the damage there. And TVNT finding all of those limbs. Quartz was in the kill feed, but let's be honest, we saw the feed itself, and TVNT was doing the majority of that damage.
That's exactly what he was doing to T1 yesterday as well. So, Vendetta or not, Zarya or not, which, by the way, is a pretty decent matchup into the D.Va, mind you. The fact that TVNT was willing to sacrifice a player on his team to Tree finding a shot And the TVT striking from behind, completely unscouted. I mean, ends up paying dividends by getting rid of Tree that early. And now, this is a great hero for B. Consider the fact that D.Va, the high ground, low ground mobility, superior to what Infected is going to do in Zarya.
Yeah, Infected, I mean, pretty much going to have to wait for the right moment to go anchor the point here, or maybe use Bubbles onto a player like Zira. Just get the contest, and it is going to be Bubbles for Zira, who has a bit more mobility, trying to maintain the high ground, but Infected going to have to drop soon enough, because really right now,
simple,
they're just... Yeah, I see that. I see what's happening there. Rush is up. Rush about to be up for RuPaul as well. And here comes the chase onto Infected.
He's caught. He might be dead here. He has to be very careful to stay alive. The healing barely keeping him in play, but not for much longer because TVNT is once again on the hunt. He'll lose his mech, but he's got a remake available. Vega, 98% to the sound barrier. Not quite close enough to save his team. And Twisted Minds, this is the momentum they've been waiting for. This is the guy on camera playing the hero he's been waiting to play.
Now Liquid are going to have 4 ults coming up. Soon to be 5, but 4 ults available here, including a grab with no bomb here for TVNT, so you can't really just stack the point. The rush being used from RuPaul. Here they come. There's going to be the Thundering Blade. Doesn't find anyone, and Zero immediately down, though.
Takes a little bit of time for Funny Usher to build his response sound barrier. Double support ultimate's in, but Jwoo still finds Vega regardless. Tree gets his mark on course, but is it enough? Tree needs a lot more work done here. He just doesn't have the team support around him. Zero fell so early in that fight, and Twisted Minds, they've got B capped as well in record time with 5 minutes in the time bank for C now.
I mean, the reversal here is insane. The TVNT D.Va, I mean, definitely paying dividends currently. And the grab from Infected, I mean, losing Zero like we called out so early means there was no damage there. They couldn't finish up any of those players that were caught in the grab. Now you're on last point with Zarya. Definitely increases the value. Here's the engage.
Oh my god. Quartz back in action. That's the shot he needed. Zero taking down 98%, but Tree responds with his own overclock. Tree still getting the better of Quartz when it really matters. However, 4 versus 4. It's not over. TM still have the capability of pushing forward here. Infected now no longer having to worry about the high ground, low ground. Can anchor the point and the payload with a ground-based Zarya. Twisted Minds have run out of gas for this particular fight. Waiting for a reset, waiting for respawners.
However, relatively charged for Infected, so they have to respect that Zarya energy a bit. Don't want to feed a lot of free grab there to Infected. Rush up for Simple very soon. Thundering Blade available for Zira, so they can play it slow, look for the engage, maybe look for the punish as Zira's playing these off angle here, and they have to be aware of Zira, right? They don't want him to just be a free ult, a free engage in the backline.
Free ult is played though. Simple in, and here comes TVNT chasing so fast. Quicker is going to be Vega going back to spawn here. Zero trying to control space, but Simple's got his mark here. 4 players. TVNT has a remake. If he does go down, RuPaul finally responds. Wait for Infected though. Grab is going to be available. Funny Usher should have his beat in time to block that one through. Zero's free spawn, so Twisted Minds not going to have the opportunity to play the 5v4.
And there's the grab into spawn. Catches to the beat. Vega doesn't get beat. The pressure there onto Vega. The rail from 14. There's no beat now for Vega.
Low and dead, Tree gone as well. TVNT carrying the day, giving Course the space to play through. And a grab that doesn't do enough with Funny Astro in position to block it all. And Vega will end this one on 91% to sound barrier, just short of what is required to maybe allow Liquid another fight. But this is what Twisted Minds look like when TVNT gets to be put in the driver's seat again.
And maybe just what Twisted Minds needed. Maybe they thrive off of having a little controversy there, not having a ban, getting late to the map, because it feels like the momentum is all back here. TVNT on the D.Va just leading the charge, but in general, everyone hitting shots again. Port showing up on the kill feed. Jwoo keeping Zira in check as well. And with Vega not even building a beat at all. Very tough defense there for Liquid, but can always turn it around. And I mean, an over 3-minute bank as well on Eichenwald is a very, very good cap time.
Like, you're going to get something like that when you have a flawless attack where you get no fight losses. Speaking of Zero, TVNT, 0 deaths, 16-0. This is the power of a world-class tank player on your team. Might not have had this level of impact on the Domina or the Zarya, but in the hands of TVNT here, piloting the mech of D.Va, Team Liquid are struggling now in this matchup as it is a speedrun attack record 308 on the clock for Twisted Minds.
So Jwoo on the Pharah here as well to play this central pillar, play this vertical geometry around the map, just try to
put in rockets and have Liquid, I mean, it's tough to contest the Pharah as long as Jaewoo has really good control. It's okay. The rocket there followed up with the damage from TVNT. Vega gone already. There's a lot of focus infected now, swapping to the D.Va here into the Pharah. And also the Echo coming out for Zero.
Yeah, very important, because now you want to have a capability to actually contest this fire in the sky. Infected's feeling like Azari's not doing enough in this matchup, needs a little bit more mobility, especially as you want to scale into the B point as well. But Zero's not holding back at all. The Vendetta, not getting as much value as he was yesterday. Jaewoo's not on the Vendetta either. Zero just wants to knock Jaewoo out of the sky. Or the opposite happens. Well, Jaewoo outplaying Zero is huge.
That's very big, because typically you're going to favor the Echo in that duel. Now TVNT looking to chase. The rest of the lines coming on forward. They're going to find Tree as well. Quartz lighting up the kill feed a bit more now. Coming alive to the chase. Still ongoing.
Nearly into spawn there as well. TVNT boosters forward. As Twisted Minds are letting Liquid know that they're back in play here. The reverse sweep is potentially on here. This continues as time begins to run out. Team Liquid, remember, they have to finish the entire map, and to get 308, they'd have to play flawlessly. That's not happening right now, so they just need to get any time available to finish at all. But it starts with getting a good fight on A.
This could be an opportunity, knowing that the Suzu's already been used. Twisted Minds just playing this pillar, looking for the opportunity. They still know there's no Suzu Tree. Going in deep, gonna likely get chased down, but no, not. But Zero instead actually gonna be the one to fall.
That's massive. Again, Zero just can't beat Jaewoo in the skies when really the Echo had the advantage here. TVT finds RuPaul as RuPaul drops in the yell. Vega falls also. Liquid are melting as Team Twisted Minds showing the World Championship caliber. Infected resetting off the map, and questions to be asked now. What did Liquid do from this? Because even going towards counter picks, Infected on D.Va, Zero, and Echo, Jaewoo is being a menace in the skies. TVNT still flawless, no deaths. And Twisted Minds about to sit on 5 ults.
That's just a disastrous fight overall. Like you said, the stakes are pretty high here now. They aren't going to have the rush. Double support for Twisted Minds, a full bank. In fact, is now the entry happening here for Liquid. The rockets still landing here for Jaewoo.
Araj, yes sir. Just for you, Zera. That one is signed, sealed, and delivered, and so is the rest of the package for the rest of the Team Liquid members. A massive 5K, 2 ultimates spent. Really cheap when you think about it. Now, last minute remaining now for Liquid to push.
They're going to have beat. They're going to have double DPS ult here. I mean, technically, you get an extra ult out of it, theoretically, with the copy, with the dupe coming out for the Echo. But still, with Astro having the beat available, they can counter that. Quartz likely going to be looking to pop that overclock here. Less than a minute remaining now for Liquid to potentially get this first, keep them alive for the map. Obviously, this will be fine for the series.
Tree desperate for that kill. Well, we've seen him do that before. Quartz is going to go first. Double sound barriers, looking like they'll both land here. Quartz goes down early, but so does Tree. It's going to be the copy now from Zero. 2 D.Vas on the field. 3, in fact, when you count the fact there's 2 original ones. No more ultimates to be played through unless Zero can find this D.Va bomb. TVNT still gets RuPaul in the middle of the melee. Vega falls, which means no more healing. And Zero hasn't done enough on this Echo copy at all. Twisted Minds are still in effect. Infected, demeched, and 20 seconds left. There might not be another fight.
And because Astro gets the boot too, I mean, Astro 60% to another beat already. Rush is going to be up, but 10 seconds here on the board. Vega going to go to the cat, try to get the touch. You see the very aggressive hold here for Twisted Minds, trying to find any of these players streaming back.
Vega going to go for the touch here. He's the fastest hero. Vega goes down. And that is the first death now. No more supports. TVNT, heat-seeking missile, denies RuPaul from using the Kitsune Rush. And Twisted Minds will deny Team Liquid from the full-on sweep. No hero ban, no problem. TM are back.
I'm not going to lie. If I'm Twisted Minds after this one, I might start hitting an emote. I might start hitting an emote on Liquid. Losing the ban. Coming into the series, into the map, down 2-0. Then record, I mean, not quite record cap, but full cap there for Ikevolt in a very quick fashion. And then a first hold dominantly as well. I might just hit an emote if I was Twisted Mind.
What a tough game. I mean, again, Liquid even went to the counters. Credit to Jaewoo as well, bringing out the flyer. Bit of a rare pick in current meta, even previous meta. Pharah is a very niche hero, only played by a few heroes who plays at the professional level. This guy on the screen right here, he copped 2 player swaps on the other side just to deal with the fact that there was a Pharah in the field. Zero no longer interested in playing the Vendetta when, well, you got to do something against the Pharah, and Vendetta has no real gameplay against the Pharah at all. So you have both an Echo and a D.Va coming through from Liquid, and it wasn't enough. The fact that J.Wu was repeatedly winning against Zero in the skies when Echo counters Pharah in the skies is a huge problem, as Source has to figure this out now for Liquid. We'll see what the next map is after this.
Come on.
Nice, guys.
Exciting turnaround for Twisted Minds. 2 maps down, requiring a reverse sweep in the first step, and achieving that one done in stunning fashion. This is what I'm talking about. The D.Va ban is gone. TVNT gets to put on the pilot boots again, flying into trees, shutting down what was the biggest threat on Team Liquid, and our Team Liquid are the ones that need to find answers.
After a loss like that, it's definitely going to have any team reeling currently, despite the advantage they had going into that map. But for Liquid, still have opportunities, of course, to close out this series, regain a little bit of composure. Twisted Minds looking pretty good spirits over here, which, I mean, I would be after a win like that. And TVNT, you put this guy on the D.Va, he is a difference maker. And we talked about it previously, we've seen it before, even last year. What a player here for this squad. Just seems so incredibly dominant on that hero in particular.
Now you start to look towards what is remaining in the hero, or rather the map pool. Has to be Escort next. When you consider the Escort options, ground game is good. Havana, good. Shambali, good. Avoiding Gibraltar, probably the name of the game here for Team Liquid. You want to drag this one to a ground tank battle. Likely TVNT will try and still play that D.Va. We know that Infected is good at the Sigma. So Havana, which is a great Sigma map, could be the right call and the right choice here for Team Liquid. This would be the best way to prevent TVNT from finding the same level of success that he found in the last map. And more importantly than that, as we do in fact have Havana, once we get to map 5, remember, it is mandatory dominant from both teams. So even if Twisted Minds get to map 5, which is looking more and more likely, consider the fact that TVNT will not be able to play D.Va on that final map. So TM have their work cut out for them still. The job is not yet done.
I think another also hidden angle of danger, as well as we get to some of these escort maps, especially with the long sight lines, is that Vega, RuPaul, very flexible backline. And look, yeah, they're going to ban the Lucio, which I love, because Vega loves not having to play Lucio. Regardless of the Vega Ajax beams, I do think he's a player that has a lot of flexibility comparatively. I like the idea of banning the Lucio, removing the Lucio Kiri from Twisted Minds, and forcing a potentially slower double flex.
I think they should have banned Sigma here. Twisted Minds may have misstepped a little bit. Zarya is not the tank. I mean, when you look at what Team Liquid are basically showing you, if the Lucio ban comes in, it means that Vega and RuPaul are going to play double flex support. You know there's probably going to be a Vega Wu Yang in there. RuPaul might even be on the Ana. Could be on the Alari. Could be a Bap in play. Simple is going to be good on those heroes. Funny Astra, the only hero that he can go to when there's no Lucio, and we're in a double flex support environment, he's going to have to go to the Wu Yang. Zarya, I don't think it's going to be a necessary factor here. Infected, in my mind, was always going to play Sigma, and as we get into the map, let's see if that's true.
Potentially some very impactful hero bans here for Havana. Liquid, I think, coming out a bit ahead, like you were talking about with this ban. However, no Zarya on the field is still nice because they can make sure that TVNT is able to force this D.Va without much fear. But obviously Sigma, like you were talking about earlier, making his way here onto the field for Liquid, for Infected.
The real difference to talk about here is that Vega's not going to be the double flex support. The Brig here, just to make sure that TVNT struggles a little bit more. If you really are concerned that TVNT will stay on the D.Va as he has, having the Brig for the whip shot, having the capability to put a little bit of CC on the TVNT will slow the gameplay of Twisted down, as well as the fact that there is no Lucio. If Funny Astro wants to play for speed and Twisted Minds want to speed engage, Juno is the next best option.
Zero using the dash to get away instead of choosing not to fight that off angle really effectively. TVNT takes the high ground. Gonna be peppering Infected, and here comes the weakest as Zero. Vega up into the high ground, taking a lot of damage. Has to be careful. Good sleep from RuPaul.
Space taken though. Twisted Minds gaining more map control as the payload moves forward. Zero trying to just contest at least slightly onto the high ground as Corsa's angle is superior to anything that Tree can find at the moment. And as the damage comes through on both sides, we're looking at where the ultimates are nicely, but TVNT still makes it into the high ground. Now he has a back angle, an off angle, up against the players on the side of Liquid.
The TVNT with the back angle of Doom, one could say, but unfortunately no one's going down. Jewu though, I think also, Jewu was finding that very important limb now. Jewu staying alive here. No nano up for RuPaul just yet, and there's so much point pressure right here for Twisted Minds. They have to get the contest.
They got a cap. Corsa just domed Tree, who was the last player there that could contest, and TVNT will now get the cleanup kill on towards Vega. Team Liquid, a very slow start. Mind you that Team Liquid the entire way through, as we get into this poor situation, they were just losing map control, losing portions of the map bit by bit, piece by piece, and the real estate being gobbled up by Twisted Minds as Team Liquid just get forced out of the A point entirely.
So pause gonna be coming out. Twisted Minds still with TVNT on the D.Va, looking really confident. Once again, Vega having a bit of a mic issue. This is the second Vega mic issue so far this series, so they're silencing him. They're silencing my boy. Let him speak. Now we're just waiting.
A main
to get back
support
in.
is speaking. Listen and learn. As Brigida probably didn't bring as it slowed things down. I mean, has to make TVNT a little bit more careful. RuPaul being on Ana, I mean, I did say this was likely going to be the case. However, consider that D.Va is great into Ana. Ana can get all of her utility and the healing completely eaten away by the D-Matrix if TVNT is on point, and I think he's on point.
Listen, that's all well and good. Do you see RuPaul take control there? Do you see him come in so dominant, take control of his support duos?
Did he frame log Vega
here?
there? By
he absolutely. You just
him?
know, when you want to listen and learn when a main support is speaking, but Vega will be listening when RuPaul is talking to him. And I love the dynamic we're seeing at play here between the two. A little bit of care me happening here. It's not just for healing in game, it's for tech healing as well. But definitely still back to the game at hand.
Okay, so check this out.
Has come through.
RuPaul respawning 96%, but there's no good nano targets just yet. Infected, he's going to have a flux as well. This might end up just being a dry nano on the Zero to enable him to maybe get into the back line, because otherwise Team Liquid don't really have any initiation tools yet.
And with no boops and no speed boost here outside of the ring for Funny Astro, they're really reliant on the Suzu, and that's a good anti there onto Jwoo.
Just going to use the nano on to Infected to push him forward and allow him to take some space back from Twisted Minds. TM largely respecting that despite using their own Kitsune rush. And now losing a little bit of space, but once Vega goes down at Jwoo, they can now re-aggress and look for attention onto the backline of Liquid, who are hiding away slightly here. Payload continuing to push.
And Blade is up. RuPaul has to play really scared right now too, because without Vega, doesn't have those packs for the heal. Infected likely going to need to save the Flux for the Blade here, potentially, because they don't have a lamp, they don't have a Suzu. The ult bank is really rough here for Liquid.
Jwoo in first, looking for 2 targets. Disruptor shot and the Flux all being used here to try and slow him down. The Flux, though, did prevent the Blade from connecting. However, TVNT finds Infected on the backline. Zero now, the opportunity to maybe carry the day. He's going to have to do it, but he's got no teammates. It's him versus the world, and the world is winning because Twisted Minds have already capped. Where is he is a great question. On the wrong side of the point, and now he's back in spawn.
Where? I would love to see what happened with the Blade there. It looks like they were chasing Simple and some of the other players outside of the point. And they were just completely off that point there, and then the orbital ray goes down for Funny Astro, so it was a very easily handed cap for Twisted Minds. And now Liquid, they're going to have the overclock. They're 70% to a nano, but Twisted Minds continuing another great pace here for Havana. No answers from Liquid just yet. Again, for this D.Va comp and the aggression that's coming to play here for Twisted Minds.
It's just a speed run so far. I mean, this is a great time bank so far for Twisted Minds, having also lost 0 fights. Tree and Quartz looking for this OC situation. Infected does have shield and kinetic grasp to maybe impact Quartz's ability to hit targets, but TVNT also can mark Tree with the D-Matrix here as Jwoo is potentially caught. Deflect is good, but he can't get out of dodge. 0 plus Disruptor shot will take him down. Vega falls in response, which is not great for Liquid. And with 0 down on top of that, Liquid are down numbers. This is 3v4. Jwoo respawning. Now the nano coming on in. This is the opportunity. Tree overclocking, takes down Quartz. One of the overclocks is gone and off the map. And speaking of the Tree, nearly falls himself. Eventually dies to TVNT, who seems to be all over the map. Every single player in trouble with Team VT flying into their face.
I mean, you see here too, Infected on the Sigma just feels like very limited presence currently. At no point has Infected been able to lock down the background, or the back line rather, as the rush used for Simple. TVNT in 0 though, gonna find Quartz. That's a very important pick.
Big purple on the back line there. Simple gets caught. TVNT still hurting from that, and Funny Astro might not have enough healing to have Twisted Minds continue playing this fight. So finally a reset required for TM, and I think Liquid a much needed breath of air.
About 3 minutes here in the bank. Bomb gonna be up. Blade about to be up as well for Twisted Minds. Liquid though, probably gonna wait for a nano blade for this fight. They're gonna have the Flux as well, but with a rally, they don't have to worry about using it here to peel for Jwoo, to peel against Jwoo rather with the Blade. So a lot more in the bank for Liquid currently, a very strong defensive position. As Twisted Minds gonna come up here for the contest.
Some cooldowns though. RuPaul used the Bio. We'll be up very soon. Jwoo looking for the angle on the Blade. You caught it, Nano Blade, as Liquid are looking forward to a lot of ultimates here. 0 in the lead, looking for the backliner. Quartz has slid away, so he's going to have to deal with somebody else. Funny Astro gone, but Tree also gone on the opposite end, and Jwoo doesn't even have a Nano. 4-4, Rally still running for Vega, as the orbital ray runs out for Funny Astro. Twisted Minds still looking to fight this one through. Funny Astro coming back on a cat right now, but it seems to have slowed down. TM waiting for backup.
And Liquid still just playing it a little slow, not able to find anyone just yet, but the ults get traded. Bomb still up, Simple though with the rush, so the likely Twisted Minds gonna play a little poke, hope to find a pick, and if they don't, just commit with the rush. But TVT in so deep!
And Infected, nothing to do there to unfortunately be able to save Vega. Infected down now as well. TVT's got a remix, so he's fine. Payload pushing on through. Liquid are down 2 numbers. They need plays to come into support. Shri can't go for the touch. Zero is stuck somewhere as Jaywood annihilates RuPaul, denying anything further coming through from Team Liquid. I'll be honest though, Team Liquid did drag the timer down, but 1:52 on the clock is still quite a lot for Havana.
And also a troubling trend still, again, is the response to the TVNT Diva, right? You said like, oh, we'll play Sigma here. I just don't feel like Infected Sigma has had any presence here on the map whatsoever. There's been at no point have the backline felt particularly pressured from him. He's even called there at that last point where TVNT goes in. Is it rocked? Is it found? Is it stopped? And that's ideally one of the moments where you want the Sigma to potentially hit that peel or at least deny some of the support coming out to the front line. So there has to be an answer.
Brika's one of the better heroes from the support side as well to maybe deny the Diva. TVNT is looking like a man undeniable right now. He somehow gets onto the back line and just destroys Vega, where it doesn't seem like anything that Twisted Minds, or rather Team Liquid, are doing are stopping this Diva at all. You mentioned it. Infected's not even looking in the right direction. He doesn't even realize that Vega is basically already dead. By the time that Infected's turn around, Vega's gone. The utility, I'm not too sure if it was even there. Maybe the rock was already used and TVNT was just biding his time, waiting for that moment, but he strikes with such ferocity that it's crazy how easily he gets into that back line and finds a kill.
Definitely need to see a little bit more coming out here from Liquid. Zero still putting up some solid numbers when possible, but even Twisted Minds just playing the split so well versus those Nano Blades, making sure they're not losing anyone to it. Tree tried to get a little cheeky pick with the Widow, not going to find anyone. Infected staying with the Sigma. And RuPaul now off the Ana, playing the Kiriko here. So instead of playing with his Nano Blade, maybe playing for a little bit more survivability, with the option to play the off angles a bit more effectively, especially considering that TVNT Diva into Ana, a very good matchup.
Into a bit of a weird comp for Team Liquid, but I do think the Kiriko offers a bit more, especially on the utility side, but not enough to stop
again.
TVNT. He just gets 2. I mean, this guy is unstoppable right now. Infected completely on the opposite side of the map here, controlling space indoors. He'll get taken down by Quartz. What are you supposed to do against this guy? How do you stop TVNT right now? Because it doesn't look like it's possible.
And right there, that was really a comedy of errors, though, because he sees that Zira takes that Genji duel, doesn't get the mini, has to back up, and RuPaul drops the TP, uses that to get close, and then is caught because there's no TP anymore. Zero had already backed up, and then TVNT just sees those 2 players there on the flank, goes in. So a bit of a mistake there on Liquid's part as well. TVNT just capitalizing on it. And Tree trying to find the rail for anyone on high ground.
But by the way, look how fast TVNT reacts. As soon as Infected sends the rock, TVNT presses the go button. He's looking for targets as soon as Infected doesn't have the peel ability. And Infected on Sigma is too slow to do anything else to combat this Diva. In fact, he's in trouble now. He needs to make sure he doesn't go down. TVNT all over the map, working with Jay on the sidelines as well. Vega caught once more, finding Astro, adding himself into the kill feed as well. And this is just a cleanup once again. Liquid are so slow to move up and do anything. At least Jay will get traded, but that's all they're getting.
I mean, TVNT is a shark. TVNT is an actual shark in the water right now. If he senses blood, if he sees anyone half HP, he comes over, runs and hits him with the car. Hits him with the car real quick, with the Diva mech. Just runs him over there with that burst damage the Diva can bring. And the coordination now with Twisted Minds, in particular with TVNT, to just follow up on that damage is so crucial. And again, I point towards the Sigma
that's
and ask,
unacceptable.
Where's the value? Where's the value?
Cannot be dying.
Here?
That's just a free reset. Okay, TVNT is overcommitted potentially. No, just a rock. Doesn't lose his mech. That's good. Flux coming on through. In fact, he's getting desperate here. Who's he going to look for? Suzu regardless, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Simple had the counter ready to move, and TM is sitting on 5 ults by the way, and they're going to use all of them now. Xerac is a deflect on Quartz. That's a good start for Team Liquid. They needed something like that. Still plenty of ults to use on the side of Twisted Minds, and slowly but surely, it seems like Team Liquid might be falling apart. TVNT still uncontested, 3 versus 3. Xerac still slicing away, looking to demake, but doesn't have one more blade to get that done. And finally, that is like the first death I've seen on TVNT in what feels like a long time.
And what a fight there from Zero. Zero again, I mean, gets the reflect onto Quartz during the orbital ray, has the blade ready, positions himself properly to clean up and remove JWoo. JWoo now going to the Tracer here for the recontest. The rush is available, so no support ults here for Liquid, by the way. Tree has to have a hero moment.
Oh, JWoo's getting the hero moment treatment from RuPaul's POV right now, and Tree, he might just deliver a little bit more. TVNT low HP, simple gone. That's the backline, basically fraud and Twisted Minds. Of course, can only do so much. TVNT cannot return back to the mech. Vega gets his revenge late in the day, but when it actually counts, of course, is just going to have to return to the spawn room for the rest of his team. Team Liquid waking up in the final moments here to cap.
And they needed a hero moment. That means they actually had to have a hero moment. There was no other possibility there. RuPaul delivering some of that veteran experience, getting the pick on a JWoo, and then Tree finding another pick onto Simple. And finally, we see a little bit of Sigma value from Infected, just locking down Quartz. And you really want to see Infected control this high ground versus the D.Va, right? You want to see him get some rock, build a flux, knock them out here for free, especially knowing that Twisted Minds does not have much in the tank.
Especially early on, but now that Infected is split from the rest of his team, because you see through the walls and the silhouettes as well. Infected very far into the side. He's ulting right now. He might even just be solo here. I don't know if he caught anybody by the flux.
I don't think he got anyone.
So some low HP on the side of Twisted Minds, but it's actually Zero that dies regardless of the HP bars of Twisted. So Team Liquid are the ones that are slowing down a little bit, waiting for respawn.
Now with that pick, Liquid have to play it slow. 2 minutes here in the bank. Orbital Ray being built up here for Astro. They're going to engage Tree very low, but they're not going to find him. And now they can play for the rush here, potentially. They know that the booster, they know some cooldowns been used here.
Zero in trouble here. Suzu being used. And Paul sending through that Kitsune rush. Simple a little bit low. Funny Astro waiting for his moment for the Orbital Ray, and Tree finds Simple. So 4 players still alive for Twisted Minds, but the Orbital Ray is good. It allows JWoo to get the damage necessary to kill Zero. Still though, back and forth trades 3 versus 3 Vega. The rally should be the difference maker here. Should allow now Team Liquid to consolidate together as their trio.
There's the heals to Vega, keeping Infected alive. The Mega Pack going to be grabbed over from TVNT. So the movement again from this D.Va. TVNT just staying in this fight, being a nuisance. Both support ults used now, so Simple gets to come back in here with a rush. The Blade's going to be up for JWoo as well.
Tree, Zero, both looking for their own ultimates. Course not far behind. TVNT now has a remake available. That'll be powerful. Tree instantly defensive matrix. Look at TVNT. He wants Tree bad, but TVNT is taking a bit too much damage here. And in the meantime, Infected deleting Quartz away. Still though, Vega will fall. 4 versus 4. TVNT blows Zero up. That's going to be an extra kill in the favor of Twisted Minds. And time is running out here. Team Liquid can only afford a couple more resets.
And the Sharp in the water again. Infected also probably going to get delayed here. Stagger occurring. It's going to be brutal, guaranteeing there's only one fight now for Liquid. Flux will be up. They do not want to lose anyone else here, though. They have to be really careful. They're chasing in. They're going in. Zero going to blade them when they're in spawn here with the rush.
Using a lot of ultimates here. Both teams are going to do so, but Zero gets killed. Bunny Astro obviously traded to start with Quartz. Now the next man up to try and use some ultimates. By the way, 20 seconds touch required. And there's no fast heroes. Who's going to go for the touch? Zero now only just respawning.
TVNT. He gets another. JWoo gets another. 10 seconds here. Flux invested. Liquid.
Spawn.
They're going to have to get the touch. They got the touch. They have to get a touch here. They need to get to the point.
Rock doesn't hit anything. Really slow heroes here. Tree going Tracer. 3 seconds left. Who's going to get that touch? Barely a Zero. Not going to quite get it. Deleted before he make the final touch happen. And TVNT delivers Twisted Mind yet another map. Even with Havana and the map choice with the bans coming on through, Lucio gone. It wasn't enough. You would think that a Sigma and a Brig should put enough pressure onto TVNT's D.Va, but you'd be wrong.
Liquid just fumbling here towards the end, just not able to close out after that long pause coming off of Eichenwald. And TVNT, like I said, a shark in the water, just finding pick after pick after pick, the positioning perfect, averting damage, moving as a unit in 2 with JWoo. This is 2-man squad. And for Liquid, I mean, I have to point back again to this Sigma composition and just not able to find anything. But we're going to see this map of the series coming up. Team Liquid versus Twisted Minds.
Nice.
Second map 5 in our second semi-finals of the day here for preseason bootcamp and OWCS. The 2026 season is really kicking off now. Really close games here, super competitive series, and now they're decided between Liquid and Twisted Minds.
And I thought maybe it was looking a little over early in the series. We weren't going to get a rematch here to the map 5 to match the Crazy Raccoon Falcons, but of course, the plot armor is too strong. The narrative is too strong, Avril. EMEA versus NA. Best of both the region here. Going to map 5. And remember, for this map 5, it is going to be a slightly different rule set. Domina is going to have to be played. We've seen Infected look pretty good at.
Ooh,
so
first
far,
time
so a bit of a
Colosseo.
nerf. Yeah, Colosseo as well.
So here's the problem now, and I set this up very early on, but Twisted Minds, they have been finding success on Eichenwald and Havana. I mean, significantly so as well, off the back of TVNT Diva. That's not available anymore. The problem here is, because TM are required to get a reverse sweep, and we will definitely be going to a map 5, Domina is enforced as a mandatory tank choice here, regardless of what the map actually is. And because of that, it's a real problem now for Twisted Minds, because they have to play Domina, where Infected has looked far more comfortable.
Yes, that is a pretty big power shift for these squads. But we are going to see, is it going to make the difference? Final map of the series here. Team Liquid versus Twisted Minds. Let's see who comes out on top.
Everything else is available, no bans on this map at all. So as much as, yes, the ruling does negatively affect Twisted Minds disproportionately here, part of that is self-imposed. I mean, you have to be a well-rounded player, you have to be a well-rounded team. You have to be able to deliver on a multitude of heroes in this meta. For this particular game, this particular meta, Domina is one of those heroes, mandatory by nature on map number 5, and
it's Vega. Look at his face. Look at his face, by the way, Avril. Look at Vega's face, and you see RuPaul, everyone shaking their head. It's Vega again. He's the one with the problem. He's looking towards the admin. They're saying, Vega, what's going on? It's the mic.
It's the mic again. They want to silence him. They want to silence him. They don't want him. They don't want him here in the series.
Well,
it's an incredible turn of events for Vega.
Something fishy in the water here, but I'm sure we'll get that sorted out. I'm sure there's another mic they can get him. But yeah, we got a little bit of sneak peek of what we could potentially see on this opening map as players were kind of hovering their initial picks. Obviously, there could still be some changes, but largely it's going to appear to be a Lucio Kiriko backline dominant and forced with Quartz and Tree obviously on the Sojins. Jwoo's locked in the Tracer for the time being. Zero hovering over the Echo, but I don't know how serious Zero actually is. More than likely, Zero will either be Vendetta or Tracer.
Definitely a good, solid bet there for see either of those heroes come out for Zero, especially on this map. You can get a little bit of the lore buff. A little bit of the lore buff, of course, from Vendetta, as we wait to get to see this issue resolved for Vega's mic. And right now for Liquid, I mean, this is as much a mental game as it is actual being on your game in terms of a macro mechanical wise, because you're in a potential reverse sweep situation. It's been 2 brutal map losses. So now Liquid really have to get their head in the game, show that they have what it takes to be that top competitor, which is because sometimes you're just going to be falling behind a bit despite being in the lead. And, you know, this is a team of some veteran talent, so I have no doubt that they can do it. But definitely a tough situation to be in here for Team Liquid.
Back against the wall when momentum is in Puss in Mind's favor, considering that it's all well and good to be 2-0 up in the series. You would think that most teams would probably crumble under the pressure of being the team that has to reverse sweep.
Hello, crowd.
Put your hand up if you're in the crowd. But
there they are. There's our crowd.
Have dealt with that more so, and now you're having the reverse situation where Team Liquid, they're at the rate of being reverse sweeped, which means, I mean, that in and of itself is a huge amount of pressure.
All right, now for Twisted Minds, I mean, they have to be feeling really good coming into this because they just had some, I would say, tough circumstances themselves heading to this reverse sweep. And without a doubt, Avril, I mean, regardless of the outcome of this series, you still have to walk away from this being TVNT is such a difference maker for this team. And the strength of D.Va, in particular, in his hands, and just the power of that mobility and the burst damage is incredibly strong here. Even though some of the players may be having slightly quieter performances, in particular Quartz, like we've talked about. And then for Liquid, you looked at the comps, you talked about the Vendetta here for Zira, and you wonder, is there going to be any changes in the backline potentially again, or are we just going to try to mirror this Lucio Kiriko repeatedly? Because I feel like for both these squads, they probably do just want to play the Lucio Kiri. But I could see Vega theoretically making a swap to maybe empower the flank a bit more. But on a map like Colosseo, you really do want to have that speed boost available. But Cat is definitely a viable option, honestly.
I think if you go Cat, you have to start considering combos. You would have to drag Tree over to Cast to really make it work. Because the ultimate really not providing enough value, considering the difference between a sound barrier versus a catnap. I think the choice is clear on that one, of which one will have a higher chance of delivering you a win. But let's lock into the actual heroes. Chosen Zero has in fact locked in for this Echo. And as the crowd gets hyped, let's get into the final map of our second semi-finals. Winner takes on Crazy Raccoon in the grand finals, all to play for between TL and TM.
Zero actually with the Echo here, looking to use some of these angles around this first area that we're going to be fighting here around the bot. Get some poke. You see Quartz peeking around. Not finding anyone just yet. Lucio Kiriko for both squads here, as the poke still happens.
Liquid still looking for something around the sides of the map, and Quartz will just eat a bunch of damage as he explores that same area himself. Again, a risk for Zero to be on this hero, but certainly something that's going to be difficult for Team to deal with since they don't have anything that can really attack the sky unless Quartz is really sharp on his aim, specifically against Zero. Just slow going in the first minute here before we get either a pick or somebody gets an ult.
Yeah, exactly right. And so much of the ebb and flow currently is just, can they force a recall or a shift out from the DPS Twisted Minds so Zero can get a little bit more aggressive? Twisted Minds trying to take this space here, knowing they have a bit stronger on the ground game with Jwoo on the Tracer currently. As Zero still looking to find anyone here. Just poking around the flanks. Portal's being built up.
Almost supposed to get popped into the wall, and now finally that's going to be collected upon TVNT low HP. And Twisted Mind starting to buckle under the pressure here as Ports is the only one to actually get a return kill. Team Liquid strike first blood and multiple more bloods here, so we'll start to get some meters on cap.
Got a little dicey there for a second with the aggression, but good finds for Liquid here. 5 ults about to be up for Liquid as well. It was a really long fight as the pause comes out again here.
Everyone's looking at Vega.
And they're looking at Vega. Is it going to be Vega? Look at him. They're looking at him. They're looking at Vega. It's Vega's mic. They don't, he knows something. They don't want it to come out. I don't know what it is, but Vega knows something that they don't want the world to know. Because it is a mic issue again here for Vega. Honestly, can't they just yell at each other? Let's just have them yell at each other across the desk.
Crowd's getting loud in there as well. You can only imagine how hard it might be to hear things, but I mean, I don't think any of them understand Korean, so it's not like they'll get any info from Korean casters. But either case, alrighty, well, we're resuming the game. Don't know if the mic probably got fixed or not, but we're getting back into it. I think Liquid just briefly getting an advantage on the meter. TV's already half HP, by the way. Funny Ash reminds us to think about ulting here. It's Infected, already sending the Panopticon through, and look at this. Team Liquid looking like they have a major advantage. They will send that one home, continue this push, and TM not really getting much of a response at all.
You're definitely starting to see a bit TVNT being off the Diva here. And seeing Infected just feel a bit more comfortable on the Dominant. Also, as a clarification, apparently it wasn't a Vega mic issue. They just had some a miscommunication, apparently. So Vega baiting us there just a little bit.
They had a miscommunication because they couldn't hear him, clearly.
Yeah, that must be it. But the recontest going to be happening here for Twisted Minds. Advantage right now for Liquid, still holding on to 3 ults. Azura getting to the backline here, putting some pressure down.
Okay, he's looking for something, gets the copy onto the Dominant. Now triple Dominant on field. TVT finally gets to use his Panopticon. Not too sure if he really hit too many targets with that one, but it's good enough for course to at least get the kill onto Infected. Simple delivers a little bit more tree falls as well, and finally Twisted Minds, before Team Liquid allowed to snowball too heavily on the map, will finally get their own meterage on board.
Still, ults being invested across the board for both squads here, so for Liquid, if you could be relatively happy with that, considering that you already have the advantage. It's going to be a pretty neutral fight here. Respawners coming back for Twisted Minds. Liquid now just want to poke TVNT here off the point a little bit, resume some control, and currently Twisted Minds, they're playing a little split. The Spawner's still coming back, but it should be fine now. There isn't really an opening currently as Tree just looking for a head. Going to find anyone with the rail.
Has to get past all the shielding first, and currently just struggling to do so. TVNT making sure his part of the map is covered. Twisted Minds struggling to get around this corner. Vega low HP, and both of the Lucio players are going to end up falling by the wayside. Symbol's going to deliver one extra here as Jay was looking for the pulse bomb. Won't end up getting that hit, but slight player advantage here might just be enough for Twisted Minds to push on further, threaten the cap.
Yeah, Infected going to go down. Off that pressure, they just don't have the off angles controlled anymore, with Zero also going down currently. And J-Wo here on the point, just looking to clean up. They're going to keep the bot moving. Liquid trying to play on the high ground, stay away from that man disadvantage they might have currently. And Optic going to be up here for Infected. Rush going to be up as well, so they have some options. As you see, Twisted Minds repositioning, knowing about the ult bank, just trying to play in a little bit of a safer position here, potentially.
Well, certainly they don't want to fight uphill best they can. They want to drag Team Liquid down into the dumps. And, well, so far it's only RuPaul being dumped away. TVNT follows through 99 to Panopticon. A little bit of a shame there for Twisted Minds. And Jaewoo's getting work done. Triple kill. Jaewoo might just be the hero that Twisted Minds need. In fact, he's going to get the cap. He's going to back cap, which means even if TM loses fight, they got the job done. But it looks like they'll actually win. Jaewoo delivering and then some.
Yeah, Jaewoo there just exploiting the chaos. Infected wanted to fall off after the Panopticon, but Jaewoo just uses that chaos, the mobility, the damage of Tracer, all that flexibility that you have to clean up there on the point, get the cap, and now Liquid not having the second checkpoint. The ults are going to be building up here, but Twisted Minds, you look at the bank here, it's a very strong position to be in.
Here we go. Stronger still because the Katsuna rushes. RuPaul nearly dies there but stays alive. TVNT, Funny Ash are all ulting in and Infected falls. Tree gets clocked as well. Team Liquid, only 3 members alive. And the green HP is simply not enough because Simple pushing his way through, getting those kills. They already have the cap and now they're going to be threatening to get 100 meters.
Jaewoo and Quartz both still holding on to ults as well. Twisted Minds. This is the Twisted Minds we were expecting heading into the series. Took them a little while to come back out. Maybe a bit of a summoning ritual there. But you expect this team to be so good at these brawl comps when the chaos breaks down, making the right macro plays. As Quartz gonna pop the ult.
Good repulsor though, Infected alleviating pressure. Quartz forced back on out, looking for further targets, and RuPaul finds out exactly what Quartz is talking about. TVNT still in the front lines. Vega and Tree falling down as the payload continues moving forward. One kill from Infected is going to actually make somewhat of a difference once the respawners come through. Note that Quartz is super far away. When Infected comes back in, they will have a player advantage. Twisted Minds can only push a little bit further before they're forced to back on out.
RuPaul there finding that limb there on the Jaewoo, so Liquid can be really aggressive here for the recontest. But TVNT just pushing forward, finding Vega off that damage, the Domina damage, being very strong. And Liquid, they really haven't taken a lot of position off that limb. They need to be taking more space here, ideally, especially with no space around the field.
Brother, TVNT has to get out of this situation. He has to consider it at least. But maybe he's not the one in trouble. Maybe Infected's the one in trouble because the players with Twisted Minds that they need to reinforce have simply returned now. And now TM 90% onto Panopticon, waiting for the heals to come under Suzu just to help TVNT get back up in there. We've basically evened up in terms of the ults for Panopticons, but we have 127 minutes and counting. Team Liquid are in real trouble.
And additionally, Simple's going to have the rush ahead of any of the other support ults. Panopticon goes out, no one gets caught, no one gets down.
This could be full cap.
Aggressing now. This could be the full cap.
Infected down. Team Liquid can't afford to lose too many more. TM need a few plays to die here for TL to have any chance of saving the map, because otherwise Twisted Minds, they're just going to deliver this one all the way into Liquid's home. Stab through the heart, and Liquid are going to fall to pieces. Twisted Minds, still the defending world champions, still now going to the grand finals to take the very first title of 2026.
Liquid, unfortunately, doing a bit of a phase of matter change there and solidifying that EMEA is still on top comparatively as of right now. And really for Liquid, a kind of a crushing defeat, a crushing reverse sweep there. The overall just tenacity of Twisted Minds is incredible. I mean, you look at this team, bringing it back, it's always hard to do a reverse sweep at this level, especially with the circumstances involved. TVNT still putting on a masterclass. Quartz waking up there a bit. Simple, Jaewoo, the whole team having a great shot, having a great performance in general. And really, you just have to be impressed with the squad.
When it counts, right? I mean, first two maps, things were not looking great. The second map in particular was a bit of an ugly one, but whole team on stage here, hands up in the air. What a performance, a reverse sweep. Similar looks to where they were in the World Finals. Remember, T1 had Twisted Minds against the wall in the World Finals last year, and then Twisted Minds reverse swept them. Team Liquid now fully understanding firsthand what that feels like, and it stings. But the best thing about Twisted Minds that we are discovering here is they're not just a D.Va one-trick team. TVNT is looking like the best D.Va I've ever seen so far, but even when the D.Va isn't available, he's proven that when the Dominors come out, and the dominoes start to fall, it falls in Twisted Minds' favor, and that's what makes them potentially still the best team in the world.
100%. The squad is one to be reckoned with across the board. And Liquid, I think you can be relatively happy with their performance, but definitely not ideal way to go out of the tournament. All things considered, it was a close match, but they were in a very strong position. They can take some learnings from this. It is very early in the season, and player of the match is going to be TVNT, which I think is incredibly well. I mean, yeah, they're incredibly well deserved. You can't think of a player that did more across the series, and in particular for Twisted Minds as the winning team than TVNT.
I mean, it was abundantly clear. You know, you look at the first two maps, no D.Va allowed on map 1, obviously, because we're playing the 5 new heroes. Map 2, instantly banned on out, target ban for TVNT. But guess what? You get to map number 3, and it's a night and day difference. All you had to do was unlock this guy on the hero that he needs to shut down the problem on the other team, which was Tree, and then suddenly it's a completely different team. And TVNT is a team in and of himself as well. This guy is like 5 players that are capable of playing the game in terms of the power output, all rolled up in one. That's what it looks like from the Team Liquid side of things. How do you deal with him?
Yeah, it definitely calls into question just the strength of D.Va and having such a power of just a really good D.Va player in general on the board here. And maybe something to note of just when you think about how good some of these top teams are when we have a D.Va player like TVNT. But we are going to have an interview. It's going to be simple doing the interview here. I'm interested to see what he has to say about the match.
네, 트위스트 마인드가 결승으로 진출합니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM은 TVNT 선수가 받았지만 여러 선수들의 이야기를 좀 더 듣기 위해서 심플 선수를 모시게 됐는데요. 패패승승승으로 또 무서운 집중력을 보여주면서 이렇게 결승까지 진출하게 됐습니다. 자, 경기를 뒤집은 비결도 궁금하고 또 오늘 초반에 경기력 힘들었는데 어떻게 풀어가는지도 이야기 듣고 싶거든요. 어땠나요?
Although TVNT is the player of the match,
쟤네가 새로 나온
we can talk to Simple here. What were your thoughts on today's match, Simple? And how did it go?
힘들었는데 그래도 저희 팀이 멘탈이 좋아가지고 잘 해냈던 것 같습니다.
네, 결국 마지막에 웃었던 건 트와였습니다. 팀
Simple
분위기가
responding.
굉장히 좋더라고요.
It was pretty tough to handle all the new heroes. It's pretty new to us, but felt great to win and get that comeback.
TVNT가 잘하는 것 같아요.
TVNT 선수 어제 인터뷰할 때도 굉장히 유쾌했는데 이렇게 또
And the follow-up question,
분위기를 또 밝게 만들어주는 재주가 있나
which
봅니다.
player sets the tone for the team? You know, who's the leader, perhaps the vibes, the leader for this squad?
같은 포지션으로 게임을 또 만들어줬고요. 딜러라이도 안정적인 퍼포먼스
Simple responding, TVNT, he's the one that lifts the team's spirits. Definitely keeps the momentum up for us mentally when we're in game.
월드 파이널 이후에 또 금에 환영을 한 심플 선수기도 하죠. 오랜만에 한국 팬분들 마주하게 됐는데요. 팬분들께도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
해외나 국내나 보러 와주셔서 감사합니다.
And then another question here for Simple Bean. Do you have any words to the Korean fans in particular?
크레이지 라쿤과의 경기가 예정돼 있는데요.
Simple responding, thank you for your support, whether from abroad or in Korea.
경기를 펼치게 될지
Humble,
각오 한마디 들어봐도
but a humble
될까요?
competitor there. Remembering the world exists. Is that for him?
다음 경기도 이기겠습니다.
크레이지 라쿤 기대하셔도
And then to Simple, how are you feeling about the showdown coming up with Crazy Raccoon? Simple saying, we are definitely going to win that game. So the confidence very high here for Twisted Mind.
And they should feel that way as well. And we're going to take a break now. Come back with a show match in the grand finals after that. See you soon.
Come on, kill them.
Yeah.
Kill them.
Push,
Trace point.
Nice.
Nice. I swear to you.
We'll show them a trick or two.
The Kitsune got you! Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings!
Come closer. I won't bite.
Boom! I'm feeling it!
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove!
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit! Nice try!
F it up!
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived.
I have landed among the stars!
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
Will be ours.
blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on.
Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are.
getting late here in Korea for the OWCS Bootcamp, but before we head into the grand finals, we're going to take you through a fun little show match here. Jet team deathmatch between all of our support professional players here at the Bootcamp.
Well, technically, not all of them, because we're not going to be having everyone from the currently competing teams playing. It's going to be only the eliminated guys playing here, and Team Lijiang here with Links of Bliss, Maka, Chio, and Slay competing here. And there are some special rules as well, aren't there, Avril?
They are. We're going to be going to 15 kills. I mean, it's team deathmatch, right? So just going up to 15 kills. I believe the first to 15 will take it. But you know what, Avas? I think this is the type of event that if we were still in the Overwatch League, you'd probably be playing one of these.
Well, I mean, considering that they put me in one of these at Stockholm, and I wasn't playing, I might be in it regardless. I had heard very last second as well. So, but you know, came in, played with Zoro, won, and Hawk, won. Actually, Hawk wasn't. No, he was. Yeah, he was on my team. I got Hawk, I had Rack. It was a very good showing for me. All things
Boston
considered.
gets eliminated. Huck's like, Vaz, you're in, buddy. This is your time. I'm putting our faith in you.
I mean, as they should. As they should. I was a legend of the sport, still am. And this is Team Meow with Vega, FD God, Lep, CJ, and Fixa. You can feel the aura. Maybe Vega, hopefully, can calm with this team this time. That's going to be our secondary show match team here.
Well, he swapped the position. He's not sitting in the same spot. It's Lep now that's going to be in that spot. But hopefully that's not the cursed position to be in. Vega, who was, man, if Liquid won, I think Vega probably would have been player of the match for that one. So, real shame given how close that series was, but a good showing across this entire weekend so far in terms of the capabilities we've seen from players on these new heroes. But I think Cat has been one of the heroes that's certainly stolen the show for a few of the standouts out there. Domino obviously being played a lot. And second to Domino in playtime, well, it has to be Jetpack Cat.
100% Jetpack Cat has really transformed the landscape a bit, and having a hero with that much mobility and utility is very, very strong. Definitely a little bit behind Domina here, but we're going to be getting into the show match now. Team Lijiang versus Team Meow. And Avril, I know that this is going to be really informing my opinion, I think, moving forward about how I feel about Jetpack Cat.
And they can carry each other to battles. Oh, this is going to get really wild when the ultimates start showing up.
Oh, it will. It's going to be like a
by the way,
meteor
how
shower.
Are you even going to hit the opponent when they're permanently in the air? Right? That's
I mean, that is a really good question, but I mean,
dude, this looks like a space battle. This looks like a sci-fi space battle.
I was actually going to say it looks like my porch when I put up a light, an LED light. All the gnats.
Oh, right. Not all the neighborhood cats, all the little cats in your neighborhood don't show up like this, right?
No, I mean, well, the gnats do, which sounds like cats. Really, the current question, I mean, look at the dogfight happening here. We have a bit of a distance. I'm expecting here to see some coordination. I mean, look at the space battle occurring in the air right now.
That's what I'm saying.
This is going to be very interesting.
It's looking like the opening of Star Wars Episode 3, you know what I'm saying? Just Anakin, get in there, please. They're trying to go for some of these melees as well. All right, we're getting feisty now.
And a secondary problem, too, is that they have to deal the damage and then somehow commit and finish the damage before it's healed by the...
And everyone can heal each other and themselves. So
and there's an AoE heal as well. There's also an AoE heal right there. They commit on the Vega. They're trying to find someone. They aren't going to get it just yet.
The first kill might just win because we might run out of time. Genuinely, there's 8 minutes 30 left. If no one kills each other, there it is. Bliss got fixed, so that's probably it. That might be the GG's.
Trades occurring here. Vega though with another Vega on the cat again, being the hero. Fixa gonna go back, and this time looking pretty good for Team Meow. Team Meow 4-1 now versus Team Lijiang.
Lijiang. First ult's coming on Chio. Dude, Chio, he's the best of this hero. I don't know what it is. Fix's got Chio down there, so maybe I lied.
Caster Curse. Catter Curse. It's the Catter Curse right there. As you see, bit of a strafing action going on right now. Team Lijiang trying to back on up. Get boosters loaded. He got taking a little bit of pressure, but instead Chio gonna go down.
What is happening to bro?
He has cat scratch fever, perhaps. He's got some cat scratch fever. losing his mind a little bit. We could really do with some Flight of the Valkyries being played over this.
I want to see someone else.
Really
I want to see what happens with someone else. Is it even possible to land on somebody in the sky? Like, surely you'll never hit anybody, right? If you ult.
I mean, you would have to hit them theoretically, like directly on their body, right? Or does it have to only be the ground? I guess that's the question here. I believe you could do it.
Oh,
damage here.
Getting
Pressure
serious.
coming out. The ebb and flow, the yin and yang of Team Nian, Team Meow.
If they all come and say 3, 2, 1 ult, and they all 5 ult at the same time, surely you get one player hit.
So just a broadside, like a pirate ship. You just release the cannon, release the cannon. Everyone goes out. You see backing up here. There's the pressure. The ult's going 1, 2, 3. What's happening? Everyone's hitting the ground. The meteor shower. And you see people going off the map now, but Team Meow still with the man advantage, with the kill advantage here. 7-2 for Team Meow. A little under 6, or really 7 minutes remaining.
9-3. All right, we might actually find the 15 kills. I was a little bit worried that we were just going to stalemate the entire thing. We're moving this battle indoors now. This is getting a little crazy. We're not just doing these outdoor space battles anymore. The healing is so pretty insane. Imagine calming this. Get the cat. Get the cat one. Oh, well.
Get the cat. Get the cat. That
There's a lot of them out there.
That cat over there.
Not the
Get
other
him.
one.
Okay, he's low. Oh, he's healed. Oh, he's healed. Oh, no. Yeah, just... It's definitely the focus fire. I mean, a challenge in this situation. As Vega getting a little bit of pressure, has to back on up. And you have to wonder, is someone going to land the mid-arrow? That's really what I want to know. Will someone be able to do it?
That should be like the golden snitch. You should just be able to win the whole thing if you do
just
that.
Just auto win. Yeah, auto win if you do it. The trade's going out there, Chiomaka. We're back indoors. The cats. They're having a ball. There's the old Linksa. Gonna find him. Surely. There it is. Fix it down. Still though. Oh, it's not looking good as Maka falls off the map, reducing the number of limbs that Team Young has, unfortunately. So bringing him down just a tad.
Still on 11. So see if that ends up being something at all. I don't know if they actually dropped the number down. I think it was at 11 and it's still at 11. They gave an extra kill.
It might as well be 6, right? You know, I mean, guys, am I right? 5'11", might as well be 6 foot.
The difference is being made up maybe slowly. Maybe I'm lying here. Mark is ulting, no idea where. So we just went to 6, 12, and 13. Lep got 2 out of nowhere. That's pretty wild.
Team Meow. I mean, the momentum's in there. It's all here. Right now, right Meow. Team Meow has a bit of the lead, is maintaining that lead, nearly double the limbs here for Team Niang. Ults are going to be up, going to be available as the battle of the airborne cats continues.
Imagine if we did this on the Horizon Lunar Colony. We could really have a space battle.
Oh, that could be. That would be excellent. That would be very excellent. As FD God, they're going to find Maka.
Last kill. One more. Yeah, I only need a single more.
There it is. The volley's coming out, trying to find one more here for Team Meow.
Oh!
Getting low. Vega down. Can they find it? They need something.
Literally a reposition ult coming through from Slate. I mean, Team Yang, blue team is slowly working their way up. They just can't make any mistakes. Vega's low, taken down by Marco.
I'm going to be honest, Vega, this you can't choke again. Vega, we can't have a reverse sweep here. In the jetpack cat team deathmatch.
This will be it. This will be the end. Surely, people getting dragged away by the ultimates. Left is low as well. Left down, 10 to 14. Meow just need one more. They genuinely need one more. What is happening?
Please. I mean, actually, they just need one. They just need one. It can't happen to Vega again here. It can't happen to him again, Avril. They have to find it. Just find their one.
Who's going to ult?
They're still looking. They're waiting. They're playing it safe. They're playing it very carefully here, Avril.
I'm weirdly invested now. I wasn't sure about this to start with, but right now, there's only one kill left to go through. I'm quite interested. Everyone's playing super safe now. I mean, Team Yang has to. They can't afford to have anybody overextend.
I mean, Vega has to be feeling the pressure. I mean, also, I guess to be fair, there's the DSG players as well. You see here, poking around the side. Ult still going to be up. Left getting a little low here. It's a battle of patience. It's a battle of wits currently. The damage can be healed instantaneously. The movement through the sky. Less than 3 minutes remaining.
And I guess if the time runs out, right, like surely the team that has more kills just gets it by default.
Yeah, Team EMEA playing it really slowly, perhaps, just to play. Another advantage. 1-0 out.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Here it comes, crashing to the ground.
Did anyone even get caught by that? It doesn't look like it.
What the dinosaur saw.
Oh!
Pressure.
No, dude, that was close.
Vegas will hold on to roll. Bliss, rather. Gonna be a couple more for Team Lijiang. About to be 2 minutes here in the bank. The dog fighting, or rather the cat fighting, continue. No one going down, though.
No one's even really getting that low. It's only when someone sort of tries to go a little bit too deep to maybe use the Burt. I mean, the Pokes just healed up. FT God went down to 1, but no one could commit.
They're assuming the formation here. Here's the aggression.
Marcus went to try to swipe somebody else. Hilarious.
It was definitely, I was looking for it. The poke still happening. Less than 2 minutes remaining now. Team Meow, all they have to do is just not lose their advantage. Team Meow perhaps taking the coward's way out here. Playing it safe. I mean, it's a smart way to do it, but I feel like it flies in the history of the sport into the 5v5 Jetpack Cat deathmatch.
Looks like Blue Team Lijiang have to kind of go deep here to find something before we run out of time. So I'm pretty sure highest score is going to end up winning this one. With a minute left to play through, just about. Left getting a little low here, but again, the healing is just so big. I don't know if we could have just reduced the healing for this one a little bit.
Do you think anyone from Overwatch League Season 1 could have made it in this? Do you think they, when we talk about the skill gap, could they have performed? Could Roshan have performed in the Team Meow versus Team Lijiang?
But you were there in Season 1. You could have been in this.
True, and I could perform. And there, Maka finds one. Wait a minute. Could be a collapse here.
FT God,
Less than
FT God next.
remaining. They gotta get him. The heal's coming in.
How did they not get a decoy? They fumbled their decoy.
Team Meow played it. Oh, they get another. They could equalize. Nearly 30 seconds here on the bank. Wait a minute.
If they equalize, do we just stalemate? What happens?
I don't know why we gotta play another. Of course,
this is,
we're gonna have to play another.
My God. This is Uncharted 2. We'll play another one with turning the healing completely off.
I don't think we can. I don't think we have the control over that call here.
I'm sending a message to Scott right now.
Happening. Damage getting low. Team Meow playing clustered together. Strength in numbers. They don't want to lose a pick in the last moment. Vega getting a little low. 5 seconds here.
FT gone low. No stalemate. Team Meow just got to stay alive.
They died! They died in the last second! Maka
There's no way.
The draw!
It's all scripted, guys. It's all scripted.
I mean, really, in the history of the sport, never seen such a comeback. You might have seen the reverse sweep coming out from Twisted Minds, from Twisted Meows versus Team Leopards. But unfortunately, it's nothing compared to this. Nothing compared to Team Meow versus Team Lijiang.
Team Cats versus Team Felines.
Team Cats versus Team Felines, of course. What would be like? Perhaps, no, I don't know with that. I'm trying to catify it, but here we go. Take a bow. What a performance there for the show match. And I think that enriched my life. Did it enrich yours?
I feel slightly better now, but maybe that's just because it is over.
Wow,
a draw
over here
to end it all. How's your cat doing? How does your cat feel about this?
I wouldn't know. I've had to lock them out of the room or else they'd be getting in the way. I'm sure they would have opinions, perhaps. So I'm not sure their total thoughts. We'll have a post-event meeting, a wrap-up, discuss what the learnings, what we could improve on. But I don't think there's anything that could be improved on for either of these squads, obviously, other than perhaps winning. That would have been good.
Speaking of winning, obviously the two winning teams still waiting in the wings to be playing their grand finals, and everyone here eliminated slightly earlier as their bootcamp journey has ended. Some of it in very close affair, some of it much earlier than they would have wanted as well, because day one feels like such a long time ago now. We've played through so many matches, and single elimination obviously means no opportunity for mistakes to be made, no draws in an actual series of gameplay, despite the draw in the first series on our first day of the Peps game.
But good to see one last hurrah out of some of the eliminated players taking the stage once again, and looking forward to see how they all perform on their partner teams and such as we move forward into the 2026 OWCS season for all of them in their respective regions.
You think that's going to be on their Wikipedia profile? Going to have this event on there? Probably not, but I hope so.
Drawing the show match at Bootcamp. We're going to draw this show match to a close now. Take a quick break, come back with the grand finals.
better yet? We'll show them a trick or two.
The Kitsune guide you.
Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings!
Come closer. I won't bite.
Boom! I'm feeling it!
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove!
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
That will annoy it! Nice try!
F it up!
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived.
I have landed among the stars!
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
Will be ours.
blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on.
Feeling warm yet?
Such a ball.
Too easy.
Who's your
pretty kitty. You are.
As the final day comes to a conclusion, the stage is set yet again for the top 2 teams in the world to battle it out in the grand finals of the OWCS pre-season bootcamp in 2026. And I will here with Avast to bring you through the action for the final 2 teams here. Crazy Raccoon from Korea and defending world champions Twisted Minds.
And both these teams coming in at very opposite angles here of anticipation. Twisted Minds obviously winning last year's OWCS Stockholm Grand Finals, coming in as a favorite to look very good at this event, potentially win it. And Crazy Raccoon, oppositely, not looking as strong, especially from the scrims that were streamed before this, but continuing to be Lanimals, the Crazy Raccoons, living up to their name a little bit, and just being absolutely dominant, flexible, having the star power across the board here. And now with these 2 teams meeting in the Grand Finals, I think we're going to be in for a very good showing.
Much like their names suggest as well, Twisted Minds playing out of their minds when they're at their best. We've seen some hiccups in the first couple of maps in that Team Liquid series, and now their opponents changing from North Americans to a top Korean squad in Crazy Raccoon. First up, it's going to be Heesang on the Flex DPS.
And Heesang has been really just a silent carry at times for this team. I feel like a very underrated player still, despite how dominant he's been, how central he's been to Crazy Raccoon's success. So he's on the Tracer, off the Tracer. Really a fantastic player across the board for them.
Player that's been stable on the lineup for a very long time now. You want to talk about fantastic? Well, it's the GOAT of Overwatch himself, the winningest player of all time in pro esports for OW. It's Lip.
There's not much you have to say about Lip because his actions speak louder than words. And like you said, he's the most winningest player. He continues to be someone that will just pull out wins for Crazy Raccoons when you least expect it, and just someone you always have to be scared of when he's in the server.
You got the MVP in Dallas in 2024 when they won that first major title all the way back then. And now in 2026, still with the team, a veteran of the squad now, Jumbin.
You know, we talked a lot about Crazy Raccoon and the flexibility that they bring, and Jumbin is obviously central to that. The ball demon himself, being able to flex across the board, even showing us some dominate here at this event. It's central to their success as a team across a variety of metas.
Jumbin's partner in crime, also in tank. You got a player that's been by Jumbin's side on the same team for so many years. I believe this is actually the 6th year running together. Max on the off tanks, backing up Crazy Raccoon.
And Max really that, you know, yin to the yang there for Jumbin, filling out that hero pool and being someone that they can rely on to just take over those off tank roles and really be kind of that linchpin for them so they can play pretty much every comp.
Former 2023 world champion from Florida Mayhem, Chorong takes the stage, one of the best supports in the entire world, only rivaled by Chio. Let's see if he can retain that title.
And Chorong, I think someone that I got to work with personally in the 2023 Mayhem, and really a very mechanically talented and gifted support player, and also one of the few that can flex across pretty much any support role, which is why Crazy Raccoon has continued to be towards the top someone to be beaten.
Finally, newest player on the team joining Crazy Raccoon after Shu's departure. He's got big shoes to fill indeed, but there's one man to do it. Vigilante, previously on T1 and even further back in 2024. He also used to be on Twisted Minds.
And Vigilante, I think a lot of pressure on his shoulders to fill, like you said, that gap left by Shu. And he's been putting on a fantastic performance. I think people forget just how good Vigilante has been on T1 and previously in general as a player. And I know, it's like, oh, Ana players, when it comes, you can't replace Shu, but Vigilante is a very, very good potential fit to fit that Ana gap in the overall flex support role for Crazy Raccoon.
Starting lineup here featuring Jimbin, who played the majority of that last semi-final match versus Falcons as well. Typically, he has been starting out on map 1. Could still see Max getting subbed in from 2 onwards, and we'll have a potentially longer series here as well. Some more maps for the two tanks to switch positions and test themselves. Jimbin coming in for the Domina for map 1.
And that's about what we've expected so far, because remember map 1, we are going to be seeing that where my favorites played, but now we have Twisted Minds coming up here, Avril. I mean, Jaewoo, a new addition to this squad, but I think you could agree has been integral to their success so far.
Yeah, formerly of Virtus Pro, Jaewoo, we just saw in that last semi-final controlling the game, coming up big when it matters. He's been on the up and up in the EMEA regions, finding his new home, and it seems like his new home is on a winning roster. We'll see who the rest of his teammates are. Of course, you'll be familiar with them. It's Quartz himself, Emperor Quartz, top hit scan in the world. Of course, defending world champion as well from November in Stockholm. Is there a better hit scan in the world than him? It has been Lip, and this battle is going to be epic.
Yeah, and Quartz, I think, having a bit of a quieter event here, but overall, when you talk about a player that has simply dominated his role, winning OWCS 2025, Quartz is someone you can think of. And I hope to see him come back a little bit to form here for the grand finals in particular.
Team captain, coach, an in-game leader, Yubi, working behind the scenes and sometimes in front of it as well. Critical for Twisted Minds' 2025 championship run. Now, sitting back, letting his team win while he still calls the shots from behind.
And Yubi obviously not as present for this event like you were talking about, but still very integral to their success previously in the previous year. Still acting as kind of that captain/coach role for them. So can't discount what he might be doing behind the scenes currently.
And at the front of the lines, spearheading the entire team, back-to-back player of the match yesterday and today, bringing the series back from the brink of defeat against Team Liquid. It's the best diva in the world, TVNT.
TVNT, nothing else to say other than the monster currently on the diva, making people have conversations currently about like maybe diva needs to be nerfed solely because of how dominant TVNT has been on this hero recently. Absolutely the reason that Twisted Minds have made it so far in this event.
Former Gladiators player Funny Astro taking the stage now, finding his mark on this squad of Twisted Minds, joining his other former world champion compatriots. He's going to be facing off against Chorong. There's one guy that can do it, it's him.
And Astro, I mean, he's returned sort of the glory days of Overwatch League in a way. He got the first 3-year contract, I believe, with Twisted Minds with that extension. Just a staple of EMEA, a really talented support player, and one of the original Lucio gods when it comes to the mechanics on that hero, and has expended his hero pool a little bit here for Twisted Minds as well.
And it really is just that simple for simple. Coming in on flex support here, another defending world champion on Twisted Minds, finding his home on this team after being largely overlooked for the longest time. No more underrating of Simple. He is simply the best.
And you talk about his performance at OWCS 2025 Stockholm, but also this event has been probably the second best player behind TVNT overall, bringing so much impact on the Kiriko in particular, Simple being very crucial to their success.
As Yubi gives his team the much needed encouragement to get into map number 1. Don't discount the fact that in the longest series there is always a chance that maybe Yubi comes on in. We've seen it before. Could even be a map 7 sub, and could be anything that you wouldn't necessarily expect. But what we can expect, at least for map 1, as we are going to be playing once more the guaranteed all 5 Season 1 new heroes as a mandatory requirement, Jay will be starting again.
And we've seen both these teams obviously playing on this. And it's interesting because I would argue to a degree that both of these teams now, both Crazy Raccoon and Twisted Minds, have probably struggled the most comparatively in this all-new hero lineup, and just not feeling as comfortable at times utilizing some of those meta-defining heroes throughout the rest of the series. But now they're both here in the finals because of their grasp of just playing their style and having incredible firepower across the board.
And really proving that they are the best among their region as well. I mean, Crazy Raccoon had to get past Falcons to get here. Twisted Minds once again taking T1 down. And you have the defending world champion Twisted Minds versus Crazy Raccoon, who are the one team that you would have thought would have had a championship by now. And when they get to face the king, we're going to start out with once more a 1 versus 1 death match between 2 of our players in each of our teams in a 1 versus 1, picking one of the new heroes from Season 1 to duel out with, and then the winner of that 1v1 will get to decide the map for their team for map 1.
Excited to see them match up here again. In particular, Quartz has been on the EMEA, and I would love to see Quartz have a bit more impact as he learns that hero. Here's the one we're getting ready for the 1v1 to start. And really just these squads, I think, so interesting across the board. Like I said, where they didn't feel that comfortable, didn't feel that confident perhaps on these newer heroes, but by just sticking to their guns and sticking to their style and having just incredible talent, they're here in the grand finals. And we've already seen the impact of some of these newer heroes coming through. But even then, even with that, those meta-defining aspects, you still have these teams like Crazy Raccoon and Twisted Minds that are able to just play the way they want to. And I think that's kind of the beauty of Overwatch to a degree, is that you can have new heroes that do switch up the meta and you can still just play the style you want to play.
I think we do have some distinct styles here as well. Obviously, it does depend a lot upon what the tank situation on Crazy Raccoon is going to look like, but the style inherently changes if you have Maxin instead of Jumbin, and vice versa. I mean, we got to see the Rhine on Esperanca. It didn't end up working out for Crazy Raccoon, but they're willing to experiment and take their losses where they need to. Probably won't be seeing that again coming through, especially not against Twisted Minds, who watched that one and will be prepared for any possible shenanigans that do arrive. But Twisted Minds, their identity has evolved as well. I mean, people were calling this team potentially just a Sim one-trick team at one stage, and UB's not even in the lineup currently in the starting roster. They're winning with Jwoo. They're playing complete non-symmetric comps. So this Twisted Minds squad has evolved through and through to prove that they are still a top team in the entire world, maybe the best team in the entire world, regardless of what comp they're playing. And the 1v1 is going to be Chorong, Funny Astro.
All right, both supports coming out, so likely going to be seeing a support duel as well. But obviously, it's not guaranteed. And this is, I mean, really, when we've summarized these teams, just Astro, Chorong, 2 of the best players mechanically in their role in the world. And it is going to be, again, the Jetpack Cat we just saw the show match. And now we're going to see the 1v1.
Cats. Now we're down to 2 cats.
Now we have 2. Just 2 cats.
Well, at least you don't have cats healing each other with nobody going down. Giving me PTSD of certain other moments in games that Funny Astro is being very sneaky here. Cats do enjoy hiding under things. But this is a crazy place to take a fight as well, by the way, because someone could touch the bottom and it'd be all over.
Chorong does not know where he's at.
This is reminding me of the first cat duel we had on day 1, where I think it was Lep was just hiding inside the point itself. It was FD God on the side looking.
I mean, he has to know something's up here, right? He has to know that Astro is doing something very cheeky currently. Both of them just playing the waiting game.
We gotta unlock the point. We gotta unlock the point so somebody can cap. Otherwise, the stall is just gonna be crazy.
Now, just it's not. We would say it's a cat and mouse game, but it's more of a cat and cat game. And I do think that this is just a battle of patience and wits. Who has been watching more short-form content between these 2 players? Whose attention span is more cooked currently? And right now, it's looking like it might be Chorong. Looking like it might be Chorong currently.
He thinks the time's running out. The point. I don't know what happens when the time runs out, by the way. What happens when the time runs out? We're about to find out.
I mean, he has to know. There's only one place he could be. There's only one place he could be, and now it's danger close. You could fall into the pit. Chorong recognizing that, and the fight's on.
Chorong taking indoors, forcing Funny Astro to come and address him. this might just come down to a single all-in fight with the claws out as well. Churong wants it, but he got punished. Bonnie Asher ready for it. Nice Twisted Minds will take away the 1v1 and we'll get the map choice for map 1.
You see, he just said so easy. Astro just said so easy there after camping underneath the platform there. Actual European ranked player in the flesh. This is the most EMEA ranked moment you've ever seen. Right there is doing ridiculous cheese, then dropping so easy in the 1v1.
The mind games have started. But of course, the first map in a much longer series. I mean, it'll set the stage for obviously getting the point on the board. However, I think what you're looking at just to reiterate what the format is now for the grand finals, BO7 best of 7, or in other words, first to 4 if there are any draws. You have a lot more room to potentially lose maps and still make that comeback happen. So the first map with the mandatory heroes, it is what it is, and I think given that it's a perfect mirror match, it's not really going to suit any team more than the other. This is just going to be a very even matchup in terms of the strength of the teams, I feel.
Yeah, I definitely feel, though, considering that so much of the driving force for Twisted Minds has been TVNT, and he hasn't looked incredible on the Domino. He's looked solid, but I think that is by far more of a negative factor for them than it is for Crazy Raccoon.
The one additional thing to consider here is because Busan's been picked, note that once we get past map 4 and we reset the map, well, typically in the past it's been, I'm going to get past map 5, but here we've combined push and flashpoint into the same map pool, which means 4 maps and then to a map 5 reset. If you want to go control again, Busan's gone. So if there was ever a world where a team had something extra they wanted to do on Busan with a normal team composition that wasn't a mandatory team composition, that might be impacted. I can't think of anything right now that would necessarily be in that regard. Maybe back in the day, there used to be some ball comps with Soldier and stuff like that. Some old Florida Mayhem stuff that used to get cooked up. But right now, Busan first up. Currently, one Korean talent going for Crazy Raccoon. Everybody else is liking the look of Twisted Minds.
Definitely a little bit less split here when we look at the talent Preds versus the overall predictions. And it is anyone's game, realistically, because Crazy Raccoon, this team, they're hard to nail down. They come to the match and they perform so well. They just have that killer mindset. But Twisted Minds, like we've talked about, previous winners of OWCS, we feel confident currently in Twisted Minds. Not that we've ever been wrong, of course.
I think our Pred Red is 100%, something like that.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right.
I'm going to go with that. We are of the same mind here.
Maybe even higher. Maybe 110%. Could be. We've gotten Preds right. We don't even know we're right yet.
There are future Preds that we've made that haven't even been realized yet. So ready for that one.
Plenty of room just waiting to get here into the map.
Yeah, plenty of room for our teams to sort of figure this out. I wonder what Crazy Raccoon have sort of learned while watching that last Team Liquid versus Twisted Minds matchup, seeing TVNT dominate on the Diva. That would have been a point of contention to exploit if it wasn't for the fact that Domina ended up being a good look for TVNT at the end of the day on map 5 anyway for Colosseo. So perhaps Crazy Raccoon need to consider where they can outperform. Map 1 is not where we're going to really discover that just yet because we're locked into specific heroes. Map 1 is going to come down to how well we know how to play the mirror matchup. And Lip versus Quartz is going to be a battle I'm looking forward to. Avast, it's grand finals time. Been a short journey here of us. Just 3 days ago, we weren't sure what we were going to get in towards this final. A lot of good teams fought their way to get here, but only the 2 best still remain. The 2026 preseason bootcamp grand final starts now.
And you see here, Chorong immediately positioning, jumping. Or actually, it wasn't jumping, it was rather Lip. I just assumed, I didn't even see that it was Lip being positioned here on this off angle. I like the idea. Typically, you're going to see the Domino being moved, but now, the Imra for Lip, just trying to play on this angle, find some damage. That's Twisted Mind's going to play on them. They're just going to play around the Mega Pack currently. Just wait for the point to unlock.
On the 4TM is, once the point does unlock, Crazy Raccoon have superior positioning. Lip in particular has the high ground, does drop down as Quartz is looking for an angle. He gets caught by the chains, and now the rest of the team trying to collapse on top of him. He's finds the opening first blood of the finals here. Twisted Minds trying to consolidate anything in response. Strong onto J-Woo, and it does seem like Crazy Raccoon will be able to flip this point despite Twisted Minds stealing the cap. It is Crazy Raccoon's win.
That beautiful chain there coming out from Vigilante. Getting that binding chain from Mizuki. And Mizuki, one of those heroes that lands in kind of this hybrid place of, yes, they are a support, but a lot of their kit based around making a play, doing damage, scaling the aura based off the damage they do and the healing they do here. And Vigilante, I mean, honestly, on the Mizuki has been probably one of the more comfortable support players on this role, landing a lot of those binding chains here as Twisted Minds looking to get the re-entry. Pretty close to that double support ult soon.
Not close enough for Heesang, who falls very early. Quartz traded, so 1-for-1. On DPS per side is out of this current fight. Low HP is going to be Harbin, or rather Junbin. Harbin's out of the tournament. Junbin throws in Panopticon, allowing Lip and the rest of his team to start collecting kills. Twisted Minds, nothing in response yet. Earlier ults from Crazy Raccoon and Funny Astro even using his catnap to no avail.
And they're going to get the stagger here too. Stagger coming out of the TVNT. Massive Panopticon from Junbin there. Getting it early. Especially allowing Chorong to just put a lot of pressure here onto the flanks. What you see these Jetpack Hat players doing is the ult comes out for Chorong, bringing in Simple. And Simple's gone, and we've seen sort of this evolution a bit of the Jetpack Hat ult of the Catnapper. Just pretty much mispositioning players and moving them into the bulk of the enemy team, allowing you to just get that easy limb.
Allowing Crazy Raccoon to get a fast reset against Twisted Minds as well, forcing him to wait a little bit longer for the respawns as time ticks away here and the percentage points up top. Crazy Raccoon still holding on to a plentiful amount of ultimates as Twisted Minds trying their best to catch up. Simple, super low HP, wouldn't want to get picked at Chorong as well. Similar fashion, don't want to get pre-fighted.
A lot of poke though, onto Chorong. Chorong very low, gonna go down actually. Chorong taking a little bit of too much poke there as Quartz gonna follow up off the damage. He's going down here, Twisted Minds getting the limbs they need.
Funny Astro also down to 1 HP, but Twisted Minds, big punish of the Chorong allows him to recap the point and flip it without having to spend an ultimate. That is economically the best possible solution. Problem that Twisted Minds had, but still a lot of catch up. 23 to 92. Crazy Raccoon need one fight to flip it back around and win the first point.
The ult bank here very strong for both these squads. Chorong bringing in the Domina here to the flank. Quartz gonna pop that ult here for Imra. Trying to find anyone with the override protocol. Not gonna find anyone just yet. Crazy Raccoon just LOSing that.
Good dodging. Quartz didn't want to overcommit too far. Don't want to fly into the enemy's face. His Lip will be the one to try and put some shots into the enemy backline now. In a bit of an air duel at the moment against Twisted Minds, and all the ultimates now flying through from everybody at the same time. Simple in a little bit of trouble as Vigilante popped that Sanctuary down. Funny Astro trying to get some damage onto Junbin, but largely Crazy Raccoon are the ones staying alive. Twisted Minds just can't hold on. Crazy Raccoon, 3 members low HP, but nobody goes down.
Yeah, nothing found there. Crazy Raccoon LOS that initial bit of engage. And Junbin even getting dragged into main, not going down, has that passive for the Domina. No touch gonna happen here. Crazy Raccoon up 1-0 now on Busan here on our first map. And as a reminder, they are gonna be playing these 5 new heroes full time for this first map. And you just see Crazy Raccoon, the adaptability, how confident they are. The options to pounce as soon as they see an opening. There's a reason that they have been a top team for so long.
Now the consistency of Crazy Raccoon is something to be studied. Twisted Minds, see if they can have a little consistency themselves. They've now reached the heights that Crazy Raccoon themselves haven't even managed to reach themselves in terms of winning the World Championship. However, heavy is the crown here for Twisted Minds. This map 1, losing that first round. It's only the first of many. Once again, we'll drag our Dominers into the top middle. Let's see who gets the early advantage here.
Watch for the Imras there. A lot of poke possible, especially with that right click hitting those headshots. Oh, going the way of Twisted Minds here a little bit. They have very solid positioning. The Crazy just going to back up, take a little space. The Sports looking to find anyone, but not quite. And Lip on this off angle here, looking to release some of the pressure.
And deep in on the tank at the moment, but Jay has to be careful about his own life. Finally, the punish using repulses Junbin.
pushing Jaywu away, securing that kill, securing a double on TVT as well, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. Course now going to try and even things out a little bit further, giving Twisted Minds the edge in this fight. Crazy Raccoon desperate to find anything to remain still competitive in the opening, but Court says no. The first cap goes Twisted.
I think that's 4 for Quartz there in that fight, and Quartz finally coming alive here a bit. What you expected to see from a player like him. Many were calling the best hit scan in the world after 2025. Now Fraser Raccoon looking to re-enter the point. Slight ult disadvantage here as Quartz just playing this very long off angle near the mini.
Onyasha looking towards ultimate, nearly there, but low HP. Could be problematic if he goes for it too early. Jaywu on the Heesang, no delay whatsoever. Chorong to fall next, and Twisted Minds are continuing the rampage, fight after fight, without having to use any ultimates either. 29% and counting on the actual cap itself, and might be a couple players left to stagger through. Just Jumbin burning away.
Don't want to lose anyone else here though. Fraser Raccoon need to back up. Don't want to get staggered. Need more ult charge here to Twisted Minds. We're getting close to a 10 ult fight here, the dreaded 10 ult fight here. Fraser Raccoon's building up their bank. Funny Astro just doing a little bit of repositioning here on the flank.
Yeah, I gotta check to see just in case there is a Chorong Jumbin combo flying through. Be a little problematic. In fact, they have flown through, but I mean, Funny Astro left the angle, so unfortunately couldn't catch that one. Okay, early fight, force TVT, just collect. Instant reset, you'd imagine, for Crazy Raccoon.
And they tried to make it happen there from the flank, use that mobility for Jetpack Cat, but immediately punished by Twisted Minds. Looking to equalize the rounds on Busan. Still no ults used for either squad here in this round. 80% and counting, ticking up. Crazy Raccoon looking to get any sort of entry here to the point, and it's just a pure ult battle. As Jumpin once again being brought along the edge.
And ultimates, you said it earlier, 90% on board for Twisted Minds, but Vigilante falls simple again. There's been such a masterclass on that flex support. You called it a little bit earlier. Funny Astro looking for the pull. Not too successful for the time being. Chorong largely trying to do the same thing. Panopticon used here, but Jumbin falls anyway. TVT still has that ultimate available, and no touches available. Chorong was literally right there. But unfortunately, I think flying slightly too high to enable the touch.
And additionally, I mean, the EMEA ult was being used, so they were up in the air, no contest possible. Just a bit of a misplay, especially with Vigilante going down, so they didn't have the Kakai Sanctuary. Twisted Minds were going to play around that, mitigate the projectile value, and a bit of a C9 there to equalize the rounds here for Busan. And despite what the score line is saying here, you see the limbs for Crazy Raccoon looking pretty strong off that first round performance. Twisted Minds bringing it back.
Seemed like a very Twisted Minds favorite type of fight anyway. They were largely ahead in terms of the cap itself. Would have required a big comeback from Crazy Raccoon. We're going to refresh, reset onto a brand new point. Much faster is the rotation with Chorong and Jumbin to get themselves onto the high ground section, which is now going to cause Twisted Minds to reposition themselves.
Jumbin wanting to pressure here. Maybe find someone on that back line. It looks like they actually want to commit. They want to go in here. They want to keep fighting. Try to get this ignition on, get that damage onto TVT, but they have to be worried about Quartz playing the off angle here. Looking for the headshot.
Could have been a good nade.
You're going to find it.
Oh, Jumbin will catch Quartz, who's got a little bit greedy there. Quartz really want to get Heesang down, and now Crazy Raccoon have the 5 versus 4 they need. Jaywu will complete the job that Quartz couldn't do at the start. 4 versus 4 TVT. Make sure the numbers are even further in TM's favor. And despite Crazy Raccoon getting the initial cap, it does look like TM should be able to flip this one back in short order.
Strong though. Gotta find one. Not gonna be enough there with the man disadvantage. Twisted Minds, like you said, losing the initial pick. Maybe a little over aggressive for Quartz, but just bowing back. Getting the cleanup here. And Opticon can be pretty equal between both these teams. So maybe you're going to look to Chorong, try to open it up, get perhaps that early catnapper, just remove TVT from the rest of his squad, especially knowing that the Sanctuary very far ahead here for Simple.
We're already seeing as well, especially given the positioning here, not necessarily even dragging a player off the map, but perhaps just dragging them out of position towards their own team, he's saying. A bit of a duel happening over towards the side drum as the main drum of the point is where the bulk of the action will take place. You talked about Panopticons. Those are both online now, as well as a decent chunk of these support ultimates coming online, except for Vigilante. Jumbin out first. Funny Astro responding, trying to catch a player out. Chorong on the simple. And now suddenly Crazy Raccoon, unless somebody really dies to TVNT's ultimate here, it's looking Crazy Raccoon 3 versus 3. Jumbin down is not great for Crazy Raccoon. Twisted Minds need a little bit more, and Course is delivering that more. Course is giving them everything, and TVNT might just secure this.
And a beautiful anchor there from TVNT. You see that follow-up off the aggression from the Panopticon. Chorong going deep, finding simple. So the Sanctuary not even built, not even used yet for that fight. But Quartz just playing back, finding the damage, and TVNT never getting found on point. And they found the squishies in return. Now Crazy Raccoon, they have to recontest. They're going to have a Sanctuary pretty soon for Vigilante. But still, Twisted Minds in a very strong position here.
Override. What's first? Lips still lagging behind by a couple percentage points. Of course, has to be careful about poke damage coming back the other way, but Crazy Raccoon looked to have dodged out the entirety of the damage. Lips should be popping his ultimate shortly here, and Simple needs to be ready to counter this if he has a Sanctuary nearby to use, but he's gone very aggressive, having the TP back. Now for Twisted Minds, looking to see if they can survive against the onslaught of ultimates that Crazy Raccoon are dropping into the fight. Everyone is dropping every ult that they have, and now Funny Astro is the only one left to still use his ult if he so pleases to do so. HP looking a little bit lower on the TM side as Funny Astro goes for the kidnap. Does it look like he has awarded them a kill just yet? J-Will falls first, and now Funny Astro TVNT are both exceptionally low. 1-for-1 trades, 3 versus 3 now. Jumbin and Vigilante, the only ones alive. 2 versus 2, but if Jumbin falls, this one probably goes TM.
Oh my gosh, Jumbin so incredibly low. About to have the Panopticon here as well. Getting the heals. Jumbin and Vigilante trying to clutch it up. Vigilante finds another. And Vigilante, surviving the initial aggression, gets the Sanctuary up to keep them on the point. And it was a hair's breadth away from Jumbin going down here. So Crazy Raccoon get the flip. They're going to have ults available. TVNT holding on to the Panopticon here. But options now for Crazy Raccoon. They have the Catnapper. They have ability to potentially remove someone, take them into the mass of their team here. They just have to be worried about a flank, worried about losing someone early.
Here comes TVNT. It's a catch on Jumbin, and nothing Jumbin can do about it. Chorong and Vigilante don't have the heals to keep him up, and Twisted Minds only need one fight to clean the map. They're already on 99%. Crazy Raccoon just don't have the members alive, and Chorong falls next. Overtime initiated. The wick burns down. Crazy Raccoon, nothing left to play through as TM in the grand finals secure the first map.
And Twisted Minds, you see the DNA of this Rush team. You see the DNA there. Because they recognize we don't have the ult. We don't have the advantage necessarily. Let's keep the pressure heavy onto Jumbin there. Rush him down. Force the Panopticon. And the thing about the Panopticon that's so interesting is that you can still burn through that ult. Because it's 400 barrier health that goes onto those players. You can shoot through it. And you can just eliminate as well. Jumbin there, who's maybe not expecting that amount of pressure coming on through. And when you have this backline of Mizuki, Jetpack Cat, you don't necessarily have ridiculous amount of burst healing per se. You don't have the options of Kiriko, you don't have the Suzu, you don't have the Lamp from a Baptiste. So really well read there from Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds now will have that advantage going forward into the rest of the series. Previously they had lost this map to Team Liquid, but not in the finals. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can strike back after this break.
아니요. Kill me. You hold on.
All one mid. Nice.
Kill him. Let's go.
It's time to wake up if you're that one very sleepy fan of the crowd, because we're about to start map 2 of the grand finals here at Bootcamp. Map 1 being won by Twisted Minds there after a little bit of a rough start, considering that Crazy Raccoon did in fact get a point. A C9 scuffle unfortunately ends up costing Crazy Raccoon an opportunity to push things further as we decide where we're going to take this now, and it will be Crazy Raccoon's map choice.
There is Coach Yubi coming on out. Right now, just the decision to be made is where are they going? What are the bans going to be depending on the map? And Crazy Raccoon, definitely a little bit of fumble for map 1. Twisted Minds, though, having that killer instinct still. I think it's just, like I said, the DNA of a Rush team, a DNA of a World Championship team. So immediately after their win, and they can just recognize the win conditions, the flow. But now that the, I would say metaphorical ankle weights have been dropped, no restrictions for the comps moving forward, at least for the immediate future, the real match kind of begins here, Avril.
The scary thing is, at least in the Team Liquid semi-final that we just watched between them and Twisted Minds, we'll talk about the max subbing as well, but when you looked at that semi-finals, it was Twisted Minds that didn't look comfortable in that opening map, and the fact they didn't get to play the D.Va in the opening map, they had the D.Va banned in the second map. Those are the two maps that Liquid took away from Twisted Minds, and now in the finals versus Crazy Raccoon, the first map being won by Twisted Minds is actually a huge relief for them.
Definitely gets them off on the right foot here. Blizzard World, Crazy Raccoon's pick, which has been a map that they've liked to play so far. They have good tools for this map, with Vigilante being able to play the Ana if they want to use the sight lines, obviously having Lip in the roster. But Twisted Minds would not say that they are lacking options either for this map. And Crazy Raccoon immediately also going for the Kiriko ban too, to try to force them to get off that Lucio Kiriko comp, maybe onto like a Lucio BAP, or just play a double slow flex support even.
Obviously a key hero for Simple to play, and you also know here, okay, let's address the elephant in the room. The fact that the D.Va ban is somewhere in the works is still going to be available to Crazy Raccoon at some point during this series. It will come out, but it will not come out on a map when Max is in. Wait for Jumpman to be in, then expect the possibility of a D.Va ban to come on through. So Coach Moon of Crazy Raccoon is going to be saving that one for just a little bit longer.
Max and TVNT probably both want to look towards a D.Va here. Maybe again a Sigma for point 1, then a D.Va for the rest of it. TVNT probably D.Va the entire way through. But you have to talk about now also the fact that we're going to get a very, very, very early Vendetta ban coming on in. The only time you're going to be able to ban away the Vendetta. I don't think Crazy Raccoon are a massive Vendetta team, but Twisted Minds don't want to take the chance.
I think this is really well played from the coaching staff for Crazy Raccoon. Taking the Blizzard World, removing the Kiriko here, leaving the D.Va ban for later in the series, putting them on a map where they know they have a bit of an advantage because of the Vigilante Chorong backline comparatively, that flexibility they have. I do think this is a really smart pick for Crazy Raccoon early to just save that D.Va ban for the right time here. And a lot of this matchup and what's so important for these teams is just the map picks here.
It's also a test to see, like, okay, we know TVNT is good. Let's put Max in. He's a good off-tank player. World class. How does Max now compare in a very similar matchup? And make no mistake, there will be a D.Va mirror at some point on Blizzard World. Max might start Sigma for point A, especially if he's on the defense side. But once you get to B, a swap is going to end up coming through. And so that's going to be the test. Crazy Raccoon want to test themselves to see if they can match up in that D.Va matchup. If they cannot, they're going to look for other options. They saw Jimbin waiting in the wings. But the problematic portion for TM is if Crazy Raccoon can actually match and beat TVNT and Twisted Minds in the D.Va comp, that is a huge problem for TM.
Yeah, if you're losing in your, what would be the favored composition, that's a huge problem for them. But it has to happen here as we get in the second map of the series. Twisted Minds versus Crazy Raccoon here, the grand finals for OWCS Bootcamp.
And Falcons out in full force to back their team and Crazy Raccoon, but the Twisted Minds fans still out there as well, making sure that their boys in blue can retain that crown. Win the first title of 2026. They won the last title of 2025, and they won that first one in 26 as well. Looking at the early compositions here, no surprise. TVNT on towards the D.Va straight away. Quartz on his Soj. Jwoo on the Tracer. Vendetta banned away. No Kiriko means we're just simply moving away from the entire Lucio Kiriko setup. No Lucio either. It's going to be Wooyoung and Break.
Yeah, so both of these teams, instead of even trying to force the honor for Vigilante, knowing that TVNT probably going to be on that, is Quartz already finding the better of Lip. Here on this Brigitte, here on this Wooyoung, just playing for the flank fight entirely here, just trying to build a nano. And Max in a little deep, might get de-mech'd really late here.
We'll get staggered out as well, which is going to be a little bit problematic. Crazy Raccoon already suffering early on. Losing their tank is just a ton of HP pulled over into ult charge for the Twisted Mind side. And even a little bit of a chase here. There could be further deaths. Obviously, TM doesn't want to over chase. You can't afford to lose Quartz there. Got a little bit low. TM otherwise happy with that first 45 seconds.
Crazy Raccoon looking to get in here again. You don't want to lose someone to the Quartz rail shot again. And what a time for Quartz to really come alive here. Twisted Minds is here for the grand finals. The Lip gonna answer that in return is now Crazy Raccoon gonna charge on in.
Test is in to see if TM can hold on. Obviously, they can back out of the point, wait for the respawn, and have Jwoo touch the point every now and then to slow things down. There will be a recontest. Max on the Simple is going to cause more problems. Quartz only barely making his way back in. If Lip goes down at TVNT, numbers might be a bit more manageable for Twisted Minds, but Max is there with the save, which means Twisted Minds are in real trouble. Cap's going to fall away. TM give it up.
And that's just Lip making it happen there. Good peel as well from Vigilante to keep Lip alive from TVNT trying to run at them. And that's the name of the game to a degree, is just making sure that TVNT can't throw that D.Va charge in with the micro missiles. Immediately just delete one person like it was happening versus Team Liquid here. Is it playing the offense here? Really charged up. Is the title bus going to be used from Astro?
Wants to let, but he's a little too... No, he's not. He's going to get him anyway. And Quartz as well. On to Heath, and double DPS down for Crazy Raccoon. A little bit more here in terms of last final kills. TMT has to be careful not to lose his own mech in this trade. Max will be the only one who's still alive. Gets back into spawn, but Twisted Minds heads up play. Funny Astro enabling that one, and Twisted Minds knocking the pins down.
And Twisted Minds don't want to let them out of spawn here now. Off that pick, they really want to hold close. They want to make them fight for every bit of space here. Use ults to come out of the spawn. Control the high ground here. lot of damage there on the Churong early. As Crazy Raccoon still trying to get out of the spawn doors.
Jay taking risk as well. Went down to 1 HP. Could have been a kill. Here comes the next Lijiang ultimate title blast onto the backline, but protected for a while until Heesang comes in with a melee. You can't matrix through that one. 4 ultimates still available for Crazy Raccoon. TVNT in trouble in terms of HP, but Quartz wants to even the numbers. He won't be allowed to do so. Churong, far too vigilant. Slams the shield in Quartz's face, and Twisted Minds are not going to be able to spawn camp any further.
Now Max going to lose the mech there, and the paw is going to come out. But very good find for Crazy Raccoon. Churong, really good. The rally pop coming out in time to make sure they get out of the spawn doors. They get the ult out. But with Max being out of the mech, a little unfortunate for the upcoming fight. He could just go for the recontest. He's close to the edge, but probably, I mean, he's not going to be in the fight if they do so. They have to give up any of their positioning. We're not quite sure what the pause is for
it's
here.
The Vega mic issue again. Watch.
Do you think so? Just the curse setup? The curse setup and the curse microphone? We actually do not know, but that would be a little bit funny. A little bit of thematic element.
Would it be funny, Astro?
It could be funny, Astro. Could be funny, Astro. Could be... And actually, it's going to be a monitor issue, supposedly, for Simple. It has been solved as well. We're getting a lot better at solving these, honestly. You know, we're getting reps for both the teams and the new meta and the new heroes, and reps for the admins.
Reps for the tech setup here. Lights go down. Transition through. Max resetting off the map. Getting his mech back into play.
Okay.
Twisted Minds waiting for that respawn to Jaywu. This is where the Diva really counts. It's the B point. Max so far has had a pretty good game on the Diva, all things considered, but Lip is just elite at TVNT. Spots a bleeding, wounded animal, and you called him a shark. He'll get that meal that he so desires.
And that's just, I mean, unfortunately, that's just very aggressive, perhaps even poor positioning from Lip. You have to respect against a Diva player like TVNT, where you can just run into you full force, drop the micro missiles. You don't have Max there to matrix for you either. That's the power of the Diva here. You can just run down a DPS player or a support hero, even. You don't have the peel. Scorch is playing on the off angle right now.
That's just long range spam from the left clicks of the Lijiang. Traded. Vigilante into Funny Astro. Max onto Simple. TM losing their backline. Jaywu is trying to pulse this one, but Max is not going to allow it through. EM backing out. Crazy Raccoon. Incredibly good comeback after losing Lip.
Right now, Crazy Raccoon just trying to take the space for the pick. There's going to be double support available here for Twisted Minds as Lip. We're going to find anyone early.
A lot of low HP bars potentially. Jaywu went down to 1. TVNT is still below half, but Simple's shield and green HP is eventually charging up Twisted Minds, getting them ready for the recontest. Simple falls, so no more rally, and Max even gets back in the mech as well. Funny Astro self Lijiang bubbles for the title blast. If he maybe get a kill with this, things could still go TM's way. TVNT now with the self-destruct to slow things down. Barely gets back in the mech. Heesang going it out of courts is giving Twisted Minds a new lease on life. At a meter 79 is all that stands between Crazy Raccoon and the capture, and a lot of forward pressure might just cause a C9 to happen here as well. It's a back and forth fight. Churong goes down. Funny Astro popping off. And Twisted Minds still have 2 alive. Lip and Max, so the heroes of Crazy Raccoon are looking to be able to finish this cap eventually.
Maybe. I mean, the D-Mech here. Jaywu's here. Jaywu hits the stick. Actually, no, doesn't hit the stick. And now, still staying alive on the point. Jaywu anchoring this the entire time. Court's going to find another. And despite the chaos. Oh my goodness. The chaos of it there. Twisted Minds bowing back, staying alive. Churong with a rally, just not able to keep everyone up there. And really, Funny Astro, the hero of that, getting those 2 limbs late in the fight.
Even later in the fight after that, the DPS line, Twisted Minds holding strong. Jaywu getting the job done. And it looks like Lip was maybe going to be the clutch factor for Crazy Raccoons to cap. And well, a minute left to play through. Still ultimates in. Big overclocks on the horizon.
Vigilante, though, holding on to the title blast, so they have options here to commit. Maybe for Heesang going deep, even Max. Also have the reflexive ult possibility if PvD wants to run at you. But Funny Astro getting closer to his own. Heesang looking just to anchor. Pressure forward as there's going to be the title blast out.
Doesn't get a catch. No, he does just in the nick of time. Heesang takes down Funny Astro. So he has the 4v5 situation. Now Quartz isn't hitting any shots so far, and TVNT gets D-Mate. That's going to be the capture. Crazy Raccoon just haven't really lost anything at all. Lip is going to show who's boss in this fight.
Beautifully well played there from Crazy Raccoon. It's just standard stuff. Drop that Tidal Blast onto Heesang, send them in, find one. No ult build in time for Astro because they make sure to prioritize Astro for that fight. So they have a very good ult track for Crazy Raccoon as well. And they made it the last minute and a half, a little under a minute and a half on the board.
It's going to take all minute and a half to get there as well. Very difficult to cap the entirety of C and Blizzard World. With this amount of time remaining, Courts taken low. Jaywu pushing forward, looking for targets. One knockdown required. They got it, but didn't get the kill. Good D-Matrix coming through Max. Double bombs now being inserted into play. And Max finds Funny Astro off the back of that one. That's a poor showing. Unfortunately, Twisted Mind's losing a player. Now Simple having to rally Chorong. Matches the rally. Big stun from Chorong. And Twisted Minds still haven't managed to get a trade yet. TVMT loses Mac, and it doesn't look like Twisted Minds have much left in the fight.
That was such a heads-up play from Max as well. Knowing that with no Lucio, no Kiriko, there's no Clintons, there's no speed boost. You can't get away from the bomb that effectively if you have two slows for Courts. Takes away that pressure, and now Crazy Raccoon, 30 seconds in the bank here, getting close to double DPS ult. Twisted Minds looking to make their way out. Jaywu holding on to the pulse. Could potentially find one here, could open it up. It's gonna be Heesang instead.
He's the hero so far. Heesang's done so much. Funny Astro, another first target down. Jaywu strikes back. It's both of the pulse bombs from both of the traces doing the majority of the work. Twisted Minds, mind you, have a respawn advantage. 10 seconds or so left in the fight. Max D-Mech, he doesn't have a remech available. TM will get the regroup there. Crazy Raccoon, they need more firepower, but they got no ultimates. Vigilante, final Tidal Blast goes on himself. He needs to carry, but he just doesn't have the capability to deal enough damage. Left, trying to be the hero, trying to dive on in, gets shut down, and the attack is over. 100 meters gained. No full map completion, but a lot of distance regardless.
Crazy Raccoon coming up with a lot of very clutch plays, some very solid fundamental ideas there into this, but Twisted Minds not giving an inch. And really just those pulse bombs being traded there so crucial because the spawn disadvantage. Twisted Minds now looking to get to their offense here. We see some of the replays coming out. It's really just a lot of Wuyong Tidal Blast with the Tracer gameplay coming out. And it's looking extremely evenly matched so far here on Blizzard World.
Tracer's really impressing so far in this battle. We hyped up the Chords versus Lip situation, EVT versus Max even. But it comes down to the fact that Heesang has been landing disgusting pulse bombs and going tit for tat right there alongside him is Jaywu, who also landed a pulse bomb in that final fight. Allow Twisted Minds to have even numbers and a player advantage eventually when it comes down to the respawns.
So now, going to be Crazy Raccoon here on the defense. So far, their understanding of Blizzard World, lining up with their experience with them as a team, just controlling the flanks, and Max on the Sigma. You talked about this previously. Something they would like to do for the first. Twisted Minds, they might play the Sim, but I find it highly likely, but more than likely just for the rollout here. Jay, we're going to swap back. Keeping the same backline here for both these squads. So now we're going to watch this interplay here for Max on the Stigma. Able to just anchor an area, maybe zone off some of the heals, some of the damage from Courts.
Of course, lessons need to be learned here because we saw Team Liquid also play Sigma on Havana, and TVNT is ability to sneak in and out of battle and get behind the Sigma and get behind the capability of stopping TVNT from diving on in. Difficult for Infected to take care of, but maybe Max can be different here. Maybe not, because Vigilante has fallen. TVNT, again, assassinating backline members behind Max's back.
And still we see this issue when we run into the Sigma, right? Of like, you need a rock, you need to find somebody, you need to zone off somebody because TVNT is just going to run into you. Going to use that D.Va as Courts. Going to pick up Heesang here as well. Playing the off angle. Going to meet Max and flying. TVNT's there again. Now,
Max on one.
Here for Twisted Mind.
Invincible somehow. 1 HP, still surviving. Some of the extra healing from Vigilante coming in, but obviously that does mean that nothing else going to happen in terms of defending the point. Is Raccoon reeling from the HP and player loss here. Max trying to stand his ground best he can. TVNT not wanting to bite off more than he can chew.
Just this interplay here between the Stigma and the D.Va comp. TVNT just peeking around the shields, finishing off players here. Really need to see a little bit more from this composition.
Eyes on Jaywu here.
There it
we
is.
go, diving to the back line. What can we do to stop this one? Everyone could be a potential target, but no one got knocked down. Max can't really walk forward too much with this Tidal Blast, or can he? Because otherwise, it's not normally the delivery payload you're looking for. He's saying get simple off the back of that. The Quartz and Jwoo will get the trades necessary. Quartz is still low HP, but doesn't look like he'll go down anytime soon. And Jwoo again, another successful pulse bomb that allows TM to win the fight.
And Max still holding on to this Flux, has it available. We just see this interplay here between the Sigma. Comparatively, TVNT running around with Quartz, going up to the high ground, acting essentially as a large DPS. Just moving around the map, controlling it, which Max just can't do here. Doesn't have that mobility. The Flux is available here. Simple gonna hold on to the rally for it. Likely gonna need to hold that because there isn't anything else defensively in the bank for Twisted Minds right now. Here's Raccoon. They have 4 ults available. Gonna fight for this high ground here. Maybe Max looking just set up the Flux. They could also just wait, use it as sort of more defensive option. It's Quartz doing a lot of damage here into Max on the high ground. Keep the pressure up.
I mean, just pumping those rails in when he can't. Might be a difficult Flux to land as well because a lot of mobility on the side of Twisted Minds. You'd have to wait for somebody to burn a cooldown first. As Lipper's going to try and land some rails himself. Catches a ball of water from Funny Usher to the face instead. You want to see some ults being pulled through. Here's the first. I don't know what Max actually catches. Ends up being caught, so that's going to be death. Doesn't even need to land on the ground. Funny Astro trades back though, and Simple is going to rally through. Chong responds. Max still low HP. Lip, he's going to be the first one overclocking now that Quartz is no longer on the field. If the damage can be there, Lip can save the day, but Jwoo just too slippery. Lip isn't hitting the shots.
That's scary. Don't find the Elim. Funny Astro going to have the Tidal Blast available for Vigilante here. They have to anchor the point. They're not going to be able to though with this ult. So much sustain here. Twisted Minds getting that cap. Lip just not able to connect in that fight. Yeah, 4.5 minutes for Twisted Minds here for Blizzard World.
Max has given up on the Sigma. I mean, he probably should have given up on the Sigma a little bit earlier, but he held the Flux for so long. Coming back onto the D.Va now, as Vigilante falls and a regroup is required. So more than 4 minutes in the time bank, but Twisted Minds already nearly pushing into Crazy Raccoon Spawn to just show him how dominant this TM roster is so far.
And really, again, I think what I'm taking away from this is it just feels like the Sigma Gambit into the TVNT D.Va just not working out, ever. Even for a player like Max. And there's the Tidal Blast. Vigilante coming here into Max, going deep, trying to find someone. But the split for Twisted Minds pretty good.
Funny Astro outplays Max entirely, just boops him back with that wave, but Jwoo not to be faulted here. Lip is found. He's a key target. Max couldn't catch that pulse bomb. TVNT D-Mech, but he's got a remake available. Just needs to make sure his baby D was fine. Vigilante, though, is going to sneak in a wave himself, catching that tank play, which gives Crazy Raccoon the opportunity now to bounce back. This could be the defense that Crazy Raccoon have been waiting for. So we need to clean up the last few members because TVNT is respawning and TM could still consolidate.
Fourth row, recharged. Trying to find one. Rally's going to be available. Vigilante again. Finding Jwoo here. Vigilante keeping him in this new addition to this squad. He's saying holds on to the pulse. Trying to just pressure him back. I'm going to get the stick there as well. Beautiful stick from He's saying. Now Crazy Raccoon's going to chase him out.
Massive. Exactly what Crazy Raccoon needed. He's saying has been consistent today in this particular grand finals on this map, getting those sticks to push Twisted Minds back. And now the big reset for TM. The biggest reset so far for TM. Crazy Raccoon. They get the heals in the front corner of this last point. Have to be a little bit careful and considerate of the fact that a flank can occur. That angle that Jay was trying to take has been marked. Watch for the Funny Astro ult again.
Lift here on the off angle 2, trying to find one, not gonna connect just yet. The Tidal Blast in. Rally knocks down Chorong immediately gone.
That's barely gone as well. Quartz is going to fall up in Vigilante. Lip hero mode. There's no healing, by the way, so Lip just has to do this by himself. Quartz, he's just going to take down Heesang in the meantime, and Quartz doesn't even need to ult. Lip is so desperate to try and get something done. Simple's going to get the kill credit for that, and now the golden box of victory. Who's even alive to touch? It's double support, and if they can't get there, it's going to be all over. Booped away. 45 meters, or rather 0.45 meters left to play through. Vigilante uses his ultimate. Nothing left in the bank for Crazy Raccoon. And this grand finals is going only in one direction so far, and it's all twisted.
I have to walk away from this map. Again, questioning the Sigma pick into the D.Va here, Avril. Is this another team that we've seen do this? It just doesn't feel like you can deal with the tempo of a player like TVNT on the D.Va, the damage that D.Va brings around the map to follow up off the DPS players. Really feels like the Sigma hindered them pretty heavily there for the first 2 points. Was not able to respond. They put up a pretty good showing for last, but they have such a time-based disadvantage there. Twisted Minds just looking for the right opportunity. They get it. Now tough 2-0.
I definitely agree on the first point there. In terms of Sigma is very good on A to anchor the point, but once you lose the A point defense, you have to consider assault. The problem is Max, he was way too committed into seeing the gravitic flux through. He stayed on Sigma throughout the entirety of B, the point where you don't want to be on Sigma. That is the point where you're supposed to swap over to D.Va. But again, didn't want to lose his ultimate, and I don't think the Flux did that much at the end of the day. I think it got one kill, and that's not enough because TM leading the way now 2-0. See you after this.
Just shoot D.Va point, D.Va point, D.Va point, D.Va point, D.Va has bomb, D.Va has bomb. He's gonna kill him. He's dead.
3point GG, 3point GG. Go, T-Bone go.
Oh my god, he missed. He gave it to himself. Nice. Good job.
The fans in Korea have truly woken up for this 2-0 grand final so far, but I think it's also now time for Crazy Raccoon to get that wake-up call as well.
in the hot seat at the moment, down 2 maps in a potential BO7/first to 4. They are given the slight extra buffer of losing an extra map, but they are in the hole, make no doubt about that.
Potentially on the precipice of the discovery here of Twisted Minds, finding the fountain of competitive Overwatch success to a degree, winning OWCS Stockholm Finals for 2025, and then having not necessarily a particularly easy time, but looking very good here for Bootcamp, making all the way to Grand Finals, usually beat Crazy Raccoon for the first event of the year here, and just looking built around these diva compositions for TVNT. And there has to be a solution for Crazy Raccoon into these comps, and there is still a diva ban available, like we were talking about for Blizzard World.
I don't know if this is the right map though, because going to Colosseo, you have a Jimbin in, that's one factor. However, you might want to save that one for something like a Gibraltar. They say, no, let's get a map win right now. Screw that. Get rid of the diva. What Crazy Raccoon did was they watched that Colosseo between Twisted Minds and Team Liquid on map 5, and despite TM winning that one, Crazy Raccoon are thinking to themselves, there is something here we can exploit and we can beat. First of all, we got to get rid of the diva, then we'll address everything else. Ooh, that is a big, big ban. Quartz, he's going to lose his own signature Sojin at the cost of Lip also having the Sojin removed.
But I guess the question there is, okay, you take Quartz off this, what is it going to be? Cassidy? Are we forcing a Cassidy matchup here for this squad? That's the next best thing I can think of. Ash, yeah, Ash as well. Which, to be fair, I mean, Ash, I feel like potentially favors Quartz a little bit, but Lip, I mean, not going to be a slouch on that either. So it's a little bit of a wrench into the whole thing here of the predictability of this all. Just removing that Sojourn from play entirely.
In a wild world, you could even see a Freya has been shown this tournament so far, but in particular to kind of play the super side, long sight lines, maybe countering a fire. So if he's saying decides to bring out a fire, Quartz could definitely go over towards that. Freya not particularly meta anymore, I might have to add. The bigger question will be, what is going to happen on the TVNT side of things? Given the available tanks, Domina obviously available. TVNT just won with Domina against Team Liquid on this exact same map. Not even that long ago. Ram is another great choice. Zarya, an obvious one. Vendetta goes unbanned here. Zarya, Vendetta as a combo might end up being a great choice for Twisted Minds, but Zarya is not a hero that Jimbin is proficient on.
Yeah, I'd imagine a Zarya matchup definitely favoring TVNT here. So he has plenty in the bank in terms of his choices for Colosseo. Comparatively, Jimbin a little bit more locked in, I would say, but also can threaten the ball for Winston. But we're going to find out soon here for the next map of the series here. Grand Finals, Crazy Raccoon versus Twisted Minds.
Here's the answer. Domina hovered straight away. Not going to get baited by the Malga. Quartz, Cassidy, a likely solution here. But will we see a cat combo? Be able to move the cast around and drop the Deadeye around the map as well. Simple, likely to stay on Kiriko here. Just going to be the Juno rings out the gate before we have our actual real flexible here. Lip matching the cast, and it's going to be a complete mirror matchup here.
Okay, mirror for Colosseo. Rolling on up. He's getting a lot of pressure on these flanks. Lip trading some shots here with Quartz. Lip's just waiting for the bot to unlock. Apparently Lip into the dinks, and now we just wait and see. The poke's going to be happening. EVT is taking a lot of damage early though, so can't get too aggressive just yet.
You have to note that Cass is the big target in these fights. Does not have the mobility that a Sojin does. Has a little bit more survivability, but against a 5-man rush squad into your face with a speed boost or a Katsuna rush, hard to survive. So Quartz and Lip have to be the ones that are the most careful. This Quartz does deliver a few shots, takes a couple in return as well.
Oh, look at the shield placement here. The shield placement, they back up, and then the shield array comes on up for jumping so far forward, but Quartz gonna find the return. Lip with another here. Lip hitting the shots.
Tip for tat between our hit scan players, but Heesang's going to add insult to injury a little bit. Twisted Minds now not going to have the players remaining to contest this one any further. Big shots from Lip, taking down supports. Quartz had a couple of good ones in there, but Crazy Raccoon get the first fight done.
Love the idea there from Crazy Raccoon, using the ability to kind of use the Dominus shield, kind of similar to Sigma, and put it in front of Quartz and take all that space here. Now they're going to take very aggressive position, get some poke. Deadeye's already available for Lip. Almost Portal also coming up soon for Crazy Raccoon.
Miastro lagging behind Chorong in this one as well, so once things really kick off, it's going to come down to support ult differential. Simple ahead of Vigilante, but can Twisted Minds move forward? They will. Pull the trigger. Lip now looking to pull his own trigger on the Deadeye. This Deadeye has completely stalled the Kitsune rush. Allows Crazy Raccoon to back on out. Jimin, did he catch anything? Not too sure if Jimin actually got something to Panopticon there, but in either case, fight continues. Kitsune rush
and
now in response from the other side as well.
Coming in, Deadeye. Trading back and forth with Roki squad right now. Panopticon is up for TVNT though. Chorong gonna commit the beat early before the Panopticon even comes out. Answered by Funny Astro. There's TVNT finally popping it, but Lip goes down from that pressure, from that ult. A lot of damage now off the field here for Crazy Raccoon.
TVNT low, but still alive for now. Lip gone is a lot of damage missing, as you say, and for Crazy Raccoon, doesn't look like he can hold on to this fight any longer. The chase begins. Gonna get extra kills here. TM is looking for stagger kills, particularly onto the tank, and Jumbin, prime target priority number one. Jaewoo even committing a pulse bomb on top of that one, but whatever it takes to get the kill, and whatever course needs to get Chorong down as well.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna get the advantage here too. Vigilante might even go down as well. Pretty low. Gonna get out. Pulse being used to just keep the tempo going right now. They're trying to take a little bit of positioning. TVNT being forced off this high ground a bit from the pressure from Heesang. Panopticon about to be up for Jumbin. A lot of pressure here on the TVNT. They have to use the shield. Need to back up just a bit now. Crazy Raccoon might take this opportunity to move forward.
It's a neck and neck game. 4 meters separating them so far. The team that wins a fight in the opponent team's territory is going to threaten the cap and likely take it as well. Simple going on in. Jumbin under pressure. Panopticon coming out. It's Jaewoo down to left. 4 versus 4. He's saying Pulse Bomb available to play through. Don't think he got the connect there. Does get hindered response, and Course is going absolutely buck wild. TM getting the advantage here now. They will be the ones potentially threatening a cap.
Finishing out there. And the Panopticon just coming out under so much pressure too. Jumbin was maybe like a 10th total HP at this point. 50 HP if that. That's not a 10th, but you know. You understand the point, being very low when popping the Panopticon. Now TVNT building one of their own. Very soon, Astro about to have the beat here. Rushes up for Vigilante, so they have an option to stop any more progress, but not if Heesang goes down. Jaewoo on a heater right now, finding these really important picks.
Quartz is heating up as well. We saw the kills he got in that last fight. He has the captain now confirmed. Downhill from here in terms of Twisted Minds having to put the effort in. It's Crazy Raccoon that have to be ones fighting uphill. Deadeye is going to force a rotation. Laji has to be respected here. Could still have a kill come on through Funny Astro late in the day, but the sound barrier is good. Chorong too delayed in that regard. TVNT finds him anyway, and now the push continues. Twisted Minds going to be shoving this one into the Crazy Raccoon spawn.
Absolutely beautifully played there, TVNT positioning wise. Waits for that to come through, has the Panopticon just lock them down, prevent a lot of that damage, and then just plays the room. Jaewoo there to follow up off that damage here, and 80 meters now. Over 80 for Twisted Minds. They're gonna have the rush. Crazy Raccoon, the bank is not bad. They're not broke here, but it's just ever encroaching.
Chorong has to beat
Huge start TVNT! He's done it again! Crazy Raccoon have absolutely fumbled the fight, and now TM threatening the full cap. Crazy Raccoon have been dismantled.
I mean, look at him. Look at the smiles on that guy. TVNT smiling there, knowing that's the Ajax. Admiral Theory about to be reached, but more importantly, could be a full cap even. With enough pressure, Vigilante now onto the bat. Gonna have the lamp just to contest. The Panopticon not hit anything. Oh, the nerves hitting, nothing being found. Lip under pressure in the back.
It's blunder after blunder, but Lip might just be able to save the day still. He's going to have to do God's work here. 135 to 39 meters. Crazy Raccoon have just enough time to go for a miracle push across the entirety of the map, but Quartz is not to be doubted. Lip still trying to get these kills under play. TVNT gone largely means that Twisted Minds cannot complete the cap. It would have to require a bit more, and they might get a bit more because Quartz is simple, still getting kills. How are they doing this?
I mean, they're just
How is he
switching up
doing
the
this,
bot.
Quartz?
I mean, he's in spawn. He might be able to cap. Is there anyone else alive? The bot got stolen. No, so we can't cap. The bot got stolen at least. But Quartz still in the spawn. Gonna get found late there finally. But the stick coming out. Not gonna find anyone. A little bit of a stabilization here for FaZe Raccoon. But Quartz, simple. Just taking the fight here into the spawn. Twisted Minds definitely feeling confident right now. TBT in the backline here, looking to take this fight.
They got the ultimates. Look at this. As long as TBT lives, he does in Vigilante. Drops down the damage required. A little bit of assist coming through from the other members. And Twisted Minds looking like their journey to full capping the map is done for the time being. But with 3 minutes left, they can play a brilliant defensive game to deny Crazy Raccoon, because Crazy Raccoon essentially have to get nearly 100 meters and push in this 3 minutes. And they can't afford to make mistakes.
And their bank is already so strong here ult-wise. There's going to be the rush. That's sort of simple. Window going to come on up. They're going to try to walk through this here with the Panopticon. That's exactly what they're doing.
JWoo, massive in these fights. TBT, even bigger. A full team wipe. And Twisted Minds shoving the payload back again. Every single time CR lose a fight, they're going to have to start again, resetting the progress.
Vigilante now on Juno here. Okay, no. Vigilante playing a little hero chess. Finally gonna land on the Kiriko. Rolled the dice enough as he's taking a little duel with JWoo. Haidu now used to try to make some space.
Panopticon out as well. Jinmin wants to lock up a couple of members. Seems like he does find Quartz, and he's saying the funny Astro. Small wins here for Crazy Raccoon, but note the ult difference. Every single time CR are doing this, they're ulting from spawn just to take control payload in order to reset the payload back to mid. They're not gaining progress.
Yeah, that's really the killer here, is the progress bar differential and having to use these ults just to get out of the spawn doors almost. Twisted Minds coming back here to answer here. They don't have to be afraid to necessarily drop a beat to just get it out of Chorong here. Play that as Quartz dropping the high noon.
Sound barriers from both teams. Quartz couldn't quite find anything with that, but the flashbang is good. Jinbin collected. Now the 5 versus 4. TBT low. Might end up falling here, but the damage is not good enough on Crazy Raccoon. So once more, Twisted Minds getting themselves ahead in this fight. JWoo getting the better of Heesang once again.
They have no front line.
Caught on the open
No
here. Cooking another player left to fall next. Staggered kills. A minute 20 left, and the payload once more resets back into CR's base.
I mean, there's gonna have to be a miracle. It's just gonna have to be a miracle here. It's gonna have to be Crazy Raccoon having an amazing moment. Jumpin has made his way back here. Rush is about to be up. JWoo getting pressured out on that flank just a bit. Bot about to make their way there. Quartz might go down. Takes a lot of damage.
Final fight territory, 1 minute remaining. This is going to have to be big, getting carried along. Deadeye good onto Quartz and TBT, trying to change things around. JWoo on to left, still a 4 versus 4. The Panopticon ran through. This is still plays alive for TM, but they're losing too many. JWoo, is he going to be the player of the match? As well, the payload is there for the win, and Twisted Minds, they're going to grab it. Just the cat left to play through, and in the last seconds of the map, Twisted Minds will get the completion, and now they're at match point.
JWoo having a ridiculous map there on the Tracer, just finding pick after pick, hitting so many crucial sticks. A new addition to this roster, and really just carrying an incredible amount of momentum and just damage and limbs for this squad. And Crazy Raccoon now down 3 maps in the grand finals here. The OWCS Bootcamp, and I mean, what's the answer? It seems like Twisted Mind right now just have everything going for them.
The best of 7 reverse sweep. The only time I remember that happening in an Overwatch Grand Finals is Seoul Dynasty and Shanghai Dragons. That was so long ago. You remember that one? It was the Bren headshot after headshot clip with Josh dropping the what at the end. Clinical as we see Twisted Minds so firmly in control. I mean, it's crazy to think that Team Liquid put up a bigger fight than this.
I mean, really just stunning stuff here. I mean, it is also exposing a bit. I think Crazy Raccoon, this team is so talented, but definitely struggling a tiny bit with the addition of Domina being added, you know, just gives you more tools into the bank for Twisted Minds to have, even if they ban that diva. Right now, everything on the line for Crazy Raccoon. And I have to have a little bit of narrative posting going on, Avril. If it's a 4-0 here for Twisted Minds, showing adaptation, looking amazing, beyond just the caliber of the players here, is Yubi the best coach in the world?
I mean, at this point, he might be in that conversation, and that conversation continues after this break. Twisted Minds, they can feel it, they can taste it. It's in front of them now. Another win versus Crazy Raccoon after beating them last year in Stockholm. 3-0 is the current scoreline in the current grand finals. A reverse sweep would be required from CR to bring themselves back into this match. But looking at how these last 3 maps have gone, I'm not too sure it can still happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking questionable right now for Crazy Raccoon, who putting up a good fight, but just not having an answer, in particular on the tank department. TVNT just seems to be this driving force Though we say that, obviously, Jaewoo had an incredible performance on Colosseo. Crazy Raccoon now making some substitutions for what could be potentially the last map in the series here for the Grand Finals with Bootcamp. But I'm just walking away from this after each map. Not only just impressed with Twisted Minds, which would make sense as the reigning champions of OWCS coming around 2025, but also with TVNT in general, just being such an incredible central pillar of this team.
You're starting to see the light up as well in the other members. Man, on your screen here, Jaewoo. Massive factor in that last map. Quartz, you mentioned at the start of Colosseo, and he continued throughout, especially in those final few moments with the 4K in CR's spawn. My goodness, his aim is back to form. Sharp as ever, taking Lip down, putting him to school. As Twisted Minds is in entirety. The individual gameplay looks better. The team gameplay looks better. And Crazy Raccoon are running out of options. They have yet another substitution, bringing Max back in.
Max being in here means that, okay, you could maybe mirror the D.Va, play a little Zarya. More than likely that the options are going to be seen. And just playing into this team around Twisted Minds is just you do want to say, like, oh, the D.Va, a driving force for this team. 100%, but then you put TVT on the Domina, also still looks just as comfortable, and especially with Quartz waking up a bit here for this Grand Finals, bringing back a lot of that stopping power for this roster here. There's a reason they won Stockholm 2025. Crazy Raccoon, a top team, but once again, they might fall short here for another event win.
What a decisive win as well. I mean, imagine if it's a 4-0. Korean Overwatch has dominated all of Overwatch for the longest time. And now lightning in a bottle may be captured twice here as Twisted Minds on the precipice of proving that this is not a fluke. Winning the World Championship in Stockholm last year was not a fluke. The Crazy Raccoon cannot take them down. It's a ball into Brig Ban. Let's talk about the Brig Ban first. Very simple to explain. TVNT likely wants to play D.Va again, wants to make sure there's no Brig to hinder his movement, whip shot him away, and prevent his gameplay from succeeding.
Makes a lot of sense here. And in what might be the last map of the series here for the Grand Finals of OWCS Bootcamp, Crazy Raccoon versus Twisted Mind for the Grand Final.
It's getting late in Korea, but the night is still young for this Grand Finals. At least one more map to be played on through, and the opportunity for Crazy Raccoon to still prove they've got more in them than just the 4. You know what Crazy Raccoon are capable of. But can they pull it off now? Max back in the lineup, starting on the Zarya. Isang on the Vendetta. The one thing that we haven't really seen yet is the Vendetta Zarya, and Crazy Raccoon are going to bring it out now.
Available here in all of its glory. Bali Monastery. Mine's just playing on the high ground courts, looking for the rails. TVT just peppering the point, keeping the contest on that cart. Crazy Raccoon looking to potentially set up the next wave. They have a fully charged rail here for Lip, trying to take some space.
And by the way, the ball ban, likely the only real explanation for that is Crazy Raccoon respect banning it away from TM after they used it to beat T1 in the first, or rather second day. Aside from that, Crazy Raccoon currently taking some forward positioning, wanting to get that high ground payload around that first corner, but TVNT still lurking and waiting, as is Jaewoo.
So Crazy Raccoon keeping the pressure on, making TVNT have to rotate here a bit. Zarya just keeping that constant pickle on the TVNT. Maybe Max might be the answer. TVNT D-mech as well. Crazy Raccoon coming alive a bit here. Quartz gonna find that elimination, but trade going both ways.
TVNT getting back inside his mech.
Yeah.
So once again, the tank carry of Twisted Minds in his position to take this game into his hands. So far though, Jaewoo is also that player that is just doing so unbelievably well. Twisted Minds will rebuff Crazy Raccoon.
Jaewoo coming alive, continuing to be a difference maker for this team. Crazy Raccoon just not able to close out just yet. Rush is going to be up a little bit earlier, but Sniffle going to have that in return. and Astro going to have that little bit of feed advantage here. So Lip just trying to find the off angle here. They're trying to get on the court.
Daewoo first, so he gets Hisang down. Left onto Funny Astro, 1-for-1 so far. No sound barrier available, Funny Astro. Chorong still needs a couple of percentage points here, and he might have to be forced to use it. It depends. Does Crazy Raccoon think this fight is still winnable? Maybe no, because Chorong still hasn't and is still holding onto the ultimate. TVNT gets the cleanup, and Crazy Raccoon once again will be back in spawn.
And he's really just not finding anything right now in this Vendetta either. You don't really see the value to see other Vendetta players just constantly finding those limbs, keeping the pressure up. Being hunted down currently as Court peeking into the spawn aggressively, looking for a rail. And Paw is going to come on out. And really just trying everything here for Crazy Raccoon, just putting Max in on the Zarya, getting the Vendetta out. But no success currently on the offense at all.
Hoping that this one goes out with a bang and not a whimper, because a full hold and Chambali, which by the way, again, as a repeat, the most notorious full hold map in the entirety of Overwatch currently. That would be a very sad way for Crazy Raccoon to exit from the finals, but a dominant finish for Twisted Minds, and starting to look more than likely now with 4 ults online for TM. Crazy Raccoon is still trying to get some of their first ults online, particularly Max lagging behind on the grab.
Getting back in here, the issue has been solved. There's the Overwatch Court being really aggressive here. Lip gonna get the return, maybe Lip bringing them back here into the series again. The ever-present. Now, there's a chance.
Crazy Raccoon still have a lot of push ahead of them though. This is why this A point cap is very difficult. A long way for this payload to move up the hill, and for Twisted Minds still a repeat attempt to try and defend this. 3 ults still in the bank. Max this time will have the grab. Beat for beat for Chorong and Funny Astro as well. This one's going to kick off with Chorong taking probably way too much damage. TVT taking even more damage than that. Lip is going to have to do a little bit more to try and carry this one through, but might not be that much required because Twisted Minds just don't have the HP required now. Members falling quickly as Lip just cleans everybody up. And finally, Crazy Raccoon, 2 strong fights in a row. A point is captured.
Zarya making a world of difference as well. Max having the bubble to keep Chorong alive from the pressure on the flank. And a little bit of lack of composure even from Crazy Raccoon with Chorong dropping that beat. What could have been just a likely one fight post grab, knowing that we just need to get the cap here. We need to keep moving forward. Rush is about to be up for both these squads. Jay will hold on to the pulse, but he's with the blade. Gives you an opportunity to just deny a lot of the value for that. Just find one person through it, especially with no bubbles available here for TVNT.
Simple does have Senior Rush coming out, but he's lagging behind Vigilante. He's taking a bit of damage, so if he wants to go with the Sundering Blade, it will be risky. Jaewoo, double kill, call that one a deuce. And this is now where Twisted Minds will be able to have that 5v3, and Crazy Raccoon, for all that they were doing well in the last 2 fights, has been shut down.
Jaewoo again coming up so big for this squad. The chase going down. TVT maybe going a little deep. Gonna get D-Mech, but Jaewoo still finding more. And TVT, sure, out of mech, but they've kept the stagger up. A little risky to be this deep, though. And they know that TVT's stuck here.
Yeah, he's
There's
dead.
going to be the climb.
A little bit of time here for Crazy Raccoon to catch up. TVT still yet to respawn. Siani to move now. Isang trying to cut off the escape of the rest of Twisted Minds. TVT finally back, but has to get into action. Twisted Minds will have to fully retreat. Allow Crazy Raccoon some space.
Rush is up here for Simple, but this Thundering Blade for Heesang still something to worry about. Have to be worried, have to be watching. As they round the corner, Rush gonna be used. Can you engage?
And TVNT goes. First target was Heesang. Crazy Raccoon successfully have disengaged away from the rush, but Quartz is not going to allow Lip to get away from the rail headshots. And now cutting off the rest of the members. Heesang taking some damage himself. Chorong, 3-man beat. Heesang doesn't get the green HP, but for the rest of Crazy Raccoon, can they walk on forward? Heesang fallen. No DPS for the time being until Lip gets here. Max onto Funny Astro is interesting. It does keep it competitive. Twisted Minds now might be in a little bit of trouble if they can't consolidate further kills. TVNT getting beamed down. Nearly got the remake available on the self-destruct. Max is looking for the Graviton Surge.
No,
has to be careful about it being eaten away. Suzu, as you say, has been spent now.
Bonds gonna be making their way back. Rush about to be up here for Vigilante. They're gonna have the Overclock Quartz gonna pop it first. There's a Sundering Blade. Doesn't find anyone. Puts a little bit of pressure though. It looks like Astro wants to go for an aggressive beat, but they have to be aware of the grab from Max.
Big damage.
But no kills. Lip got taken low there. Heesang trying to challenge. Courts a little bit, marking him off the angle. Max still holding grab. Funny Astro, Sound Barrier ready to counteract that grab when ready. Vigilante in. Funny Astro maybe pressure to beat early. TVNT already low. You have to hold this ground. TVNT self-destructing forward as well. Max releasing the grab, but it's not doing enough. Here's Quartz, Lip as well, trying to get some damage in here. Funny Astro and Chorong are both dead. TVNT and Baby Diva for, but Quartz is the one that's still getting kills here. Jaewoo to follow through. 7 seconds. Crazy Raccoon. It's all Lip. It's Lip or nothing, and they still have to touch.
I mean, it's not happening. It's not happening there. And just what looked to be a position of strength for Crazy Raccoon coming for the engage turned to disaster because of the Diva Bomb. The Diva Bomb comes out and they want to finish those limbs in the grab, but they couldn't stay committed. They didn't have the bubbles. The bomb forces them to back up. And just a comedy of issues. And that means that they could not finish up that point. They are going to get held there, not even getting the second Crazy Raccoon, despite some moments of life. And Jaewoo, Quartz, really just coming alive here throughout the rest of the series, comparatively the rest of the tournament. I mean, not that Jaewoo is actually bad. We see there in that moment, the bomb finishes. They can't find more. And then they're just able to walk on forward with TVT back in the mech.
Every single player, but particularly Jaewoo on your screen here, everybody in Twisted Minds playing at maximum tilt, 10 out of 10. No holds barred here, nothing left on the table. No mercy, no quarter given to Crazy Raccoon. And this will end without a time bank. It's all going to come down to beat. Crazy Raccoon on the defensive side now. Largely, you'll say the Zarya Vendetta combination has not been the most successful. Heesang lacking a little bit on that Vendetta. And Xiao will give up on the Vendetta Zarya now.
I mean, and matching the Diva here for TVNT is always scary, though. I really feel like there was, at points, a little bit of momentum for the Zarya, but Diva just so strong on this map, so strong in general here. And you really need to see a bit more from Crazy Raccoon now. They have a win condition. It is possible. You said this map, very full holdable. It's happened multiple times before.
What's hunting?
Yeah, he's hunting.
Looking for targets. Top left angle has been marked and checked by Max. Defensive Matrix out on both sides. Chorong low though, no cleanup. He gets healed back through, but that does force Crazy Raccoon backwards a little bit. Max still trying to challenge the angle.
Look at the space. Look at the space. I have an Astro bound there. Perfect. There's a pick. Maybe a little momentum here. TVNT still very, very deep. Simple going to go down, and this should be clean up here for Crazy Raccoon. Surely they can clean up this fight. It's trades back and forth, but he's still alive. They have the Tracer. That should be more than enough. The perfect hero for the cleanup. And the Diva paying some dividends now where Max can actually put pressure when Quartz and the rest of Twisted Minds walk forward a bit. But Simple moving this point forward.
The Astro low. 1 minute 15 gone. Crazy Raccoon doing well to start things out with. Max being the one to take initiative on the Diva this time to get those early kills, and also, by the way, allows Chorong to have a massive advantage in that beat battle. Chorong's going to find that sound barrier first. Quartz looking on the angle. He's close to death there.
Lip trying to hit the rail, not going to find it here. Playing the off angles right now. So Portal's about to be up Chorong with a pretty big beat advantage right now as well if they want to commit.
Max.
I get D-Back. Is D-Back? Oh, 99. They don't have the beat yet either. They need the anchor point. They can't give it for free, and Max is down.
Jaewoo still alive here as well. He's saying we'll make sure that Jaewoo does eventually fall, but TVNT is still in the fight, and Crazy Raccoon, they're going to stay in this one with the beat available. Remember, Funny Astro's lagging behind here, so Crazy Raccoon is going to use this to allow themselves to consolidate their line together, get Max back into the fight, and have 5. That's an expensive way just to regroup with Max.
Yeah, I mean, Max is back, has the bomb. Overclock's available. Oh, there's the rush used. Counter rush now, but Astro's just going to pop the beat right
Astro.
now.
Yep, Vigilante and Simple, both a Kitsune rush. Here come, you'd imagine, the overclock soon to follow through, but Max has already gone. Chorong to follow, and now Twisted Minds don't have to spend any more. Double support out advantage. Again, Chorong burned his beat early to survive to allow Max to return to the team, and now they're getting cleaned up. Twisted Minds will be threatening the cap. However, he's saying do a good job of storing the payload.
He's doing an amazing job there. Off that late limb, and still, I don't know, without Heesang, Max is up. Max is available. Touch does have the bomb. Vigilante get on the Juno here for the speed ring as well. No, gonna go to the Kiriko. Yeah, Max trying to touch, getting boop. Overclock used. Skuzu out already though, so they have to be worried. They need to keep the point anchored here though.
Rico. Cross was in, and he gets ended by Vigilante headshot, finding him long range from downtown. He's saying low HP with Twisted Minds on the retreat now. Jaewoo trying to turn things around a little bit, but Twisted Minds know that they're down numbers. TVNT staying in the fight, trying to keep this available and maybe winnable, but Lipper's just getting too much damage done. Bombing, don't think it's going to be enough, will it?
The boom from Astro removes Max, but still they need one. They need to be able to finish up here on the point.
299. 0.01, literally 0.01 to the cap. And it's anyone's game still. He's saying it's funny. Astro down close on Choro. He's saying now collects the pulse bomb as well. Twisted Minds, you gotta think, surely don't have the numbers here. TVNT trying his absolute best, but Vigi once more will collect the kill. 3 seconds remaining, and Twisted Minds, they got a touch, they got a cap. Funny Astro barely gets in, but can there be any more? They got it!
No, they got off the point with the chase. They chased. Max was off point. They thought they had it. So, actual disaster there for Crazy Raccoon, which they thought, I mean, they burned a ton of time off the clock. They're gonna have ults at least, but that should have been the map. The Greed striking a bit in really good play. He's saying, trying so much to keep that point alive for so long, all for naught. 2 minutes here in the bank for Twisted Minds. They're about to have double support ults themselves, and now it's very, very winnable. The 4-0 is possible, all off that blunder there.
0.01 was the distance required. Funny Astro, the last one there, and maybe a boop to save the day. To give Twisted Minds the 4-0 and crush Crazy Raccoon's dream in this OWCS Bootcamp. Here come the ultimates, and Lippers just destroyed. Chorong trying to beat his way through. Funny Astro on 1 HP. He's going to go for the beat anyway. 4 players alive, both sides. Max onto course, but Twisted Minds, they have better staying power. They have more HP right now. Crazy Raccoon looking a little bit routed. TVNT just at least Chorong only a little bit more for the payload to get the cap.
They're going to have a chance here. It's not an amazing chance. TVNT gonna have the bomb, especially now that they're not 3-stacking it. So recontest very possible. Overclock gonna be available, but no support ults here. The battle of the DPS, the pressure gonna be so hard. Sub 1 minute here, Avril, for the recontest.
Do or die, the grand finals could be decided right here. Port still trying to catch up. Lep, here we go, 1.52 meters. He's saying low, Jaewoo in. Lep has got the overclock of his life. He needs it. He has to find the shots. Max, self-destruct. He's got Jaewoo down 4v4. Lep onto course, maybe saving the day. Lep low HP, TNT still in this fight. He's saying returning now. 3 members for Twisted Minds still in here. 30 seconds. It looks like a soft reset.
Yeah, they can't chase there. They would have loved to chase, but the cap's so close there. The bomb from Max finding Jaewoo, keeping them alive there along with Lip. Bomb still for TVNT, overclock available, but no support ults here. Ports might just go in deep here with the overclock, knowing they might not have anything.
Here it is. 9 seconds, final fight. Quartz is his turn to carry. Under pressure from Max, who's trying to fly away. Pulse bomb in. He's saying low. He might go down. First kill going to Quartz. This could be the beginning of the end. TVNT, self-destruct. 4 meters left. Max has gone left, trying to save the day, but there's more kills for Twisted Minds. Crazy Raccoon could just be falling apart here. One last beat to save the day. Funny Astro, he needs it. He's 96. He doesn't quite have it just yet. Double support ultimate is going to go for it. In the final fight. Simple though. Still alive. Doesn't get his ultimate. And Crazy Raccoon in the final moments of Shambali will bring us to another map.
A nice edge there. Lip bringing them back. Chorong with the, I would say, craziest beat. Very easily be able to take out. Matching the Diva there for TVNT, and despite a humongous blunder there for the first point on their defense, bringing it back against all odds. Diva might just be the answer. Might be what they need here. Max coming in just to play that hero. And the support line, Crazy Raccoon, keeping them in the series there with the beat.
Disbelief on the faces of Twisted Minds. You can see it there. So close. You don't even fault the players at the end there for the decisions they made. You get the beat, you burn that one. Any hope of winning, you got to put it in. And for Chorong, he got that beat first.
and he got Crazy Raccoon another chance in the grand finals. But man, it could have ended all right there. Crazy Raccoon, historically the clutchest team of all time. Let's see if another map is what they need here after this.
와줘 한번 박아대. 야 우리 비통자
맞아
뿌려 몇 개 뿌려봐. 거쳐 야 킬퍼 받아 포커싱 거쳐
Grand Finals is not over yet. Crazy Raccoon late in the series. Fight back. Shambali Monastery Miracle igniting their fires for yet another map in this final.
And you see it. The players of old here still so strong. Lip getting those ridiculous clutch picks. Max coming in for the D.Va. Getting a bomb to remove Jaewoo there for that last fight. Chorong coming in. Clutch beat nearly going down for it before the Ajax happens for Astro. There's an overall fight of cinema a bit. Something you want to see out of a grand finals here for OWCS. Hope the glimmer it's alive, Avril. For Crazy Raccoon, there is a chance.
That full hold nearly happened. It was 0.01. Funny Astro clutched that one out and actually capped.
Yeah, I mean, what a ridiculous play. Sometimes when you get to this extremely tight objective gameplay there. So now Crazy Raccoon have found some purchase here, Avril, into the series. I wouldn't be shocked to just see Max in the rest of the time, barring a really, really good Winston ball map, which, mind me, this is one, but the D.Va looked good.
Tell you what, not going to have another Reinhardt incident here from Crazy Raccoon. Oh, Jumbin, you're right, Max is going to stay in likely for the entire series. I mean, we'll see what happens on map 7, but let's get rid of the Zarya first and foremost. As TVNT knows that one of Max's specialties is in there, but you know what? I think Crazy Raccoon are identifying that they want to play D.Va, so they're saying, we will ban the break so we can enable Max's D.Va.
Interesting ideas there, just inversing what we saw. So likely going to see pretty similar compositions to what we just saw in Shambali and a lot of the rest of the series. And now the question for Crazy Raccoon, if we're going to stay on this sort of mirrored composition, it's a question of execution. Can they keep executing at the highest level, keep matching Twisted Minds at a composition that they felt very, very confident in? And the answer might be yes, because a single map loss here for Crazy Raccoon, they're done. It's over. Grand Finals won by Twisted Minds. But there is a chance for the reverse sweep.
Just remember as well, we played Esperanca earlier. TM lost that one to Team Liquid, but they were not allowed to play D.Va because it was banned. This time around, the Zari ban is in effect instead. TV and TM Max likely on a D.Va duel for Destiny. Could still be the final map.
There's the Twisted Minds chant coming in. A little bit later here, Esperanca, where we saw some of the lows for Crazy Raccoon with the Jumbin Rhine. Not going to be repeated here. Max out, or rather by out here on the field. And it is this mirror matchup that we were expecting. Lucio, Kiriko, Sojourn, Tracer, D.Va here to keep Crazy Raccoon chances alive.
It's what I said earlier, right? If Crazy Raccoon can identify a winning matchup, they'll stick to it. The problem is, if they don't have a winning matchup, they just lose. They won't take 4-0 as a scoreline that's acceptable. Crazy Raccoon are only here to try and win this one still, and Max and the rest of Crazy Raccoon gaining confidence that they can win the mirror.
Trying to go for that long look there on the off angle. Trading some shots with Quartz. Both teams playing it slow right now. Hoping to maybe find a rail, find the opening currently. No one going down just yet. And this time, Quartz maybe looking to take this long peek. Do with the rail. Sees his target. Can he find him? No. D.Va immediately in his face.
Well, still alive, though. Max having to back out of the situation. Watch for Simple and Vigilante racing for Kitsune Rush. Because with no kills to come on through, it's going to come down to first ultimates instead. Look, searching for a Jaewoo head. Oh, find a funny Astro head, but no kill.
He's still in. They know he's here, and he's like, I'm staying on this angle. I'm staying on this angle. The damage is good. Astro has to back up. He wants to stay in. The Suzu used as well. Now trades for both teams.
Quartz for a secondary, though. Quartz for a triple. Twisted Minds taking control of this opening fight. As Crazy Raccoon, not enough members left to contest any further. Lip wanted his mark. Funny Astro does die, but the cost of Lip may have just been too high.
Lip just feeling like this is where I'm going to take my stand here. Now the trades are still okay. For Crazy Raccoon, all things considered, they're going to have players alive, maxing to go down so they can anchor the point here a bit. Simple need using the TP here. Rush is already up though for Simple. Wonder if they've been tracking this, if they know, especially with those teams going down, those players going down for Crazy Raccoon, they might know they have this ult advantage. Yeah, they do.
Simple goes first. Vigilante lagging behind, still waiting for ultimates to play through. Lip wants to be able to use his overclock, but again, Max dies on 99. The second time we've seen that in 2 maps. Absolutely critical loss. And now that shot onto Heesang might just deliver the final blow in this fight for Twisted Minds to continue their campaign pushing through.
And TVT wants to go deep here for the chase. Wants the pressure from the alternate angle, just going to use that mobility, get on out. Simple though, finds Heesang as well, denying a tool for the recontest, denying a lot of that flank pressure as Twisted Minds just taking advantage of that pick, peeking here aggressively from behind, moving the bot all the time.
5 ults, by the way, Crazy Raccoon. This is their moment. The moment to shine is upon them. They have to do this before the cap comes through. Quartz goes first. Vigilante follows through. Max already half HP. Lip waiting for his moment, but he's low HP. Has to back on out. Quartz readjusting his angle, and Max is there to meet him. How fast is Max to instantly get on top of Quartz? And well, the kill isn't there for either of those 2 players. And as the overclock dissipates, no one dies.
Raccoon taking the space now a bit. Max a little low, but the bomb is available. Going to commit the beat here. Through main, catches everyone. Taylor, though, not getting that overhealth bomb used for Max now to just break up the fight a bit. No one's going to go down, though.
Lip's turn now. TVT low. Bomb into play. And Lip is caught. He can't get out in time. They trade each other's lives, so at least TVT cannot get back in the mech. But Max in the same is going to lose mech eventually. Jaewoo is going to be the cause of that. Twisted Minds getting ahead now. Funny Astro onto Heesang, and the numbers advantage is simply there. Funny Astro saved the point in our previous map. He'll do so again.
Okay, we're getting some of these finishes here. Astro, like you said, dragging out on the Lucio right now. Simple holds onto the rush too, and look at this cap advantage now, this push advantage. 60+ meters for Twisted Minds. They have a rush for the next fight. No support ults here for Crazy Raccoon. Already getting to a somewhat untenable position potentially.
Simple is the only ultimate available, and he'll be the one to rip it through. Chorong, nothing in the bank to try and stay alive, and TVT boosts his full charge. Formula 1 car, Mark 10 into the backline. He's going to delete everybody as Crazy Raccoon cannot hold at all. 100 meters has now been found within 5 minutes.
They absolutely cannot get staggered here. Luckily, managed to make it out. Max gets from those back sports, gets ran down by Max alone. So that is a very, very big limb here, keeping them in this fight, but still the Avril theory, it's been reached 106 meters to 0. And even with the cleanup coming through, now there's 5 minutes in the bank here to win. What is all intents and purposes, you have to win almost like 5 fights in a row to equalize this at this point. All while Twisted Minds is going to be building up their ult bank.
The good news is, half the time on the map is remaining. That's a silver lining for Crazy Raccoon. But yet, they're a clutch team, as we saw in Shambali. Times get tough. Crazy Raccoon can pull out a miracle. They're going to have to potentially do that again. As TM cannot rest on their laurels here. 106 is a lot on meterage. Crazy Raccoon have made comebacks like this before. Let's see if they can do this.
And really, so much of this comes down to finding just an early pick potentially from Lip for very, very good ult economy. Lip getting low. Gonna get on out. Esports on the hunt, trying to find someone.
On the Astro looking for that beat. He's going to get Ajax potentially, but it's not going to happen. Barely is going to land that beat on the ground. Crazy Raccoon having to deal with the remainder of that green HP as Vigilante drops the rush in. Lip still yet to use his overclock, by the way. Probably will end up doing so by the time the fight is over. Pulse Bomb goes wide. Max low HP. Still even. 5 and 5 here. Lip being extremely patient, waiting for his moment.
Weathering the storm currently. Max going to have the bomb along with TVT. Wants to remove Jaewoo off his angle, potentially looking for one. All of Twisted Mind's going to back on up his Lip. He wants to stay in. He wants to commit. Yeah, the angle's going to hit, and he's going to go down for it.
Punish. Jaewoo's got Chorong here as well. The numbers are good for TVNT and the rest of his team. Remake has been enabled. Max has got a self-destruct as well. He's not going to end up using this if he ends up going down. It looks like he will end up going down. So, Crazy Raccoon comeback. Only 23 meters. It's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's really just not enough progress here. Not even getting that next checkpoint for Crazy Raccoon, and a committed ult. Simple holding on to the rush for this fight. They just need more, and it's just that really tough position of having this gigantic push disadvantage here on this map, on this game mode. You have to play perfectly, use your ults perfectly.
Speaking of ultimates, that's the first one. TVNT again speeding down the racing line, and all of Crazy Raccoon are just going to go falling over. He's got 4 kills here, looking for a potential 5th, but I think he's saying he ended up getting out. TVNT hard carrying the team again, and guess what? TM will now get even more meters.
And just using that rush to position so aggressively, and he's saying goes down late. So they don't have the tracer, they don't have that extra pressure to put on to Jaewoo either. He's going to be looking to run amok here. Or just playing the point, gonna have the rail, gonna find Chorong. We could be looking at a potential full cap, Avril.
It might be another full cap to end things out with. What can Claus do? He's gonna take down Max. Crazy Raccoon, low HP on a few members, threatening the cap. Is this Twisted Mind squad? They don't have a Lucio, but they might not need one if they can get Lip down. And the rest of his team, Respawn is coming in. Jaewoo collects another. Quartz does fall though. This allows Twisted Minds to maybe think about whether they can retain their push or not. Chorong dies. Vigilante might have to ult. Crazy Raccoon still have some respawners in here. TVNT, no remake. Max wins that one. Only Funny Astro, and he's not here.
But look at the cap. 138 meters, 2 minutes in the bank, over 100 meters to go for Crazy Raccoon. Yes, they have 2 support ults available, but it requires perfect Overwatch gameplay against a team like Twisted Minds, who just has to win 1 to 2 good fights here versus the 5, maybe 5 plus for Crazy Raccoon.
And it gets harder the deeper Crazy Raccoon have to push into base of Twisted Minds as well. We consider spawns. Topic for another time. Chorong still holding onto his feet. Nearly Ajaxes, but managed to land it in time. And with that extra green HP, Lip will take down Quartz and give the advantage over to Crazy Raccoon. A trade does occur here, but largely Crazy Raccoon have the numbers advantage. TVNT doesn't go for the self-destruct. That means they're going to reset.
Astro, though, just pressuring the bot during this time, so they're not getting any free cap at all. Buying a little extra time there, and the rush not used for Simple here. So you look at this fight for Crazy Raccoon again, gonna be a minute in the bank. No support ults into the rush. They will have the bomb, they'll have the overclock. Lip, right now, reaching towards the heavens. Crazy Raccoon fans putting their arms up saying, Lip, please save us. Lip, if you can hear us, please save us.
Simple needs a bit of saving, but no one's going to for him. However, he's saying largely the same case. Max having to self-destruct it. He might even get back into mech barely. As Lip is looking for targets on this overclock. TM, though, they have backed out.
For one, Lip still hunting here. Max is back in that mech. They can get Jaewoo off the point. Jaewoo's already had to use a lot of cooldowns, but Chorong down. And now they can't get anywhere. Vigilante gone. 30 seconds here on the bank, Avril.
TVNT has just done so much here. 30 seconds remaining, and it's not looking like it'll be enough time. I mean, look how many ultimates are there. TM have it all.
It's a full bank here. Actual miracle in the outfield moment that would have to happen for Crazy Raccoon. 10 seconds now in the bank, looking for the recontest. It all comes down to this. It would have to be one of the best fights ever.
All right, touch. There has to be a touch, and the touch is engaged. And you said it has to be the best fight you have ever seen in your life. The overtime goes down, and there is no touch to be found.
It can't be.
They said it could have been a fluke in 2025. They say that lightning doesn't strike twice. Well, guess what? Not a single second of Symmetra play by Twisted Minds. They don't even need it. Heavy may be the crown for the current defending world champions, but this crown sits firmly on these Twisted Minds.
What a performance here from Twisted Minds. But what a way to end the series as well, Avril. A C9 to end the series. No touch on the bot. And Crazy Raccoon going down a dynasty here for OWCS. Maybe a new dynasty in formation now for Twisted Minds off their win in 2025 in Stockholm. Beginning the year with a win here in Korea. And just what a performance from this team. What a showing. But I mean, Avril, I know you have to be like, what an amazing time, but a tough way to end it, I will say.
I'll be honest with you, Vas. No one likes to hear this, but given the advantage in meters and how many ults there were online for Twisted Minds, was there really a hope for Crazy Raccoon? You hate to see them not get the final touch, but even if they had, an overwhelming onslaught required, overwhelming onslaught against Crazy Raccoon, I want to say. And Crazy Raccoon would have to have done something unbelievable to turn that one around. And
How you start to see the entire squad of Twisted Minds getting on stage now. KSA in the background. Coach, Captain, Yubi in the foreground. And I mentioned this, but people are saying, okay, maybe this team is just Symmetra mergers. Maybe EMEA is only good because of Symmetra. How could see and Twisted Minds only got the World Finals because of Symmetra? Well, guess what? Again, 0 Symmetra played by this Twisted Minds squad at all, and they nearly 4-0'd the entirety of this grand finals, if not for the savior of that crazy Ukun Shambali.
Yeah, just an outright amazing performance here for Twisted Minds, and Crazy Raccoon making the grand finals, which is to be expected of a team of their caliber, to be honest, despite Falcons looking really strong heading into this event, but you can never count them out fully. But a lot to improve on for Crazy Raccoon, and if the meta stays similarly as we head in to OWCS 2026 proper, it's going to be a scary, scary time to play against Twisted Minds, and a lot to figure out for a lot of the teams elsewhere, where there's just been so many new heroes, so many changes, but some of it's still staying the same. The strength of D.Va, the strength of Sojourn, Tracer, Lucio Kiriko, and Twisted Minds seems like they have an early read, an early grasp of it, thanks to their play from last year.
And no one can say they got lucky. We're not in a sim meta. Yubi didn't even play. No one can look at the situation and say that Twisted Minds didn't make the right calls at the end of the day in terms of what they were doing coming into this event, coming into this year. A hard decision, I'm sure, to let go of Psycho, but Jaewoo, if I had a choice for player of the match for the grand finals, Jaewoo is #1 on my list.
I would agree. I think Jaewoo had an incredible performance here for the grand finals. Jaewoo very good throughout the entirety of the event, but Jaewoo really, really good here for the grand finals matchup. Just being such a good addition to this team.
Seeing some highlights here of incredible moments. This court's 4K in spawn was absolutely disgusting as well. We talk about him being a bit of a slow starter today, but when Quartz is in there and he's heated up, absolutely destroying Crazy Raccoon. I mean, Lip, the winningest player of all time and widely regarded as the best hitscan player for many years in Overwatch. I mean, his time might just be over, because the time of the Korean Overwatch era might just be over, because we're in the era of EMEA now.
Now, let's not get too hasty just yet, though I love the narrative posting. I do love the narrative posting, and it is really an incredible performance back-to-back, really, for event-wise for Twisted Minds. But I do have to agree at least a little bit. It's looking a bit scary right now. These top Korean teams playing into specifically Twisted Minds and where they land there. And we're not even going to begin to talk about North America and what happened in that situation. But it seems also to be a bit of a gap, right? Because you see Virtus.pro coming to this event, Virtus.pro not putting up that similar performance at all. But not too dissimilar what you see from many regions where you have a really clear top team. Korea just blessed with all that talent. Twisted Minds, a force to be reckoned with.
Talent overall massively improved. You see that boop as well. That was what allowed the cap to come in from Funny Ash to the 0.01 cap. And you start to look at the new rosters making their way through EMEA, the new GK squad that Abder and Ziada on. The All Gamers global squad as well, not to be confused with All Gamers in China. Same org, different team. The variety of other new EMEA squads still yet to be revealed. I mean, it is looking really stacked in EMEA, and you even saw Peps take a map off of Crazy Raccoon as well. I mean, even the up-and-coming teams are getting really solid.
For sure. I mean, just a region in general, when you think of esports, EMEA has always had very strong teams, very strong players. It's just in many ways the birthplace alongside StarCraft with these big traditional esports. Korea EMEA just goes first to do. And you see it reflected here in Overwatch. And you just have to respect the amount of talent that they have. And you look towards the rest of the season, you have to be a bit excited, because now there's already someone to chase. When there's a villain to be taken down, at times when it was Crazy Raccoon or Falcons previously, people love to have a team that's like, can they fall? Can they go down? There's a goal for every team going into every event throughout their group stages.
Now that extends beyond just singular teams, but I think regions as well, because for the longest time, whether it was Crazy Raccoon or Falcons, one of them won everything. And finally, that cycle has been broken. The cycle continues here to be broken in Bootcamp in 2026. At the start of the year, we end as we started. Exact same result that we saw in 2025 at the end. And here it is now, the championship ceremony, your 2025 and now 2026 for the first OWCS event of the year. They are still the best team in the world, is Twisted Minds.
Well-deserved, well-earned for this squad. Looks like we're going to have a bit, obviously, of the grand final interview questions going on. Twisted Minds, obviously, after a great win. And as we proceed here with the award ceremony, we'll see what they have to say following their win here for the OWCS Bootcamp. As we're going to have a
Well, we'll let the interview play on through as the champions in Twisted Minds receive their award.
자, 시상에 도움 주신 페르난도 발데스 님께도 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 간단하게 좀 인터뷰를 나눠보게 될 텐데 지금 시간 관계에서 저희가 모든 선수를 다 할 수는 없을 것 같고 재우 선수와 코치 선수
There we go. They've won the awarded prize for $15,000 for this event.
먼저
Presented the placard here for winning. And the interview now starting for these guys here for Twisted Minds. So wait for it to come through for us. Gotta wait for the translation. Looks like they're only gonna be interviewing Jaewoo and Forge due to some time constraints here. How do they feel about the win? How Jaewoo, especially entering the squad, what are his thoughts post victory? And he's saying that he is so happy to get that win immediately after joining this team too. Following up, Jaewoo, do you think you're going to do this all after immediately joining this team as well?
외국 팀이잖아 따지면은.
Jaewoo responded that he didn't have any doubt. Top level, and he thought they would do everything they could and they would be fine as a result, and here they are with a victory. Now asking Jaewoo, what is life like abroad, away from Korea, playing in these other regions in EMEA specifically right now?
그래요. 네. 아무래도 이제 타지 생활을 하다 보니까 부모님께서도 걱정이 좀 많으실 것 같아요. 지금 우승도 하셨으니까 카메라 보면서 부모님께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Right now, just waiting for this translation.
되도록 계속 응원해 주셔서 감사드리고 사랑합니다.
재우 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Excellent to be playing abroad, and also giving a word to his parents. Thank you so much, and I love you. So a very wholesome moment here.
근데 알란이 데미지는 좀 약한 것 같고 궁 쓸 때는 좀 재밌는 것 같아요.
궁 쓸 때는 재밌다. 승천과 승천이겠죠 아무래도.
네, 날아다니는 거 맞추는 게 좀 재밌어요.
Now asking Jaewoo here, what do you think of Onron as a hero?
오랜만에 한국 와서 뛰었는데 와서 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 한국에서 하는 세계대회가 많아졌으면 좋겠습니다.
Jaewoo saying she seems very good, able to hit that ultimate while flying, the mobility that she has. Very strong feeling from there for Onron. And then asking Jaewoo, do you have any words for his Korean fans? Jaewoo just saying, I wish there were more international competitions in Korea.
After this victory?
I feel really amazing. Me and the team worked really hard for this, and we showed today that we don't need Sim to be the best in the world.
일단 코치 선수가 오늘 우승해서 너무 기분이 좋고 팀원들과 함께해서 아주 베스트 모습을 보여준 것 같아서 정말 기분이 좋다 이렇게 얘기한 것 같아요. 지금 토요사님께서 잘 안 들려가지고 인이어가 지금 없거든요. 그러다 보니까 제가 슬쩍 듣고 이런 것 같다 이렇게 말씀드린 겁니다. 예, 그런 느낌으로 지금 얘기를 했어요. 코치 결승전에서 살아난 모습을 보였습니다. 이게 결승 들어가기 전에 마음가짐이 어땠는지 그걸 좀 들어보고 싶거든요.
Hi coach, you have to like you survived until the final. So what did you feel before the final match?
To be honest, I wasn't feeling scared. I thought that before we even go in that we would beat Crazy Raccoon 4-0. I was a little sad when we lost Shambali, but it's okay. We managed to close it out.
사실 전혀 두렵지 않고 그리고 시작하기 전에는 원래 4대 0으로 그 라쿤 이길 수 있는데 그래서 조금 아쉽게 이렇게 샴발리 그 상대한테 양보해가지고 근데 전체적으로는 되게 좋았던 것 같습니다.
겁먹지 않았다. 이게 핵심 포인트인 것 같습니다, 코치. 엠레에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각을 하는지 궁금한데요. 엠레?
The next question is how do you think of the character Emre?
I think Emre is really fun. His hero design is really unique and cool, but he still stands a little bit too weak compared to the other hit scans. But maybe if they buff him in the future, I can see myself playing him. Yeah, I really enjoy playing him.
이 캐릭터는 그 자체 되게 재밌는 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 디자인 되게 유니크합니다. 그리고 아마 지금 다른 히트 스캔보다는 약간 좀 약한 것 같은데, 근데 아마 미래에서 좀 더 좋아질 것 같아요.
아하. 역시 제 의견과 약간 좀 비슷한 느낌이 있군요. 저도 엠레가 좀 딜이 약하다고 했는데 코치도 똑같은 생각을 하는 거 보니까 좀 딜 버프가 됐으면 좋겠다는 생각이 들면서 코치 이야기를 계속해서 이어나가 보도록 하겠습니다. 마지막으로 한국 팬분들이 와 코치 그 찬양을 엄청 하거든요. 굉장히 좋아하세요 코치를. 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Because many Korean fans like you very much, so do you want to say something to them?
Yeah, sure. I always appreciate all the support I get, and I've been noticing the Korean fans lately. There is a lot of Korean fans, and thank you all.
요새 한국 팬분들 엄청 많아셔가지고 되게 기분 좋았습니다. 앞으로도 좋은 모습을 많이 보여드리겠습니다.
네, 코치 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 모든 선수들 사실 인터뷰를 해보고 싶지만 저희가 시간 관계상 딱 두 선수만 인터뷰를 하고 마무리 짓도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 3일 동안 진행된 2026 OWCS 부트캠프의 최종 우승팀은 트위스 마인즈로 결정이 되면서 마무리됐습니다. 2026년 신영웅들의 출시와 함께 대격변이 이뤄진 오버워치, 그리고 오버워치만큼이나 새로운 로스터로 돌아온 오버워치 팀들을 이번 부트캠프에서 만나볼 수가 있었습니다.
Alright guys, well that is the OWCS Bootcamp for 2026. All finished. Congratulations again to Twisted Minds for defending their title, winning the first event of the year. And Avas, I think this is going to be an amazing year. Final thoughts from you before we head out?
Just an incredible tournament. I'm glad we got to have it, see all these new heroes being added, and once again, see just the diversity of strength, I think, in Overwatch, especially in OWCS, heading into 2026. What a win for Twisted Minds. What a great event. I'm happy we got to do it, Avril.
Yep,
and
amazing stuff.
I think
Overwatch is back. We're back. Twisted Minds are back. And I can't wait to see what the rest of the year has in store for us. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you all next time.